One promise, two destinies, one impossible marriage.
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Married Female Sasuke and Hinata movie. Before we start, please go support Jackkal for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Naruto is a male. Cleanse my soul prologue. Clarification, this fanfic takes place in a different Konoha than the original. There was no Uchiha massacre. Shisui died on a mission with Itachi, giving him his Mangekyo Sharigan, as they were always loyal to the Leaf Village and were not influenced by Madara and Danzo, who had tried to manipulate them with lies, provocations, and other underhanded and despicable actions to justify exterminating the other clans and acquiring a large number of Sharigan in the process. Minato and Kushina would have died anyway on the day of the Kyubai's attack. Hiruzen would have taken care of the child from then on, denying any possibility of the Uchiha adopting him. Mikoto felt it was her duty as Kushina's friend. Time passed according to the original story, with the clear differences that without the extermination of the Uchiha clan, Saki wouldn't have been a dark and deeply traumatized person. She would simply be a normal girl, a little haughty and conceited like any Uchiha. Furthermore, if Sasuke were a woman, Team 7 would have featured a pairing between Naruto and Sakura Haruno, which would have begun shortly after the Suna and Odo attack on Konoha. With no one deserting and no promises of bringing anyone back, Team 7 trained together for most of the time until Naruto himself decided to leave for a while with the Erosenin to train and improve dramatically. Sakura would train with Tsunade, and Saki with Kakashi and his brother Itachi. 3 years would pass, and the boy would return to Konoha accompanied by his master. From then on, the story would follow the same pattern as the original. The kidnapping and rescue of the Kazekage, the mission to hunt down Orochimaru, the battles against Akatsuki, the death of Jiraiya, and the destruction of Konoha at the hands of Pain. Here, a small digression is necessary. Hinata did not interfere and confessed her feelings to Naruto. It was Sakura who attacked Pain trying to rescue her boyfriend, resulting in serious injuries. On the other hand, Tsunade did not suffer serious injuries, and therefore, Danzo could not emerge from the shadows and proclaim himself Hokage. The 5-Cage Summit would take place, along with the declaration of war by the masked man Albedo Madara and the legendary battles within it, including the sealing of the goddess Kaguya Otsutsuki and the release of the 9 Biju including Kurama, so that they could never again be used by humans. That is, Kurama is no longer inside. In Naruto, there wasn't a final fight between Naruto and Sasuke, obviously. Time passed after the end of the war and Naruto married his girlfriend of over 8 years, they were both 20, whom he had started dating at age 12. Although Saki was deeply hurt, as she had always been in love with the blue-eyed boy, she was happy to see him so happy with another woman and resigned herself to not being able to have him by her side. Time passed, Tsunade left her position, and Kakashi was appointed as the 6th Hokage. By then, Naruto and Sakura had 2 beautiful girls named Ki and Aru. Despite the pain and envy, Saki loved and cared for them like an aunt and a second mother. Precisely because of this, she secretly wished in her most intimate and dark thoughts that they were her daughters. Naruto's life was very happy for those 5 years since his wife gave birth to their 2 little sons, but fate, sometimes, is quite cruel. Prologue. The first light of dawn bathed the rooftops of Konoha village. The air was cold and damp, quite common in the land of fire at this time of year, just days before the start of December. Light began to filter through the large window overlooking a spacious, modestly furnished bedroom. A double bed, a couple of nightstands, a fairly large wardrobe, and a medium-sized dresser were all that stood out. 2 figures on the enormous bed were moving slightly, indicating that the people lying beneath the sheets were still asleep. A few heavy footsteps were heard in the hallway behind the closed bedroom door. The door gave way, bursting open, and 2 little girls furtively entered the room. One had blonde hair and green eyes, and the other pink hair and blue eyes. The 2 girls were almost identical, their hair and eye colors being the only differences. Both were dressed in fuzzy pajamas, one pink and the other orange, and they jumped headfirst onto the bed, waking their parents. Ki/Aru, good morning. Grabbing the blankets and freeing her parents from their infamous prison. Ki/Aru. Trying to cover herself again because it was quite cold that morning in Konoha. It's cold, trembling like a leaf swayed by the wind. Aru, nonsense, Kaisen, it's cold on top of a mountain. Grabbing the blankets with her sister beside her, preventing her mother from covering herself again. Ki, that's it. The top of a snowy mountain, the other seconded, pulling with all her might. Naruto, shouted the woman dressed in pale pink pajamas, help me. The man beside her stirred slightly without waking up. Ki, dad never wakes up unless you use the magic word. The pink-haired sister smiled mischievously. The other copied Ki's expression and approached within a few centimeters of her father's face. Aru, dad, there's ramen for breakfast. The blonde boy opened his eyes and jumped up, bumping foreheads with poor Aru, who fell on her butt on the bed. Ouch, that hurts. Rubbing a bump where she hit it, her father meanwhile massaged his slightly reddened forehead with a sleepy expression. Naruto, ramen ware with a thread of drool running from the corner of his lips. Ki, there's no ramen, Atasan. You headbutted Arachin. Naruto reacted by clearing his head on the spot and hugging his daughter, who was rubbing the enormous bulge with a couple of tears in her beautiful green eyes. Naruto, forgive me, Arachin, rubbing his cheek against his daughter's, who was comically trying to separate from him, causing a huge drop of sweat to form on both pink-haired girls. Aru, stop, Atasan, you're pinching me. Crying comically, the woman laughed slightly, touching her husband's shoulder, which loosened his deadly grip, giving the little girl a chance to move away. Naruto, Sakurachin, the woman kissed him on the cheek and crawled over to Aru on the bed to put her hand on the bump and begin to emit a small greenish glow. Sakura, you deserved it for playing with fire. Laughing at her little Aru's disgusted expression, puffing out her cheeks as much as possible. Imagine saying the word ramen near this idiot. Naruto, it's not my fault, nervously apologizing. I moved on my own, sometimes I scare myself. His wife started laughing, making their daughters laugh too. Naruto couldn't help but look at the three of them bathed in sunlight streaming through the window. They were three beautiful angels, his angels. Sakura, it's okay, Aru the blonde touched her forehead, showing that it no longer hurt. She couldn't help but smile and jump on her mother, hugging her. Aru, thank you, Akasen. Ki looked at them smiling and approached her father, giving him a hug that was quickly returned by him with a big smile. Ki, Arachin was right, the blue-eyed boy raised an eyebrow, confused. You need to shave your prickly. Running his small hand along his father's cheek, noticing how rough it was. Naruto, now I'll shave. Sighing in defeat, he was too lazy to shave. You guys beat me. Ki/Aru, yes, everyone got out of bed. Naruto went to shave while Sakura and the girls went downstairs for breakfast. After a while, the blue-eyed young man appeared in the kitchen and sat down next to his wife with a big smile. He carefully observed the table and concluded that something was missing. Sakura, honey, I didn't know you'd be so quick. I would have made your coffee if I had known. The man smiled slightly and kissed his wife on the cheek, getting up from the table. Naruto, it doesn't matter, I'll pour it myself right now. He picked up the coffee pot and began pouring its contents into the ceramic cup, inhaling the aroma of the liquid with pleasure. He filled the cup halfway and went to the refrigerator for some milk. He finished with a couple of spoonfuls of sugar and sat back down, placing the cup on the wooden table. Ki, father. The person in question focused his gaze on the little pink-haired girl. Sakini said that today she would take us to see Itachini and the others in the Uchiha district. Aru, I'm sure Itachini will take us for sweets, with stars in her eyes. Sakura, Saki-san and Itachi-san spoil you rotten. She smiled amusedly at seeing her little ones so excited. Well, they always were. In that aspect they were very similar to their father. Aru, will you let us go? Atasan Akasen making puppy dog eyes next to his sister. Naruto, and when will he come for you? The blonde was about to answer, but a couple of knocks on the door caught the attention of everyone present. Naruto was about to get up from his chair to attend to the visitor, but his wife lightly touched his shoulder with a smile. Sakura, I'll be right there, my love. You finish your coffee in peace and keep an eye on our two little hurricanes. The two girls puffed out their cheeks at the way their mother had called them, while their father laughed at their faces. Sakura walked down the hall to the entryway and opened the door. Good morning, answered a woman with long hair as black as her eyes and white skin. She wore a dark blue shirt with an elegant black vest on top, black pants that were a little tight on her legs, and long combat boots. A dark cape completed her outfit. Sakura, good morning. Saki inviting her in, she closed the door and heard running behind her. Before she could turn around, she saw her two little girls hugging the woman's legs as she affectionately stroked their heads. Ki, Sakini. Atasan and Akasen are letting us go with you and Itachini. The brunette looked up at Sakura, who was smiling. Sakura, yes, of course you can take them, but you have to be home before noon, okay? Sounding stern. Ki/Aru, hi. Akasen. Saki tilted her mouth in a small smile until she saw her niece's father come out of the kitchen. He walked calmly, looking at her until he stood next to his wife. Naruto, now I understand why they were in such a hurry to wake us up. Thanks for buying sweets for my girls, Saki. The brunette raised an eyebrow and looked down at the two girls who were scratching their heads, smiling from ear to ear. Saki, well, I guess I'll have no choice but to take you to the dango stand. Ki, dangos, sweet and tasty dangos. Aru glared at her. Aru, the best dangos are the bitter ones. His sister glared back at him angrily. Ki, it's the sweets. Aru, bitter. Ki, sweets. Aru, bit. The three adults watched them with drops of sweat on their heads while the two little ones looked at each other with rays coming out of their eyes. Sakura, each one should eat the one she likes best. Aru was about to answer her mother, but her father bent down to her level. Naruto, listen to your mother. Each of you eat whichever one you like best, okay? They both nodded. Although we all know the sour ones are the tastiest. And the fight broke out again. Cleanse My Soul Chapter 1. After a long discussion about dango flavor preferences, Saki Uchiha left the Uzumaki family residence with each girl holding her hand, both of them, already dressed in warm clothes, happily walking beside their Nissen. Aru, Sakini the Uchiha tilted her head slightly, indicating that she was listening. Father told us last night that you're very strong. Is it true that you beat him up in the training you had yesterday afternoon? The raven-haired girl blushed a little at how the blonde man thought of her and how he described her in front of his daughters. And you're very pretty, Neeson. The other continued with a dreamy face. Saki was starting to feel a little uncomfortable with the two of them, but they were her nieces, she loved them like her own daughters, and that's why she raised her head proudly at how they looked at her. Hey Kichin. The pink-haired girl looked at her blonde sister. Do you think Sakini has a boyfriend? I hadn't asked you that, Arachin. The blonde shifted her gaze to the Uchiha, who was a little flushed, so she thought she did have a boyfriend. Do you have a boyfriend, Sakini? The raven-haired girl lowered her gaze, blushing even more, while with a mischievous look. Is he handsome? Of course he is. If he's Sakini's boyfriend, he has to be the most handsome and the strongest, right, Nichin? Saki sighed resignedly. When they got like this, there was no calming them down. She knew that all too well from past experiences. Saki, no, I don't have a boyfriend. The two of them raised an eyebrow in perfect synchronization. And why are you nervous, Nichin? Saki didn't answer and just continued towards the candy stand with those two troublesome girls. Maybe Arachin likes someone. The green-eyed girl nodded, convinced by her sister's words. But who could it be? Think of the most handsome and strongest man we know. They both closed their eyes, shuffling names, while the poor Uchiha sighed resignedly. She had a very long morning ahead of her. After a few more minutes of walking in silence, thanks to the girls still thinking about their Nichin's beloved, they arrived at the dango stand. Saki sat at one of the tables in the back with each of the little ones on one side. The owner of the shop approached smiling, greeting the two little girls who were regulars there. Saki asked the man for some sour dangos for herself, and the man nodded, saying that he already knew what the little ones would order. Shortly after, he returned with the dangos and a couple of cases of orange juice for the little ones. Man, here you go, the juices are on the house, with a small smile. Ki arigato ajisan. Starting to eat their beloved dish with gusto, the man went to attend to other customers, leaving them alone. Saki, afterwards we'll go see Itachi, okay? They both nodded while eating. The Sharigan wielder put her dango in her mouth and while enduring the taste with fortitude, she didn't like sweets. Kichin, her sister, watched her with her mouth full. I already have the most handsome and strongest man I know. The blue-eyed girl swallowed her food, nodding seriously at her sister's words. Me too, Arachin. Saki continued doing her own thing, enduring the disgusting taste of the dango without showing her growing disgust. Both of them looked at their Nichin quite seriously. Nichin likes Odasan. Saki choked on her food in shock and had to grab one of the juice glasses to swallow. Ha, I was just kidding, Nichin, laughing and tapping the table. Saki POV, it's going to be a very long morning, the Uchiha thought resignedly and still a little shaken, coughing from having choked. After eating and paying, they headed towards the Uchiha district. And Ki cheerfully greeted all the Uchiha they passed. Saki smiled slightly as she saw her mother come out of a store with several bags of food and other supplies. The woman saw her and stopped with a smile, waiting for them to reach her. Saki, Akasan, the two girls let go of her hands and ran to hug the woman, who gladly put her load down to return the hug. Mikoto, hello little ones. Giving each of them a kiss on the cheek under the watchful gaze of her daughter. Are you taking them to see Itachi? Saki nodded. Mikatasan, is Itachi home? We want to play kunai throwing with him. With stars in her eyes, Mikoto smiled sweetly, nodding. Mikoto, Itachi is at home with Fugaku. They'll surely be happy to see you. Would you like to come with me? The two nodded, jumping for joy. Mikatasan, Sakini took us out to eat dangos. Excited as if it were the most spectacular thing in the whole world. Even though Nichin doesn't like them and almost choked on them, Mikoto laughed softly as her daughter lowered her gaze in embarrassment. Mikoto, okay, can you give me a hand with the bags? She received a shout of affirmation from the little ones, who grabbed a couple of bags. Unfortunately for them, these were too heavy and they couldn't even lift them off the ground. They're heavy, just wait and you'll be able to handle them. The older Uchiha began to take a few things out and put them into another bag so that she could distribute the weight and each carry one. There, now you can handle them. They both obeyed the woman and took the lighter bags. Let's go home. But isn't Sakini coming? She said, surprised to see that her aunt wasn't following them. Saki, now I'll go with you. Since my Akasan is taking you home, I'll take the opportunity to go see the Hokage and spend more time with you. They both nodded, walking away with Mikoto. Saki watched them with a hint of sadness. How she wished her mother could be called grandmother and she mother. With that thought stuck in her head, she headed towards the Hokage Tower with a serious, or even sad, expression. Saki arrived at the building in question, went up the stairs until she reached the door that led to the Rokudame's office. She was going to knock to ask permission to enter, but a very familiar voice was heard inside the room. Despite not being a person who was very given to whispering and spying, she could not help but put her ear to the door and listen. Naruto stared at his sensei, now the 6th Hokage of Konoha, with an expression of astonishment. He still couldn't believe what he had heard minutes before. Such was the shock that he had magically lost 2 shades of skin, looking like someone very ill. Kakashi was smiling at him, or so it seemed, since he was wearing his ever-present mask on his face from behind his desk, as was Tsunade, his predecessor in the position, who was standing next to him. Naruto, let's see, I think I didn't wake up feeling very well today and maybe I misheard. What did you just say? He said as best he could, still extremely surprised. Tsunade, if I hadn't known you since you were little, I'd say you like it when we tell you that, but being you're so stupid that you're capable of thinking we're playing a joke on you. The last Senju said, smiling with her arms crossed. Naruto, are you kidding me? With a raised eyebrow, Kakashi had a huge drop of sweat on the back of his neck while the blonde had a vein throbbing in her forehead. Tsunade, Baka, you don't joke about things like this. Kakashi sighed, dejected by the commotion the last of the Senju clan was causing. Kakashi, this is no joke. We've discussed it with the council and reached an agreement with the majority in your favor. You will be named Hokage. Saki smiled slightly from behind the door while Naruto was frozen. Tsunade, don't tell me you don't want to be one now. The boy remained motionless like a statue, staring into space, which worried them both. Naruto. The slug Sannin shouted authoritatively, making the boy react. Naruto, I don't know what to say. He bowed before them, and the two of them felt a shiver run down their spines from the base of their necks, for he had never been so respectful to anyone. Thank you, I won't let you down, not you nor anyone else in the village. He continued, bowing before them. Kakashi, okay, get up, I'm sure you want to go tell someone I know, smiling, as did Tsunade. Naruto got up smiling and ran towards the door, which scared Saki. She jumped back, seeing the door open suddenly, and her teammate came out. They both stared at each other for a few seconds until the unexpected happened. Naruto rushed towards her and hugged her happily. Naruto, Saki, I'm going to be Hokage. The brunette composed herself as best she could and shyly returned the hug, blushing. I have to tell Sakurachin and the little ones, see you later. As quickly as it happened, it was over. The young man separated from the woman, running down the hallway without even saying goodbye, very typical of him. Saki remained standing in the same place, looking down the hallway where the boy had gone with a sad expression. Saki POV, I'm so happy for you. That was all she could think after what happened. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 2. He ran through the streets of Konoha as fast as his legs would carry him, receiving joyful and surprised looks from everyone he came across. He didn't pay much attention to some acquaintances who crossed paths with him, greeting him without receiving a gesture in return from the blonde man who was only thinking about getting home and telling his wife the good news he had for her. Sakura was happily cooking for when everyone returned home, calmly chopping the vegetables while checking the water temperature in the pot. She was about to add the chopped vegetables when the front door suddenly burst open, accompanied by gasps. She put the knife down on the cutting board and hurried out of the kitchen to see what was happening, but before she could leave, she was surprised by her husband, who hugged her tightly and kissed her unexpectedly. Despite her initial surprise, she returned the kiss and the hug with a big smile. They stayed like that for several seconds until they had to separate for lack of air. Sakura, honey, and you're in such a hurry, and the kiss. Surprised and excited, Naruto, I have to tell you something very important, smiling from ear to ear while playfully twirling his wife's hair. Do you remember when Kakashi-sensei summoned me to his office? The green-eyed woman nodded, caught up in her husband's good humor. Well, I've been named his successor. Love, I'm going to be Hokage. Kissing her again, overcome with absolute joy. Sakura, Naruto pulling away from him with a smile, and when is it going to be? Caressing his blushing cheeks, the blue-eyed boy stopped smiling in annoyance, and his wife caught him off guard. Don't tell me in all the excitement and haste you forgot to ask Kakashi-sensei. Laughing, Naruto, this, well, maybe I lost my mind, a little nervously scratching the back of his neck. Sakura, well, they'll tell you. You go get the girls and tell them you're dying to. The blonde man kissed her on the lips and left the house like a bat out of hell. Sakura stared at the door with a small smile. Ah, this man. Far away, in the garden of the Uchiha clan leader's house, Arrow and Ki were throwing kunai and shuriken at a handful of logs. Supervised by a smiling Itachi and watched by Fugaku and Mikoto, who were sitting on the porch drinking hot tea. Saki arrived a short while later, looking very serious. Mikoto saw her enter the house and, after glancing at her husband for a moment, got up to follow her to her room. Sobs began to be heard from behind her daughter's bedroom door. Mikoto's heart broke at the sound of her daughter's cries, and she opened the door to enter the room. Saki, leave me alone, I want to be alone. Mikoto shook her head, rejecting any possibility of leaving, but not before finding out why her daughter was like this. Mikoto, I'm not leaving until you tell me what happened to make you like this. Saki breathed heavily without looking at her mother. Saki, it's Naruto. I saw him when I went to see what Kakashi wanted. They're going to name him Hokage. Her mother looked at her with a raised eyebrow. Mikoto, and aren't you happy for him? Saki, of course I'm happy. But I feel bad. When I left the office, he hugged me so happily. You know how much I've wanted him to hug me like that since I was 10, and because I was stupid, because I was a coward, I didn't tell him. I've spent years regretting staying silent, being with his daughters, another woman's daughters. Mrs. Uchiha sat on the edge of her little girl's bed, smiling sadly. I'm a bad person. I wish Arrow and Ki were my own daughters. I wish that instead of hugging me when he told me he'd be named Hawkage, he had kissed me like he probably did with Sakura when he got home. I want to tell him how I feel, but if I do, I'll only cause him problems and destroy his family. Mikoto couldn't resist any longer and hugged her daughter, who took a few moments to return the gesture and ended up crying on her mother's shoulder. I'm a bad person because I want her to have a chance to be with him. Mikoto couldn't say anything to that. She simply remained silent, comforting her daughter. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Aro and Ki were sitting on the grass enthusiastically applauding Itachi's great skill with ninja weapon throwing. The AMBU showed off speed and aim, hitting all the targets right in the center. Aro, Itachi is great. Ki, I want to be as good as him, the pink-haired girl said with a slight blush. The dark-haired boy hit the last target and wiped away some sweat that was dripping down his forehead. Itachi, the key to this, girls, is to train every day and eat well. The two looked at each other unconvinced. Ki, I understand the practice part, but eating well, seconded by her Nichin. Itachi, if you don't eat well, you won't have the strength to practice and strive day after day. The girls lowered their heads, not very excited about that last part, but Aro raised her hand, catching Itachi's attention. Aro, Itachi, does eating dangos count too? The raven-haired man smiled amusedly because he was passionate about dangos. Itachi, you can eat them occasionally, but you also have to eat vegetables, fruit, meat, fish. He would continue reciting food groups but was interrupted by the blue-eyed girl. Ki, yuck, gesture of disgust and displeasure. The vegetables are bad. Aro, Kichin is right. Itachi, vegetables don't taste good and neither does fish. Imagining the two of them in front of a live octopus moving on a plate, a shiver ran down Ki's spine as Aro looked at her without understanding what was happening to her. Itachi well tried to do it okay with a small smile. While they were talking, someone jumped over the wall surrounding the mansion, landing in the courtyard. The two little girls recognized him instantly, getting up and running towards him. Aro/Ki, Atasen. Hugging their father who lifted them both up with some effort. Naruto, hello my little ones, kissing them enthusiastically on the cheeks. Did you behave yourselves? Itachi like two princesses. The blonde man descended to his two sons and shook Itachi's hand with a smile, then stepped back and bowed to Fugaku, who greeted him with a slight nod. What brings you here so soon, Naruto? Well, you see, I don't know where to begin, but I'll just say that today I received one of the biggest surprises of my life. The little girls approached their father with great curiosity. Aro, Atasen, what surprise did they give you? Pulling on his father's pants. Naruto, I could just eat you up with kisses. He lifted them up again to kiss his little ones once more. Ki, father, you're embarrassing us in front of Itachi and Fugaku, very flushed with embarrassment, just like her sister. Itachi watched them trying to separate from his father, amused. Naruto, today the 6th Hokage named me as his successor. This time it was his daughters who stared blankly as Fugaku stood up and addressed them with a neutral expression. My girls, are you all right? The two of them let go of their father and jumped on him, knocking him to the grass. Aro/Ki, yes. Father will be Hokage. Stretching her father's cheeks while Ki hugged him tightly around the neck, Itachi laughed softly while Fugaku, who was already by their side, looked at them seriously. Itachi, Kichin, don't hug your father so tightly, you'll suffocate him. The pink-haired girl let go of her father, blushing slightly, as did Aro, allowing him to sit up again. Congratulations, Naruto. Taking his hand again with a smile, the blonde focused on Fugaku, who was watching him seriously. Both remained stoic for a few moments until the Uchiha leader's mouth tilted to the side in a smile, extending his hand. Fugaku, congratulations, Naruto. Shaking hands, you'll be a great Hokage, just like your father. The blue-eyed boy smiled proudly at hearing that. Naruto, thank you very much, Fugaku-san. Bowing respectfully, could I ask about Mikita-sama and Saki? Fugaku blinked a couple of times before answering with the first thing that came to mind. Fugaku, Saki came by a while ago, but she wasn't feeling well and my wife went upstairs to check on her. You know how my daughter gets when something hurts. The boy felt a small shiver related to numerous memories of blows and accurate kunai every time his companion felt bad about something. Naruto, oh, in that case, tell her to get well for me and allow me to thank you and Itachi for taking care of my two little terrors. The girls puffed out their cheeks at the nickname their father had given them. The three of them left, accompanied by the two Uchihas, to the gate of the compound. Once there, the little girls waved their arms frantically in farewell, running off in search of him, followed by their father who begged them not to be so fast. When they were barely distinguishable among the crowd of the Uchiha district, Itachi looked sadly at his father. Itachi, do you think Saki will ever be able to move on? His father looked at him with a serene expression. Fugaku, your sister is just like your mother. Mikoto is as stubborn as a mule. She may never be able to close this chapter of her life, but I hope for her sake that she's taken after me in these things. Going back inside under the sad gaze of his firstborn. Itachi, I hope so too for his sake, and everyone's following his father into the mansion. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 3. The two little girls were fast, very fast. Their father followed closely behind, urging everyone ahead to move aside to avoid being run over by the two whirlwinds of girls leading this impromptu race. Naruto noticed they had already entered the residential area, so he picked up the pace and managed to get close enough to grab them and carry each one under an arm. The little girls huffed, annoyed at being caught so close to the finish line. Ki, it's not fair whenever we race home you always leave a while after us, that's cheating. Her father looked at her amused as he walked towards his house. Naruto, you're right, it's cheating. Laughing softly, it's cheating that you girls leave before me. The little blue-eyed girl crossed her arms angrily while Aru looked at the ground with great interest. Aru, hey, a 10,000 bill. Naruto lowered his guard and they both let go, resuming the race while Naruto, he looked around for the bill. Naruto, liar, running after them. She glanced at the kitchen clock, a little worried. It was almost 2 p.m. and her husband and daughters still hadn't arrived. She took off her apron, folding it carefully and placing it on the kitchen table. She left the kitchen to go to the door and look for them. She turned the doorknob and calmly opened the door, making sure she hadn't left anything on. Once she was absolutely certain she hadn't, she locked the door and calmly stepped out into the street. She was surprised to see a large plume of smoke in the distance. She placed her left hand over her forehead like a visor, trying her best to see what on earth was approaching so quickly. Sakura, they can't be focusing her eyes intently. She made out one head of pink hair and another of blonde hair. Yes, they are, she sighed, amused, stepping back slightly, knowing what was about to happen. A cloud of dust quickly approached, followed by another that began to move even faster. Just 3 meters from Sakura, Naruto managed to grab his 2 daughters, stopping them as best he could. Unfortunately, all 3 of them tripped and fell face first to the ground in front of their mother-wife. "Ah, have you decided to end up in the hospital today?" She helped them to their feet. "Aru, it was Otasan's fault, he grabbed us and made us trip," rubbing his sore nose. "Ki, Arachin is right," dusting herself off. "Naruto, who started it?" With a stern expression and a slightly reddened forehead. "Aru/Ki, you're the one who called us earthquakes." Sakura couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into laughter, annoying her girls who thought she was laughing at them. "You're mean, Akasen." Afternoon passed quickly, and Naruto decided to return to the Hokage Tower to ask when he would be appointed Hokage. Kakashi smiled when his disciple offered the excuse that he couldn't contain his eagerness to tell his family. Obviously, the famous copy ninja let it slide and informed him that he would be appointed leader of Konoha at the end of the week, on Sunday to be exact, so he still had 6 days of celebration before being chained to the chair and cursing his luck for accepting the position. With nothing more to say, the young Uzumaki excused himself to leave, and perhaps as punishment from the silver-haired man, he was stopped by him before he could even set foot outside the office. "Kakashi. Just a moment," Naruto in a cheerful tone that startled the Jinchuriki. "You can't leave yet. Because when I summoned you this morning, I wasn't just going to talk about your appointment." With a mischievous glint in his eyes, "Come closer," standing up from his seat, "sit in the chair, and try it out, enjoy it." With an innocent smile. "Naruto. Thanks, but no, I don't think I should." The silver-haired man made a slight gesture with his right hand, and 2 Anbu appeared behind the blonde man, who broke out in a cold sweat. Kakashi, if not by fair means then by foul means. The Anbu grabbed his arms even though he tried to escape at all costs. "Naruto, let me go. I don't want to sit down, not yet." Despite his pleas and a few blows to the 2 shinobi guarding him, he ended up sitting behind the desk with a depressed expression, a grimace that increased when he glimpsed his sensei take a scroll from under his cloak and place it on the desk. "Kakashi, take this as a small introduction to your future work, my dearest student." The silver-haired man opened the scroll and a bunch of papers emerged in a burst of smoke. Naruto, sensei, looking at his teacher, pale as snow. "I want to find a successor for me now," crying comically, as the son of the White Fang handed him the first of the 4 mountains he would have to take care of. While the blonde-haired man faced the harsh reality of being Hokage for the first time, Sakura walked through the streets of Konoha with a specific destination in mind. With her young daughters at her parents' house, she could seek out and propose a dinner at the Akimichi clan restaurant to all her acquaintances to celebrate her husband's promotion. After a good while walking back and forth across the village, she had already spoken with most of the members of her generation, receiving an affirmative response from everyone. Now, it was her turn to do the same with the other member of her team. She had postponed this for several reasons, but the one that weighed most heavily on her was the coldness with which her teammate treated her when they were alone on the street. Of course, it wasn't that she thought there was any hidden intention behind it. Perhaps they simply weren't meant to be friends, despite the enormous affection the Uchiha had for her 2 daughters. That's why, and because Naruto trusted her completely, he let his children go with Saki without worry. Lost in thought, she entered the Uchiha district, and he walked calmly until he reached the enormous mansion where his partner and the rest of her family resided. He stood in front of the door, catching his breath and gathering some courage. "Hello, Sakura-san, what brings you here?" The person addressed jumped in surprise, looking at who had spoken to her. Itachi Uchiha was next to her, dressed in his Anbu uniform. "Sakura, you scared me half to death." Itachi-san, the man apologized for his lack of manners with a slight bow. "Itachi, excuse me, I was about to arrive home and I saw you at the door. Did you need something?" Sakura had a slight impression that they didn't want her there, so she preferred to stay in that place for as little time as possible. Sakura, you see, I'm telling all our acquaintances that I want to hold a dinner at the Akimichi restaurant in 2 days, for Naruto's appointment, you're all invited. With a small smile. Itachi, thank you very much for your offer, Sakura-san. I'll talk to my parents and Saki about it. Now if you'll excuse me, I'd like to go inside and rest. Sakura, of course. Absolutely, thank you so much for your time, Itachi-san. The pink-haired girl bowed slightly and hurried to leave as quickly as possible but without seeming too brazen. Itachi watched her with a touch of sadness from the same spot where he had remained throughout their conversation. Itachi POV. I apologize for my rudeness, Sakura-san, but you're the one who made my little sister cry with this last thought. He opened the door of his house to change his clothes and tell his parents what had happened, and if he could, his sister. The rest of the afternoon flew by for some slow and tortuous for others, but finally night arrived, and the blonde was able to escape from the cursed seat in the Hawkage Tower office. He walked like a corpse through the streets of Konoha until he reached his front door, slowly opened it, and walked inside completely devastated. In the kitchen, his wife was preparing dinner while humming a song. The blonde entered the living room and slumped heavily into one of the chairs. Sakura, it looks like you've been training nonstop all afternoon, returning her focus to properly chopping the ingredients for the soup she was cooking. Naruto, I wish that had been it, sighing dejectedly. Kakashi-sensei is a tyrant. He wouldn't let me leave until I sealed and arranged the last piece of paper on the table. He leaned back in his chair with a tired and even pained expression. My back hurts terribly, where are the girls? Rubbing the back of his neck with a slight grimace of discomfort. Sakura, they're upstairs in one of the rooms, I suppose they're playing, they're very quiet. The Uzumaki raised an eyebrow, surprised by his wife's words. Naruto, but are you sure they're upstairs? Sakura, of course, Baka. The momentary lapse in concentration caused her to almost slice off a finger with the knife. God, you almost cut me. Her husband got up from his chair and walked over to her, hugging her from behind to give her a small kiss on the lips. Naruto, I'm being careful, love, I'm going to see what the little ones are doing so we can avoid you ending up with a prosthesis instead of a hand. Sakura couldn't suppress a small laugh as she continued with her work while she heard her husband go upstairs, followed shortly by shouts and laughter. Sakura, it was about time, smiling very happily. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 4. Sakura peeked out from the stairs wearing her apron and with her hair tied back in a long ponytail. Laughter and shouts could still be heard upstairs, indicating that they were having a really good time, but all good things must come to an end sometime. Sakura, dinner's ready, come down now. Mrs. Uzumaki went back to the kitchen to take a seat, hearing many footsteps upstairs, then on the stairs, and finally in the hallway. Arrow and Key came running into the kitchen with their stuffed rabbit flying through the air and crashing into one of the cupboards. Don't mistreat the poor stuffed animal like that. She sounded stern and amused at the same time. Arrow, Gomen Akasen, but we want to make it fly through the sky someday. Making gestures with her arms to emphasize the word sky, Key, for her part, picked up the poor doll from the ground with anger on her face. Key, liar. Mamarachin took my plushie and ran away when I was going to get it back. She threw it away with puppy dog eyes to win over her mother. Sakura, is that true, Arrow? The blonde shook her head, annoyed at how much of a liar her sister could be. Arrow, but Kichin was the one who threw it so it would fly. Akasen always says we shouldn't lie, with the same look towards her mother, who raised both eyebrows as a result of the dilemma of the century, which of the two to scold. Naruto, I think the bunny is coming with me. Taking it from Ki, who puffed out her cheeks. Ki, oi Atasen, the plushie is mine. Arrow looked at her, narrowing her eyes in annoyance. Arrow, no, Kichin, Hiyashichin is mine. The younger pink-haired girl focused her attention on her little sister with a raised eyebrow. Ki, what do you mean, Hiyoshi? That's never been the name of the plushie. Arrow, yes, Ki, no way. Arrow, yes, Ki, no way. Naruto, enough, you two. Holding the plushie in his hand, strangely, it had a huge drop of sweat behind its head. I bought it for you two, and therefore it belongs to you both. Until you agree to share it, I'll keep it. Arrow, be but Atasen. Naruto, no buts. Now please do me the favor of sitting at the table and eating the dinner that your mother has lovingly prepared for you. Both girls looked at each other, a little scared by how serious their father had become. However, they looked away with their arms crossed. Sakura, come on, it's not that big of a deal. Sit down and eat. They both took their places and began to slurp their soup, as did their father, taking a seat next to his wife with the stuffed animal sitting on his lap, as if it were a baby. The next day was more of the same. Shouting and hustle and bustle in the morning, Sakura going for a walk with her girls, and Naruto cursing his luck for having wished to be Hokage. If you looked at it from a point of view other than the blondes, it was ironic that he already wished someone else would replace him without even having been appointed. He looked at the plushie, which was leaning against a good pile of rolls, and sighed ruefully. Anyone would say that the blue-eyed young man wished to be the doll that was at that moment. Night fell quickly, as did the following morning. Once again, the blonde boy had to deal with his daughters, who were begging him, separately, to give them the stuffed animal he was carrying. With the same response he gave the night he took it from them, He headed to the Hokage Tower to continue his probationary period under the strict demon, according to Naruto supervision of his sensei and 6th Hokage Hade Kakashi. After using a couple of bottles of ink and finishing all the paperwork, he said goodbye to his sensei, who strangely also claimed he had to leave. Not worrying much about it, he left the office and went down the stairs to the street. He left the building and found his wife waiting for him with a smile. "Naruto, Sakurachin, what are you doing here?" And the girls. The pink-haired girl gently took his hand, caressing the back of it with her thumb. "Sakura, I left them at my parents' house a little flushed and I came to find you because I want to take you somewhere. I have a surprise for you," pulling him along. "Naruto, okay, I'm coming, Sakurachin, you don't have to pull me." Smiling at his wife, a gesture she returned. They walked hand in hand through the village streets, greeting some acquaintances who were lucky enough to run into them at that time of night. Naruto saw Chaoji's family restaurant in the distance and had a slight feeling. "Shall we have a romantic dinner, my love?" Looking at his wife deeply in love. "Sakura," more or less the boy was about to reply. "You'll see when we're inside." The couple entered the famous restaurant, guided by one of the waiters to one of the reserved rooms. Sakura asked him to open the door, and when he did, she received a pleasant people surprise. There were all his classmates, the senseis, Itachi, even Gaara and his brothers Neji and Asuma are excluded for obvious reasons. Naruto. Guy's trying to hold back his tears of happiness. Sakurachin looking at his wife who returned his gaze, one full of love. "I love you," kissing her, cheered on by the attendees excluding Itachi and his sister. Kiba, "Hey Naruto, leave that stuff for later, you Arakatsuki." Provoking laughter from those present except for those mentioned and the 2 Uchihas, Itachi looked sadly at his sister who was making efforts to remain stoic to what was happening in front of her eyes. "Itachi, Nisan, I shouldn't have told you." "Saki, I'm fine, don't worry." Looking at the table, she couldn't bring herself to look up at the 2 of them together. She'd always found it hard to look them in the face when they were together, especially on their wedding day, the day their daughters were born, and today in particular. Naruto sat down in the seat that had been reserved for them next to Kakashi and Gaara. The blonde shook his friend from Suna's hand, thanking him for the trouble of traveling. The redhead calmly shook his head, saying that he would do whatever it took for his best friend. "Lee Yash, Naruto-kun, your youthful flames have reached their peak." Mado Guy seriously observed his student, getting up from the table to point at him. "Guy, you disappoint me, Lee. We all know that Naruto's flames will burn to infinity." Rock Lee lowered his head, pressing it to the tatami, crying from "I don't know why they're very strange" due to the great stroke of wisdom that his sensei had just taught him. Lee Gaizensei, you and your wisdom inspire me beyond all expectations. Please forgive my mistake. Guy joined his student in his tears, lifting him from the ground and looking at him intently. "Guy Lee, you're my student. It's my duty to teach you everything I know as your teacher and friend." They both hugged each other, crying uncontrollably, much to the embarrassment of the others present. Kakashi, who was next to the blonde boy, looked down at the small stuffed rabbit. "Kakashi, haven't they learned to share yet?" The blue-eyed young man smiled slightly, taking the plush toy and trying to sit it next to him. "Naruto, I don't know yet. I hope that for once they won't be like me and will hold back a little, thinking that they have to share," smiling just like his Jounin mentor. Kakashi, "Well, in that case, the only thing I can tell you is that I don't think they'll ever agree to share it. They're just like you with ramen." Naruto, "Hey, it's my party. At least you could stop hurting my pride, even if it's just for today." The silver-haired man smiled beneath his mask, putting an arm around his student's shoulders. Kakashi, "Let it be just for today," provoking laughter from his blonde student. Naruto, "So be it. A day of rest would be good." The waiters began arriving en masse with numerous trays with a wide variety of foods, from assortments of meats, fish, seafood to cheeses, creams, sauces accompanied by bottles of sake. Everyone poured themselves a glass and the blonde man cleared his throat a little nervously, getting up from his seat. "Naruto, the first thing I have to say is thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you for your support, your generosity, your friendship, which have been fundamental pillars in my life, allowing me to reach this very special moment just as they are for you." Taking a breath, his heart pounding, Uzumaki Naruto wasn't one for long speeches or giving long talks. "I want to give a special mention to my wife here beside me." Sakura blushed to an unprecedented degree, while at the other end of the table, Saki Uchiha gritted her teeth, struggling to maintain her composure. "Sakurachin, you've given me absolute happiness. You've given me the best years of my life. You've given me a family. You've given me a warm and welcoming environment to return to. You've given me everything I could ever wish for. You've given me 2 beautiful girls. Everything I could have ever wanted, you gave me. And that's why today, more than ever, I'm so glad I met you and that I've been with you. In love with you." Sakura wept with joy while everyone in the room held back tears at the powerful speech of their future leader. Everyone except one. Saki Uchiha was crying, but not with happiness. She was crying with envy, anger, and helplessness. Her brother Itachi squeezed her hand under the table with a sad expression and leaned close to her ear, very worried about his little sister's condition. Itachi, Neeson, if you want we can leave. He was about to continue but was abruptly cut off by his sister. Saki, no, I told you I would come and endure everything for him. I won't leave, I won't ruin his party, in a pitiful whisper that was only heard by her older brother. Kiba, what are you waiting for, Naruto? Kiss. Quickly the rest of the diners began to shout for it, except for the Uchiha and the two mentioned. Everyone, kiss, 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 kiss. Naruto blushed enormously looking at his wife who was just as red as he was. Gathering his courage, he took her hands, lifting her up and took her lips in a shy but deep kiss. The room burst into applause and whistles as the two separated very embarrassed. Naruto took his small cup of sake followed by his wife and the others. Naruto, let's toast to a happy and blissful future. Everyone raised their glasses cheerfully shouting cheers and drinking the liquor to begin the dinner. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 5. The dinner passed without incident or noteworthy event. Naruto drank sake along with everyone else, but without overindulging, as did the Hokage, the Kazekage, and his wife. The two leaders obviously restrained themselves to avoid giving a bad impression due to the strict regulations of personal decency, while he and his wife didn't want to set a bad influence on their young daughters when they went to pick them up from their grandparents' house. On the other side of the table, Saki Uchiha didn't stop drinking despite her older brother's concern. After a large banquet, laughter, and the occasional prediction about the blonde boy's future, the group gradually dispersed until dinner was over. Itachi remained silent for most of the time, barely eating or drinking, watchful and protective of his little sister, who was becoming increasingly drunk and despondent, to the point of collapsing on the table, worrying the few who remained in the room. Naruto, are you all right? Very worried about his teammate, Itachi put on a sad face observing his little sister in a pitiful state. Itachi, yes, don't worry about her. She had a fight with our mother this morning and that's why she drank so much, lying. But she didn't want to miss this party for anything in the world, that's why she came even though she wasn't feeling very well. I hope you weren't upset, with a serious expression. Naruto, oh please, there's no problem at all. In fact, I really appreciate your presence here. I hope I'll be much better tomorrow. Forcing a smile upon seeing his friend in that state. Itachi, of course, don't worry, I'll take her home now so she can rest and recover. It was a fantastic evening. I congratulate you again on behalf of the entire Uchiha clan, and I sincerely hope you achieve many successes that will catapult you to eternal fame. The blonde nodded happily and got up from his seat, walking around the table to extend his hand to the Anbu, who accepted the gesture with a forced smile. Naruto, thank you all, I hope I don't disappoint you. Thank you again for your attendance, and I sincerely wish Saki a speedy recovery. With that, the older Uchiha stood up, gently taking his sister and carrying her on his back as they slowly left the restaurant under the watchful eyes of the few remaining diners. Kakashi coughed slightly, drawing their attention. Kakashi, well, I have to go too, and I'd recommend you do the same, Naruto. I want you in my office first thing tomorrow. With that said, the Hokage left the room, not without a slight nod and a smile. The rest left over a period of about 30 minutes, leaving the blonde and the pink-haired girl alone. Naruto, well, it seems it's just you and me left. We should pay the bill and go pick up the earthquakes from your parents' house. His wife snuggled up to him, resting her head on his shoulder and smiling. Sakura, I paid the bill in advance. We can leave whenever you want. The boy smiled, bringing his lips close to his love's and giving her a small kiss. Naruto, in that case, we should go now and pick up our sunshines tomorrow. Another hellish day awaits me. The jaded woman laughed slightly, hugging her husband's arm. Sakura, in the end it seems you don't like the Hokage position very much. Her blonde sighed with a small smile while toying with his beloved's pink hair. Naruto, the truth is not much, but having my beloved wife and girls waiting for me at home, any job is the best in the world. Kissing his wife, then taking the plushie and leaving hand in hand to pick up his little ones. Itachi arrived home, opened the door to find everything dark, as usual. His parents had gone to sleep a while ago. It was better that way so they wouldn't see his little sister's condition. Careful not to make too much noise, he went upstairs to take her to her room, opened the door, and gently placed her on her bed, looking at her sadly. Traces of tears were visible on her beautiful face. It had been a very hard night for her. He was about to leave when some small moans from his sister caught his attention. Saki, don't leave me, Naruto, don't leave me, crying. Itachi felt his heart tremble with helplessness. He sighed resignedly and sat on the edge of the bed holding one of his sister's hands. Itachi, I am not him, but I will watch over your sleep as if I were, he whispered, gently wiping the tears from his sister's face. Far away in a dark and silent underground base, an elderly man with half his face bandaged and leaning on a wooden cane received some of his men. Shinobi from Konoha's secret organization known as the Eni, or Root. This man, one of the Leaf Village's most veteran advisors, named Danzo Shimura, had long been plotting a master plan to seize power in the hidden Leaf Village. The moment was opportune. Power shifts are always the most vulnerable time for any hierarchical society. He would use this to his advantage, a dramatic coup to generate internal conflicts serious enough to destabilize all of Konoha and start a civil war in which he would be the instigator, but never a participant. His spies within the most important shinobi clans had gathered enough information to devise the perfect scheme. They knew whom to attack, how to do it, and how to exploit the pain they would inflict on the key figure in their conspiracy. They would sow distrust, germinate hatred, and reap absolute power, weakening all its obstacles. Danzo, the plan is ready, only a few days remain until the change of power. We'll use several mercenaries and shinobi to create problems on the border. Everything is meticulously planned and they'll send the Jinchuriki to quell the unrest, leaving you free to do your work. Turning to the four hooded figures who were listening to their leader prostrate on the ground, no holding back. I want you to be as bloodthirsty as possible. When the Jinchuriki returns to the village, you'll be notified so you're prepared to confront him at his home. The sight he finds inside will break his soul and shatter his mind. I don't want you to kill him, just wear these on your faces. He handed them 4 white masks with 2 eye holes each, the Uchiha fan engraved on them. When he arrives, he'll see what you've done to his family, and you're sharing and incapacitate him with a genjutsu so you can escape. I'm counting on you. To begin the discrediting of your clan and to be able to organize its extermination soon. Very soon, this village will be plunged into chaos, and we will be able to appear to make order prevail. The 4 shinobi nodded, picking up their masks and disappearing in bursts of smoke. Danzo withdrew with a satisfied smile. Everything was going according to his plans. Morning arrived in Konoha. Naruto slept peacefully, embraced by his wife with their stuffed rabbit between them. The bedroom door slowly opened, revealing 2 pairs of eyes, one green and the other blue. The door moved slightly, giving the 2 intruders enough room to slip into the room. Calmly and carefully they crawled, holding their breath with nervousness. With the bed just inches away, they each circled it from one side until they were behind their parents. The blue-eyed girl watched her sister, who nodded decisively, pulling out a makeshift fishing rod fashioned from a wooden stick, a string, a yo-yo with a small wooden block as a reel, and a hook that was basically a clothes hanger hook. Ki positioned the rod at the exact height and slowly released the hook, which descended gently. Arrow held her breath, watching as it grazed the head of the toy, trying to catch the red ribbon her mother had placed around its neck. The tip touched the ribbon, and Kishi moved it forward. Going too far again, a movement by her father alarmed them. So the little pink-haired girl moved the fishing rod more than necessary, accidentally hooking her father's mouth. Aru, Kichin whispering very scared, her sister put her index finger to her mouth as if to tell her to be quiet. She moved the rod slightly without managing to unhook her father. She tried to remove line but also without success, so she opted to pull to one side, causing her father to make funny faces, inciting her to laugh. Ki's POV not now holding back. Come on, stretching his poor father's mouth, who stuck out his tongue drooling. Ha 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 ha, he laughed to himself at such a spectacle. Naruto, Shakurash and Aru put his hands to his mouth, avoiding laughter while Ki's hands trembled for the same reason. Upon hearing her husband, Sakura opened her eyes, encountering the strangest scene of her life. Sakura, what the observing her husband's face and Aru behind him with his hands over his mouth and 2 tears from the enormous effort of keeping his laughter at bay. Girls. The 2 jumped and the green-eyed girl dropped her tool, letting it fall at her mother's feet, undoing her father's grimace. Aru/Ki. Jigomen Akasen very embarrassed at having been discovered. Sakura was going to scold them, but at that moment, Naruto began to chew the hook, making a face. Naruto, old man, you didn't cook them right. The noodles, they're hard. A thin trail of drool escaped his mouth, causing a huge bead of sweat to form on his wife's face and giving his daughter's stomach aches they could barely contain. Sakura took the string and tugged a little, pulling out the small hook, completely bruised from the bites. Old man, this place has gone downhill. Aru/Ki, hanging there with red faces and eyes full of tears. Sakura awed this man, suppressing a small laugh, as did her daughters. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 6. Once tempers had cooled, the entire Uzumaki family gathered in the kitchen for a quiet breakfast. Sakura prepared some coffee for herself and her husband, while she heated milk for her little ones to make them hot coke. Aru went to the pantry and took out a package of honey cookies, which she opened to share with her pink-haired sister and her father. Naruto sighed, chewing one of the cookies. He didn't really want to go to the Hokage Tower and have to be strapped into his seat and watched over by his sensei. His wife's voice pulled him from his thoughts. Sakura, is something wrong, love? Placing her coffee in front of him and taking a seat next to him, as there was still a little time left for the milk to heat up enough to suit their little one's taste, her husband glanced at her, taking the cup and drinking some. Naruto, I don't feel like going to the tower, believe me. It's the last thing I want to do right now. His wife gently stroked his cheek. Sakura, you have to go. It's your duty now. Sometimes what we want most isn't so great when it arrives, but you'll get used to it. Sipping some of her coffee, and with time you might even develop a taste for it. Her husband sighed again, tired just thinking about it. Naruto, I hope so, because if not, I'm in for a few years. The voice of one of his daughters interrupted him. Ki, Akasen, the milk. The pink-haired woman reacted in time, getting up and turning off the burner, thus preventing the milk from boiling over and overflowing the pot. She then took her girls' two favorite cups, a pink one for Ki and a yellow one for Aru, and poured the milk through a strainer, adding cocoa powder afterward. Sakura, here you go, enjoy, placing each one's respective hot cocoa with a motherly smile. Aru/Ki, arigato akasen. They both took a couple of cookies, dipping them in the water before eating them. Naruto, well, I'm going to get dressed to leave, finishing his drink. Sakura, okay girls, calling the attention of the two, I'll finish breakfast and you go get dressed too, we're going to see your grandparents. Aru/Ki, yes, very happy to see their beloved grandparents again. The day passed without further incident. Naruto worked like a maniac, supervised by Kakashi, who calmly read Ika Ika and occasionally asked him how things were going. Elsewhere in the village, Sakura chatted with her mother, Mebuki Haruno, while her father played shinobi with his granddaughters. It was proving to be a very pleasant afternoon. Elsewhere in the village, in the Uchiha district, more specifically in the gardens of the clan leader's mansion, Saki Uchiha, the youngest daughter of Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha, repeatedly struck a tree trunk with her bare hands. Her knuckles, reddened, raw, and bleeding, did not seem to hinder her from continuing to beat the poor tree, which trembled with each blow. Itachi, along with his mother, watched his little sister continue to release her frustration over what had happened the night before, a night in which she spent hours sobbing in her sleep the name of her impossible love while being watched over by her brother. Mikoto. She endured too much. Her eldest son continued to watch his sister's movements closely. Itachi, she endured hours of watching the man she likes immediately happy with another woman. Don't you remember how she reacted when Naruto-san got married? Or when he had his daughters? Mikoto sadly recalled those days when her little girl had spent days locked up crying, barely eating, not sleeping, not even going out. Even harder was sending her best friend's son away when he came to ask about her, worried, knowing that perhaps he was the solution to cheer her daughter up. Mikoto, I remember it perfectly, just as I remember that any attempt to comfort her was useless. We just have to wait for it to pass, sighing wearily. I'll go prepare some tea and the first aid kit. If you want to try to reason with them, good luck, you'll need it. Mikoto left, going into the house to prepare everything. Itachi continued to watch his Nichin's attacks. The tree had nicks and pieces where the bark had been torn apart. This would seem like very little punishment considering we were talking about an elite jounin. However, there was the trap. She wasn't using chakra in her blows, only her bare fists and physical strength. Mikoto returned to her son's side with a small metal box. Mikoto, is he still going on? Sighing here, as soon as he stops taking it out on the poor tree, treat his hands. I'll go inside to finish preparing the tea. Itachi took the first aid kit, while his mother went back inside the house to finish preparing the tea. The Anbu waited a few more minutes until his sister finally got tired of hitting things. He approached her slowly with a sad look. Itachi, are you done yet? His little sister didn't look at him, she just wiped some of the sweat from her arms, unfortunately getting blood on them in the process. Don't do that, you'll make it worse. Saki frowned as her wounds stung from the sweat. Saki, let me trying to dodge his brother, which he failed to do. Itachi, first I'll clean your wounds, then you'll take a shower. The younger girl just stared into space while her brother disinfected her knuckles. You won't achieve anything by acting like this. Saki, shut up, I lost him because I was a coward. Now all I can do is curse myself. I want to be with him, but I can't. I wish there was some way. Itachi listened to his little sister in silence. His face was very serious. Itachi, let me tell you something. Be careful what you wish for, because sometimes you can get what you want, but not in the way you want it. Saki huffed in annoyance, pulling away from her brother's grip and walking towards the mansion. Remember what I told you, Saki, just nonsense, entering with a serious and angry expression. Far away at any headquarters, Danzo Shimura was finalizing preparations for his next move. He had sent a messenger to contact the rest of his men so they could start creating problems on the border. He also organized some squads to sabotage water depots, provoke fights among civilians, and so on, so that the Hawkage wouldn't have many free troops to send to the border. Once the Fox Boy left Konoha, the plan would begin, and his 4 Uchiha agents, the only ones he had since they had joined NE voluntarily without informing the Uchiha clan so they could conspire from within, could sow the seeds for the start of the Warhawks revolution. Danzo, make sure the Hawkage sends Uzumaki. Try to create minor problems without leaving any traces or clues. Don't follow a specific pattern, make them look like everyday accidents and mishaps. Once done, wait to see Uzumaki leave, then inform the special team. They'll take care of the rest. Keep everyone away from the Uzumaki residence and inform his comrades of his arrival. Once inside Konoha, don't let him see you. The advisor tapped his staff on the ground, giving his men the order to begin their respective duties. Nothing could go wrong in such a delicate and crucial operation. The afternoon passed and the morning of the next day arrived. Only one day remained, a single day until Naruto Uzumaki would be proclaimed Nanadame Hawkage of Konoha. He woke up early that morning, strangely not feeling stressed, tired, or unwilling to go to work. He watched his wife sleeping peacefully and smiled. He walked to her side of the bed and leaned in to give her a shy kiss on the cheek. The pink-haired woman sighed, smiling. Naruto POV, "You're beautiful." With that thought, he quietly left the room, closing the door behind him. He walked down the hall and entered his two little girls' room. Both were sleeping peacefully in their bunk beds. The blonde, blue-eyed boy smiled, carefully closing the door. After all, his daughters were light sleepers and would wake up at the slightest noise. He calmly went downstairs, a little annoyed that he couldn't give them a goodbye kiss before leaving for work. He would give them one when he got back, he told himself, leaving his house very early to go to the tower so he could finish earlier. From a rooftop, a shadow watched him slowly walk away. Once he was sure he wouldn't return, he left and informed the others. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 7. Naruto arrived at the Hawkage Tower in no time, entered by knocking on the office door, received a come-in in response and entered the room. Behind the desk, Kakashi Hatake looked at him in surprise. "Kakashi, you arriving early," smiling nervously, "something bad will happen today." The blonde smiled at his sensei's joke. "Naruto, less joking around, for once I get up early to come here." The silver-haired man got up from his seat and gave it to the boy, who sat down and began to review the papers. A few hours later, the office door burst open and a nervous Shizune entered. "Shizune, Hokage-sama, we have received an alert message from the northern area of our border in the trading villages. Numerous renegades of various ranks are attacking the towns and causing havoc. They need reinforcements there." The silver-haired man and the blonde man stopped what they were doing, one signing papers and the other reading. "Naruto, we should send an elite group. We don't know if they are very powerful." Kakashi nodded at his predecessor's words. "Kakashi, Shizune, dispatch a team of jounin to end the problems." The brunette nodded, leaving the room and returning a few minutes later quite nervous. "Shizune, we don't have any officers of that rank. Most are away. We've also had problems with the water supply and several fights that have required personnel off duty. We barely have any jounin left." The blonde man stood up from his seat, observing the village through the large window. "Naruto, sending in the ANBU would be dangerous. It could be a trap. Shizune, send the few remaining personnel to investigate these occasional problems. I'll personally go and quell the attack." "Kakashi, we don't know the number of enemies. Going alone could put you at risk." The young man ignored his sensei's words, quickly leaving the tower towards the gates of Konoha. A man dressed like an ANBU, wearing a completely white mask with the kanji NE engraved on it, watched him intently across the rooftops until he saw him leave the village. It was time to signal the special team to act. Hours later, at the entrance to the village, a blonde man with blue eyes was hurrying back after finishing off all the rogue ninja. They hadn't posed much of a problem. It had taken him longer to get there and back than to finish them off. However, something had been bothering him since he left Konoha, which is why he quickened his pace as much as possible to avoid being out for too long. Unfortunately, that bad feeling, like a suppressed nausea, had been growing stronger as he approached home. He arrived in Konoha, passing right by the guard post, and ran through the streets as fast as his tired legs could carry him to calm the increasingly intense feeling. Without realizing it, some ANBU from the northeast had already noticed him and were only concerned with making sure their target got home. The Jinchuriki reached his front door, forcing it open any way he could. He burst inside, his eyes wide with terror. Before him, bloodstains stained the floor and walls of his entryway. He ran wildly to the kitchen, finding the table overturned and numerous broken dishes on the floor. A few more bloodstains completed the grim scene that was beginning to terrify him. He retraced his steps in fear, running towards the living room, slipping right in the doorway. He looked up, shocked. In front of him, before his eyes, 4 men hidden behind black cloaks and masks bearing the Uchiha symbol watched him impassively, surrounded by blood and pieces of flesh. With a fleeting glance, he could make out a pair of small arms, a bloody bra, a dirty, blonde head of hair split open on the floor. Naruto, blinded by rage, pain, and fear, he lunged at the 4 men who stood impassively awaiting his attack. However, one of them threw something at him as if it were a garbage bag. The young man was going to dodge it until he saw those 2 blue eyes lifeless, wide open, impassive and terrified, macabrely etched on the face along with a grimace of pain and agony. The object struck him in the chest, stopping his attack. Naruto, horrified, grabbed the severed head of his little key, feeling his legs give way and his stomach churn. He raised his gaze, facing the vile murderers with a gesture of profound hatred, disgust, terror, and sadness, and remained frozen, the product of a genjutsu. He opened his eyes in fright, looking down at his lap for his daughter's head. Everything was dark and cold. He tried to move, but something held him down, his arms and legs immobilized. Before him materialized his kitchen, undamaged, nothing out of place. Sakura appeared dressed in pajamas and an apron, humming a sweet song as she prepared lunch, until a shadow appeared out of nowhere, grabbing her by the neck and slamming her against the counter, opening a gash in her head. Naruto shook himself in anger, trying to get his voice out, managing little more than a dying whisper. His blue eyes filled with tears as he watched his wife being sealed away, unable to defend herself and thrown against the kitchen table, causing the destruction he had witnessed. The image shifted to the hallway. The blonde man watched in horror as his daughters rushed downstairs, terrified by their mother's screams, trying to help her against the intruder. He dismissed them with the blow came as the other three subjects appeared out of nowhere and grabbed the two girls by the arms. Sakura tried to resist and help them, screaming for help as the subject who was grabbing her took out a kunai to tear her shirt and began cutting her on the back. He had to witness the other three men undress his daughters and beat and cut them with kunai. He was condemned to watch as one of those men licked his little girls while hitting them in the face. His sight was defiled as he witnessed one of the men lift Aru up, and the other spread her legs to deflower her with a three-pronged kunai like the ones her father used, tearing her apart in her private parts. That's where that large stain of blood came from that he saw when he entered. He had to listen to the cries and screams of pain of his three loves echoing in his head, breaking his sanity, shattering his soul. His eyes couldn't even blink. Seeing Aru, his little Aru, writhing naked in a pool of her own blood, with tears calling for him, Sakura begging them to leave her girls alone, it was hell. The scene changed again. In the living room, he watched as they finished undressing his wife, as they forced her to lick the blood from Aru's vagina, humiliating them both. His blue eyes widened even further as he witnessed one of those men stab his wife in the side and begin to mutilate her. Cutting strips of skin from her breasts, they forced Ki to eat them. They beat her and sodomized her with the same weapon they had used on her sister. Naruto stared blankly into space, his eyes blank. Screams, 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 that was all he could hear. One of the masked men got tired of playing around and pulled out a kunai, plunging it into poor Aru's eye, killing her instantly. The blade had completely pierced her skull, perforating the back of her head. The bastard twisted the weapon to pull it out, shattering his daughter's face in the process. Sakura screamed even louder as one of them grabbed her hair while two others ripped open her stomach, disemboweling her. All this before Ki's eyes, who couldn't even utter a word. The man holding her extended his palm, which glowed with a faint green light, a chakra scalpel. In a swift movement, he severed one of her arms clean off, making her scream and thrash about again, then did the same to the other, voiceless and almost without strength, crawling through a huge pool of blood, her blood and that of her family, until she was grabbed by her pink hair and lifted as if she weighed nothing. With a swift movement, her body fell to the ground, her head dangling. That expression of horror reflected on her face, staring at him, would be forever seared into her father's mind. Anbu Uchiha. With this, we will obtain the power the Uchiha clan deserves. Those were the last words heard in that horrible illusion. Kakashi was worried. According to the guards at the entrance, Naruto Uzumaki had returned almost 2 hours ago and hadn't come to give his report. He was starting to worry about his student, so he decided to call Shizune to send someone to make sure everything was all right. Luckily for him, someone knocked on the door. Kakashi, come in. The door opened and Saki Uchiha entered. Just in time, thought Headache, saving himself time and effort. It's good you came. The woman looked at him strangely. She had expected to see the blonde man sitting behind the desk. I need you to find Naruto. He went on a mission and returned an hour ago. He hasn't given me his report and I'm worried. I have a bad feeling. I want you to find him and bring him back, understand? The Uchiha nodded, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Neither of them were prepared for what they were about to discover. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 8. Saki appeared a few meters from the blonde boy's house and started walking towards it. She arrived to find the door ajar, which surprised her. She opened it and was confronted with the horrific scene the blonde boy had encountered earlier. She entered the living room and found the young man on his knees, his back to her. The Uchiha girl brought her hands to her mouth, fighting back a gag reflex. She could see limbs scattered on the floor, Sakura's body completely disemboweled, little Aru's head almost crushed on the table and blood everywhere. Slowly and fearfully, she approached her teammate. He was still kneeling, motionless, almost as if he weren't breathing. Cautiously, she circled him to check if he was all right, feeling a lurch in her stomach and heart when she saw him. The young man's gaze was vacant, holding Ki's head in his hands, a scream of horror etched on her face. Saki couldn't hold it in any longer and vomited right in front of him. Saki, Naruto grabbing him by the shoulders, trying to pull him out of wherever he was. Shidetsu Genjutsu. She concentrated chakra in her hands, touching the Jinchuriki's forehead, managing to release him. He blinked a couple of times, looking down, observing the face of his deceased daughter in his lap. Naruto Uchiha. He looked up, completely enraged, and punched Saki. Ki's head hit the ground, rolling. The Uchiha spat blood and stumbled backward, stunned. Unfortunately for her, she slipped on the blood and fell to the ground, her lower lip split from the blow. The boy lunged at her, strangling her. Saki tried to hit him to break free, but to no avail. Her hands began to twitch nervously and spasmodically from lack of air. Her black eyes transformed into the Sharigan, staring intently at her attacker. The grip immediately loosened, and the boy collapsed unconscious on top of her, who couldn't help but start crying, surrounded by blood and death. 15 minutes later. Kakashi was on edge. He couldn't understand why they were taking so long to come and give him the report. He got up from his desk and walked to the door to open it and look for Shizune. When he didn't see her in the hallways, he sighed dejectedly. He wanted to go look for his two students himself, but his duty as Cage prevented him from leaving his post unless it was an extreme emergency. He closed the door and opted for the most obvious solution. Kakashi, Anbu, two of them appeared in a ball of smoke with one knee on the ground and a bow. Anbu, what do you need, Hokage-sama? The silver-haired man sat down again, sighing nervously. Kakashi, I want you to find Uzumaki Naruto and bring him here to give me his mission report. Also, find Saki Uchiha, whom I ordered to search for him. The two shinobi nodded, disappearing as quickly as they had arrived. The silver-haired man looked at his hand, noticing a slight tremor. Something very bad has happened, I can feel it, and what's coming won't be any better. Saki was almost in a catatonic state, unable to move, her arms and legs unresponsive. She felt Naruto's breath on her while also noticing the unpleasant touch of blood and flesh beneath her and in her hair. Her eyes, with the Mangekyo Sharigan, focused on the ceiling as thick tears fell from them, slowly sliding down her cheeks. A noise was heard near the entrance, a couple of voices and footsteps, the door opening a little and a surprised whisper. Anbu, they're here, notify Hokage-sama and Tsunade-sama, completely frozen by the scene before his eyes. His partner hurried away, leaving him alone in that horrible place. Damn, that was all he could say. 1 hour later, the news hit the Leaf Village shinobi like a bombshell. The wife and daughters of the man who was to be named the 7th Hokage had been massacred. No one could believe what had happened. Some even dared to offer detailed explanations of how the events had unfolded, some more accurate than others. Rumors circulated blaming assassins hired by the other 4 largest shinobi villages. Others claimed it was some bastard who still held a grudge against the poor boy for having the 9 tails sealed inside him, and many suppositions flew back and forth that very afternoon and evening in the streets of Konoha. At the Uzumaki house, Kakashi and Tsunade had been arguing heatedly for some time, all because of a difference of opinion between them. The argument had begun shortly after they had encountered the absolute horror. Flashback. Kakashi arrived at the Uzumaki residence with the ANBU who had informed him. At the door were 4 other ANBU holding a blonde woman with ample feminine attributes. It was undoubtedly the legendary Sannin Tsunade Senju. She had been informed while having a drink at a small bar in the center of the village and immediately went to the house of her student and her grandson, but was unable to enter because of the 4 annoying ANBU. The fierce woman looked at her successor and prepared to confront him after breaking free from the 4 men who were trying to subdue her with great effort. Tsunade, what the hell is this? Something terrible has happened, and not only are you taking so long to show up here, but you're also forbidding me from entering my student and grandson's house. She yelled, pointing angrily and accusingly at the silver-haired man who narrowed his visible eye in fury. He wasn't in the mood for arguments at that moment. Without answering the legendary loser, he approached the door and opened it, stumbling upon the massacred Tsunade who was behind him, opened her eyes, bringing her hand to her mouth. Good lord, NNO, it can't be, it's this has to be a joke. The woman pushed the copy ninja aside, entering the living room and falling to her knees. No, Kamisama, weeping, her gaze fixed on the corpses of her student and her 2 daughters. Kakashi followed her, sighing dejectedly and looking away. He couldn't bear to witness that infernal scene any longer. The silver-haired man approached slowly, stealthily, heavily towards the only 2 bodies that remained intact. With each step he feared that they too were dead. As he drew closer, the butterflies in his stomach intensified. He looked at the blonde man lying face down, covered in blood, as was the Uchiha woman beneath him. He saw the woman's open eyes, a thick stream of tears still falling from her dark orbs. He sighed with relief, confirming that the boy was breathing as well. End flashback. Tsunade tried to rouse Saki by snapping her fingers in front of her eyes, gently shaking her and even slapping her, but it was no use. Kakashi, meanwhile, examined the blonde man to make sure he was all right. Luckily, he was only unconscious due to severe mental exhaustion, everything he had seen plus 2 Sharigan genjutsu. The silver-haired man surveyed the scene and summoned one of his personal ANBU. Kakashi, I want you to secure a perimeter around this house, clean everything up, and thoroughly investigate until you find the culprit holding back from shouting at his subordinate. Anbu, anything else, Hokage-sama? Bowing to his leader, Kakashi, yes, I want both of them taken to the hospital. Prepare 2 rooms isolated from the others and do not allow anyone, and I mean no one, without my express consent to enter this house or the hospital rooms. The ANBU nodded, disappearing in a puff of smoke. Kakashi turned, placing his hand on the shoulder of the Sannin, who had given up trying to rouse the Uchiha and had begun to weep uncontrollably. Tsunade, I told you it was too soon to propose him for Hokage and you didn't listen to me. The silver-haired man wasn't surprised by the woman's outburst. It was perfectly normal in moments like this. People look for someone to blame for what happened, they try to spin anything to find the first person they can, but Kakashi wasn't in the mood to accept reproaches at that moment. Kakashi, don't come at me with that now. You fully agreed with me that it would be a good change for the village. The woman stood up to face him and tried to assert her imposing presence. But in these difficult moments, none of that mattered. I'll tell you something, I was more than prepared for the position, you know why. Because of this, they knew this was the only way to diminish his aspirations. As Hawkeye, his face snapped as the blonde slapped him. Tsunade, aren't you ashamed? Using this to justify your decision, get out of here. Go to the tower and take charge of maintaining order in the village. The man was about to reply, I don't want to hear you, get out. The silver-haired man stopped himself. He didn't want any more trouble if there could be any more. He turned around and left, but not before making a request of his predecessor. Kakashi, let me know if anything happens. The sixth Hawkeye left the area, encountering a small crowd of people beginning to gather around the Uzumaki residence. Kakashi frowned in annoyance, observing one of the Anbu guarding the door of the house. You go and get reinforcements. If necessary, use Jounin and Chunin level personnel. No one is to pass through that door, understood? Anbu, as you command. Hokage-sama. The shinobi left the place to carry out his new orders. Kakashi gave a brief look at the house side and shook his head in annoyance. Kakashi POV, the sky is falling on us, leaving the place using the Shunshin. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 9. Tsunade paced anxiously down one of the long corridors of Konoha Hospital. Uzumaki, Naruto, and Saki Uchiha had just been brought from that hellhole and were already in their respective rooms, heavily guarded by Anbu and under sedation. This was how the granddaughter of the legendary first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had wanted it. Now she just had to wait for Ino Yamanaka and Itachi Uchiha to arrive. The former, an expert in mental techniques, could shed light on what on earth had happened, and the latter, well, besides helping his sister recover from her shock, he could help restrain Naruto if he reacted badly when she told him about his family. The blonde sighed as she reached the boy's room. She opened the door a crack, observing him lying in bed, breathing calmly, as if nothing bad had happened. The hazel-eyed woman closed the door again with utmost care before moving to the second room and repeating her action. Saki Uchiha was trembling slightly. He wasn't completely unconscious. He closed the door with a serious and sad expression. He had to wait, and he had already been wandering around that damned hallway for 15 minutes. 10 minutes later, Itachi appeared in his sister's room, looking at her with great concern. He approached her and took her hand, squeezing it slightly. He had learned what had happened at Naruto's house. It was horrible, a monstrosity. He himself felt a special affection for the two little girls, as did their mother Mikoto, who was being comforted by their father Fugaku. Itachi, Nisan stroking her face with a sad expression. Saki turned her head, opening her eyes a little, surprised that her brother was there. Saki, it was a nightmare, wasn't it? The Anbu shook his head. Saki expelled all the air from her lungs in a lament, unable to stop her lower lip from trembling as tears began to flow down her pale cheeks again. Shit, Buck, why? Why? I don't understand who could do something like this to little girls. She managed to say as she felt her throat break with every word she spoke. Itachi, I don't know, as soon as I found out I came to see you, I know that he and his girls were the most important thing to you. His sister groaned in pain, remembering her last happy moments with the two little ones at the dango stand, walking, training, or playing. The horrible sensation in her throat increased with each passing moment, threatening to leave her voiceless despite having said almost nothing. Saki, everything is shit, it's bucking shit, crying openly. It's my fault, I wish something would happen so I could have a chance with him and some god, a bastard. Listen to me, why did this have to happen to him? Why him? Why Arachin and Kichin? It's my fault. Crying bitterly, hugging herself, Itachi lowered his head, not knowing what to say to his sister. Saki's screams and cries reached the blonde's room, who was still sedated to avoid any problems. Tsunade stopped what she was doing and went to the next room to confront the two Uchiha. Tsunade, what do you mean it's your fault? Looking at her threateningly from the doorway. Saki, she doesn't care about that. She looked away from the Senju, which irritated her even more. Tsunade, yes, I care. We're talking about my student and her daughters. Don't come at me with nonsense and foolishness, Uchiha. Approaching quickly to the bed where Saki lay, Itachi stepped between the two women, preventing further misfortunes from occurring on that fateful day. Itachi, get out of the way right now, that's an order. The young Anbu remained stoic and still, not moving an inch, staring intently at the powerful woman before him. Itachi, I'm sorry, Tsunade-sama, but I fear that due to a misunderstanding, my niece's safety may be at risk. But believe me, she has nothing to do with what happened. Tsunade, I'll decide that myself after hearing what you have to say. So get out of my way and let me do my job if you don't want to be arrested for insubordination. Itachi continued standing in front of the amplest woman without hesitating for a moment. Tsunade's patience was already at its limit and about to overflow. Anbu, two of those guarding the corridor, quickly entered at their ex-Kage's call. Arrest Itachi Uchiha for disobedience and resistance. The one addressed sighed, accepting his arrest. The two Anbu approached to handcuff him. Anbu, I'm sorry, senpai, the handcuffs were fastened to the Uchiha's wrists. He sighed in defeat. A few days in the dungeon awaited him. He began walking, escorted by the two Anbu to the door of the room. Saki, wait, the shinobi stopped right in front of the door. One of them turned to look at the goddame, silently asking her if they should grant her request. Tsunade, speak and I will release your brother. I'm not in the mood for jokes, so don't beat around the bush or mince words. Why do you think you're to blame for what happened? Saki lowered her head, looking at the white sheets covering her legs. She was sitting on the bed. Her hands gripped the fabric tightly. She was between a rock and a hard place. Saki, Nis and Itachi turned to look at her intently. You were right, one must be careful what one wishes for. Tsunade wish? What nonsense are you spouting, Uchiha? Without any patience, Saki slammed her fist into the mattress. Saki, I wish something would happen so I could have a chance with Naruto. I wish something would happen so I could be with him. I've spent years regretting not confessing sooner, not telling him how I felt. And I was consumed by envy. Ever since he and Sakura got married, I've wished something would happen so I'd be free. Don't you understand how much it hurt to see her at the altar in a beautiful dress on his arm? How I felt when she got pregnant by him and gave him 2 beautiful girls. Crying, her voice breaking with sadness, regret, and guilt. I just wanted with all my heart for his love to end so I could have a chance. And no, I didn't care if something happened to Sakura. I love her. The sound of a slap echoed throughout the room. Saki's face was turned to the side as tears continued to fall from her eyes. The Anbu watched the legendary Sannin with her arm outstretched and her head bowed. Tsunade, you're an idiot. The blonde turned to leave, the 2 Anbu stepping aside without taking their eyes off the fearsome woman. Let him go, there's no point in locking him up and further inflaming tensions. The Anbu nodded, releasing the arrested man and leaving the room after the legendary loser. Itachi rubbed his wrists as he walked back to his sister's side, who was still crying, her cheek red from the blow. Tsunade had been waiting for Ino Yamanaka's arrival for a while. She was starting to get desperate. She was about to send someone to get her when a blonde young man dressed in the Jounin uniform arrived at the limits of the corridor's security perimeter. The man caught the Senju's attention but was stopped by an Anbu. Anbu, I'm sorry, but from here on it's a restricted area. You can't pass without special permission from the Hokage or Tsunade-sama. The blonde stopped, facing him. Shinobi, I am a Yamanaka. I come to replace Ino Yamanaka, who is not in full mental capacity to carry out the tasks for which we are called in these cases. Let me speak with Tsunade-sama, she will understand. The Anbu did not seem very receptive. He was about to call a partner to take him away and continue with the guard when Tsunade, okay, Ino's reaction is understandable. Damn, the news must have spread throughout the village by now. The streets must be buzzing right now. That's what the blonde thought as she entered Naruto's room, followed by the Yamanaka. The woman left the room again to go to the other one and call Itachi. Now they could begin. Yamanaka, well then, Tsunade-sama, I must find out everything possible about what happened, anything else. Preparing to carry out his task. Tsunade, try to observe and perceive every detail of the culprit. I want you to describe him to me from head to toe along with everything that happened. Understood. She crossed her arms, a little anxious. Yamanaka, yes, Tsunade-sama. The shinobi drew seals pointing at the young man lying in bed. Moments later, Yamanaka was on his knees with his eyes closed and a concentrated expression. Itachi calmly waited for something to happen. Itachi, I suppose I am here. It's not exactly to find out what happened, right? Observing the Uzumaki move a little nervously. Tsunade, I called you here to make sure that if something goes wrong and he wakes up, we can do everything we can to prevent him from causing any problems. Before you ask, when I entered the house, he was on top of your sister, and she had a bruise on her face and pressure marks on her neck. You don't have to be a genius to know that he'll probably react the same way if he wakes up now. Itachi, the two remained silent, waiting for the boy, an expert in mental jutsus, to extract all possible information about what had happened. Minutes later, both blonde boys were sweating profusely and moving with small spasms. 20 minutes later, Naruto shook violently while sweating profusely. Tsunade hesitated whether to act and break the Yamanaka technique or let him do it. While she debated between one action and the other, the shinobi who performed the mental technique shook violently, deactivating it. Yamanaka, he's regaining consciousness, but he's not mentally stable. Tsunade nodded nervously. Tsunade, Itachi, prepare to put him in a genjutsu again, the most powerful one you have, and make sure it doesn't make him suffer. The Uchiha nodded, activating his daojutsu, the Mangekyo Sharigan. Naruto babbled deliriously. Naruto, murderers of the Uchiha murderers. His blue eyes widened. He struggled to his feet, feeling weak and dizzy, his head bowed and his gaze fixed on his hands. Memories of what had happened hammered at his battered mind. The memories flooded back and the image of his family being massacred by those 4 pieces of trash, those 4 Uchiha bastards. The Uchiha murderous bastards. He raised his face, meeting the Sharigan and falling back into a genjutsu. The Yamanaka sighed, fatigued and somewhat paralyzed by what he had seen. Yamanaka, I saw everything when he got to his house. He found them dead in the living room. Tsunade nodded sadly. What comes next is the interesting part. He found 4 subjects in the living room. They were wearing black cloaks and masks with the symbol of the Uchiha clan. Tsunade and Itachi felt a flurry of butterflies hit their stomachs. Itachi, impossible, they must be frauds. Unable to believe what the man was telling him. Yamanaka, I doubt it. When he discovered them, Naruto-san rushed at them, but one of them threw the head of one of his daughters at him. Tsunade clenched her teeth in pure rage. When he tried to confront them again, he encountered the Sharigan and fell into a genjutsu in which they showed him everything they had done to his family. It was horrible. I'm leaving now. The man was about to leave the room but was stopped by the fifth Hokage. Tsunade. Itachi. The man in question looked at her expectantly. Go to your sister and ask her what happened when he arrived. The Uchiha nodded, leaving the room with a serious expression. As for you, I want you to tell me everything Naruto saw in the genjutsu. Yamanaka B. But I don't think it's the right thing to do. Tsunade, that's an order, with a serious and authoritarian expression. Yamanaka, that's fine, Tsunade-sama. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 10. Tsunade was terrified, completely overwhelmed. She had been listening silently for some time, her breath almost entirely held, to the shinobi Yamanaka, who occasionally shuddered as he recalled the wretched events he had witnessed in Uzumaki. Naruto's memories once the ordeal ended, and the fifth Hokage had finished processing all the information the shinobi had given. Tsunade gave him permission to return home and reflect on what he had seen. Once the ninja left the room, the blonde former leader of Konoha approached the bed slowly and hesitantly, filled with deep sadness and melancholy, heartbroken, a sea of tears streaming down her face. She gently stroked one of the boy's cheeks. He was sleeping peacefully. Itachi had most likely trapped him with a pleasant and powerful genjutsu that comforted her even though waking up would mean returning to hell. Tsunade, rest. I am deeply sorry for what happened. Unable to hold back her tears any longer. I have to check and find out if what you saw was real or an illusion, she said in a brief murmur, heading for the door to leave the room and walk nervously to the morgue. Meanwhile, in the room where Saki Uchiha was hospitalized, the raven-haired woman stared out the window, her gaze unfocused, as if her consciousness wasn't fully intact. She sighed, blinking a few times and thus emerging from her trance. She ran her right hand over her face, wiping away the traces of tears. She was beginning to grow impatient. Her brother had left with Tsunade and hadn't returned yet. She was nervous, desperate to know what on earth had happened to Naruto to make him react in such a bestial way as soon as he saw her. She didn't want to tell anyone, not even her older brother, but Saki Uchiha was terrified, absolutely terrified, that the man she had always loved would be completely destroyed by such a horrible event. The sound of the doorknob turning brought her back to reality. The door opened, and her brother Itachi entered with 2 freshly brewed cups of tea. Itachi, sorry for taking so long, Nisan, but I thought you might like some tea, so I went to the hospital cafeteria after we finished with Naruto-san. Saki gladly accepted the tea, mentally thanking her older brother, but she couldn't ignore everything that had happened. She placed the tea on the small side table next to her bed and faced her older brother seriously. Saki, I want you to tell me everything. What did they do to him to make him attack me like that? Itachi looked away towards the window, walked, taking another sip of his tea and expelling all the air possible from his lungs in the form of a long and necessary sigh. Itachi, are you sure? He asked, still looking at the scenery through the window. Saki clenched her fists. Of course she was. She wasn't one to doubt, especially after losing the love of the man she loved because of doubt and pride. She would never make the same mistake again. Saki, of course I am. Stop talking nonsense, please, focusing her eyes on her brother's back, who was still staring out the window as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Stop talking nonsense and wasting time. Speak up already. Itachi, I'll be direct. Those who killed Sakurasen and the little ones were from our clan. Saki opened her eyes in surprise. Saki, what? No, it can't be. Why would they do something like that? It doesn't make sense. Tell me you're joking, crumpling the sheets angrily. Itachi, a Yamanaka confirmed this. Naruto came home after a mission on the border and found everything destroyed and covered in blood, and he found them in his living room. They were wearing masks with our clan's emblem, and they put him under a unique Sharigan genjutsu. They were members of our family, and right now we're in the eye of the storm looking at several apartment blocks through the window. Right now, the Uchiha are sitting on a powder keg. His sister looked at him, not understanding what her brother meant. As soon as word gets out that some Uchiha massacred the wife and daughters of the hero of Konoha, they'll come down on us. At best, they'll insult us, and most likely we'll start to be stigmatized. Saki, that's ridiculous. Itachi, no it isn't. Turning to her with a sad expression, let me tell you something. If there's one predominant element in Shinobi Village Sand, I mean all village, it's ignorance. Remember when they stigmatized Naruto for believing he was the Nine Tails? It was ridiculous, but everyone believed it. Saki was about to answer, but Itachi cut her off. If you're going to tell me they've changed, I'll tell you they've changed in their view of Naruto, but not in their general understanding of behavior. They're still ignorant and impulsive, and they'll come after us if we don't move with caution. Whoever is behind this plot hates us with all their soul, them and Konoha itself. Tsunade slammed her fist on one of the metal tables used to hold the instruments needed for autopsies. The metal bent and everything spilled onto the floor. Tsunade cursed herself. Now there was no doubt left. Everything Yamanaka had told her was true, as the corpses themselves attested. For the first time since the blonde man had helped her overcome her phobia of blood, she had felt disgust, fear, suffocation, and pressure again while examining the bodies of her student and her daughters. A couple of doctors entered the room, alerted by the noise. They stood frozen, staring at the legendary Konoha medic on her knees, weeping. Doctor, his partner grabbed his shoulder, calling his attention. Doctor 2, leave her alone, she needs to be alone, he whispered sadly to his colleague. Dr. B-Buds. Dr. 2, seriously right now it's the best we can do, leaving the autopsy room with his doubtful comrade. Upon exiting they encountered Shizune, the assistant, student and friend of the blonde, who asked them about her teacher. Dr. Tsunade-sama is in the autopsy room, but I don't know if it would be right to interrupt her right now, the brunette nodded sadly. But did not stop. She went to the room in question, entered and saw her teacher on her knees crying bitterly next to the metal gurneys on which the bodies of Sakura and the girls were placed, arranged and almost complete. Remember that they were dismembered. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, the blonde said nothing. She had no strength for anything but to cry and lament. Shizune approached her, hugging her and beginning to cry as well. You are not the only one suffering from this horrible barbarity. Tsunade returned the hug. Tsunade, it's my fault, I told Kakashi I wasn't completely ready to be Hokage yet, but I couldn't stand my ground. Shizune tightened her hug with her teacher even more, wanting the old Sannin to release all her anger, frustration, unease, sadness, and not hold back in the slightest. It's my fault. My damn fault. Shizune shh, calm down, Tsunade-sama, it's not your fault. Tsunade, I will find those responsible and I will destroy them with my own hands, oh yes. I will do it even if it's the last thing I have left to do before I go to my grave, she said, completely possessed by hatred. In the Hokage Tower. The sixth Hokage, Hatake Kakashi, was behind his desk with his arms crossed, looking very serious. In front of him were some Anbu and all the members of the famous Golden Generation, except obviously Neji, who died in the 4th Shinobi World War, Sakura, Naruto, and Saki. Everyone was stunned except Ino, who had found out earlier by what their leader had just told them. Kakashi, that's why I want you to keep your eyes wide open. I don't want you to hesitate for even a single second. I want you to find those responsible for what happened, arrest them and bring them to me. I want them alive. If you kill them, you'll regret it. Everyone in the room nodded seriously at their caged words. The hunt was about to begin. Cleanse My Soul Chapter 11. 2 days later. Naruto woke up in the hospital bed. At first, he wasn't quite sure what to do. He looked around, feeling sharp pains in the back of his head. He focused his blue eyes on the catheter that was delivering some kind of clear substance directly into his vein. He tried to remember what had happened to land him there. The unpleasant memories of what had happened to his family flashed through his mind like sharp knives. He felt his blood boil with the enormous anger that was beginning to seep from every pore of his skin. He grabbed the catheter and yanked it out, causing the machine to beep wildly and blood to gush from the back of his forearm. The sound of the door opening caught his attention. Tsunade was there, looking at him with pity and deep sadness. The blonde boy paid no further attention to his grandmother's face and proceeded to ask the question that had been burning in his mind since he woke up. Naruto, where are Sakura, Aru, and Ki? Why aren't they? He asked with a mixture of fear and anger, fear because he didn't want everything he remembered to be real, and anger because he feared it had happened, and his wife and daughters had perished in a gruesome and humiliating way. Tsunade remained in a deathly silence, unsure how to tell the blue-eyed young man what had happened with tact and delicacy. They were killed, weren't they? Answer me. It was those Uchiha bastards. She gripped the white sheets of the bed tightly, which were beginning to stain the crimson hue of the blood that oozed from her forearm. My girls, my poor girls, she murmured in a pitiful whisper. Tsunade, I'm sorry, lowering her head. Naruto, that doesn't help me. Damn it, I need to get out of here and go to the rat's nest. Referring to the Uchiha district. Tsunade moved quickly to stop him from moving. Naruto glared at her with hatred, which chilled the veteran woman to the bone. Don't you dare stop me from avenging them. Tsunade grabbed him as best she could, struggling with him. The boy tried with all his might to break free from the woman's effective grip. Remember that he was quite weak due to the sedatives that had been administered intravenously. Tsunade, fearing that the boy would eventually break free, called the Anbu guarding the door for assistance. The young Uzumaki resisted bravely, managing to break free from the grip of the two Anbu up to 3 times. But to his misfortune, Tsunade stood in front of him holding a syringe. Tsunade, calm down, please, tapping the glass of the medical instrument with her finger to remove any air bubbles that might remain inside. This is a sedative, it will help you. The woman brought the needle closer to the boy's arm, who was still resisting at all costs. Naruto felt the prick as the liquid entered him. He noticed his strength beginning to wane and the sensation of falling into the void increasing. Naruto, damn you, he said with his last breath before falling unconscious again and being released by the Anbu, who were breathing heavily from the enormous effort of holding him. Tsunade sighed resignedly as thick tears fell from her honey-colored eyes. The Anbu left the room without saying anything, leaving the woman to vent her feelings in peace. Meanwhile, in the Uchiha district, Itachi and his father, Fugaku Uchiha, were talking seriously in the dining room of their mansion, as they had been doing ever since the tragedy occurred. Fugaku had been shocked and outraged to learn what had happened to the Uzumaki boy, and even more so to learn that 4 Uchiha had been responsible. Mikoto, for her part, wept silently those 2 nights while comforting her daughter, Saki Uchiha. She was going through one of the worst moments of her life, blaming herself for what had happened, for having been selfish and wanting a chance to win her teammates' love at any cost. From that day on, her black eyes were a sea of tears in which any small hope drowned, leaving her no choice but to let herself die. Itachi sipped some tea, stoically gazing at his father. Fugaku Uchiha wasn't a man known for showing emotion, yet he was unmistakably nervous, for he too knew that the horizon for the Uchiha clan was darkening due to a terrible storm that was drawing ever closer. Itachi, father, there's no indication whatsoever that would lead us to suspect anyone in particular, whoever they are. They're very cunning and knew how to cover their tracks and protect themselves. Fugaku, I feared as much, taking a small sip of tea. If we're talking about Uchiha, don't expect them to be easy to capture. We're the elite of Konoha for a reason, Itachi, his eldest son, nodded. However, what should concern us most now is what's about to befall us. I've told the clan council everything that's happened, and they agree with me that we must jealously guard our every move and be wary of the other clans and villagers. Dark times are coming for our clan. We must cover our backs and find the one responsible for all this. Only then can we clear our family's name. Itachi Hiata-sama. With that, the young Uchiha stood up from his seat, bowed in respect to his father, and left the room. In Saki's room, the young woman had been like this ever since she left the hospital. Mikoto tried to at least get her daughter to stop crying, but it was impossible. Not even she herself could hold back the treacherous tears that welled up every time memories of the 2 little girls, Aro and Ki, came to mind. She sighed, weeping again alongside her daughter as she hugged her. In her thoughts, she kept begging her friend Kushina for forgiveness for not having been able to protect her granddaughters and daughter-in-law. She felt terrible about herself and for what her daughter was going through. The hug grew tighter as each listened to the other's cries. Kakashi finished sealing a stack of documents and placed them on the side with those already examined. His workload had doubled in the last 2 days. The reason? He had given Shizune a few days off to recover from the emotional blow of learning what had happened to the little girls of the one he considered a little brother and his friend Sakura. He also wanted the brunette to be there for her teacher during this difficult time. Despite working more, he didn't regret his decision in the slightest. He carefully rose from his seat and turned to observe Konoha bathed in the orange hues of the sunset through the enormous window in his office. He sighed, exhausted and saddened. Kakashi, how is it possible that in such a beautiful place such horrible things happen? He murmured almost in a whisper, admiring the beauty of his village with his arms crossed. That's right, I've been asking myself that ever since that tragedy happened. The silver-haired Kage turned slightly without surprise, for he knew that voice perfectly. Kakashi, what do you need? Tsunade-sama, facing his predecessor as leader of the Hidden Leaf Village. The woman took a breath and expelled it sharply. She still wasn't mentally recovered from everything that had happened. She seemed like a completely different woman from the one who had led Konoha with excellence for so many years, even through a world war. Tsunade, Naruto woke up a few hours ago. The son of the legendary White Fang observed her with some interest. He's not well. The Kage looked at her as if to say, that's perfectly normal after everything that's happened to him. I don't mean that he's sad, which he obviously is. I mean that he's not emotionally stable. He's developed an irrational hatred towards the Uchiha clan. He said he would go to the rat's nest to get revenge. Kakashi sighed dejectedly, turning back to look at his village through the large window. I had to administer a strong dose of sedatives intravenously, while 2 AMBU held him down. I highly doubt he's in his right mind to continue active as a shinobi. Kakashi, that's unacceptable. Confronting the blonde Sannin, are you telling me that we should take away the shinobi career of a man who just lost his family, the last thing he has left? It's madness. He'll become even more dangerous and hostile towards us. Tsunade, what the hell do we do? Lock him up like an animal? Drug him so he won't bother us? What the hell do I do? Kakashi, completely desperate and heartbroken with helplessness. Kakashi, simple. I want him under strict observation in the hospital, given anti-anxiety medication and sedatives to control his anger outbursts. We must keep him calm and find those responsible for this before things escalate and the entire village erupts in civil conflict. Tsunade swallowed, her face a little distraught. This was because she now knew she wasn't the only one who sensed that something very serious could happen in the village if the internal fires weren't extinguished in time. I'm counting on you, Tsunade-sama, to keep Naruto calm and stable, to prevent by any means the slightest sign of a possible outbreak of violence. I'm counting on you. The legendary loser nodded, slowly withdrawing. As she left the room, closing the door behind her, someone knocked a couple of times. "Come in." You can enter. The door opened, revealing Fugaku Uchiha. Kakashi was surprised to see him there in his Konoha police captain's uniform. "What do you need, Fugaku-san?" "Fugaku Hokage-sama, I've come to make a request." The copy ninja nodded, slightly encouraging him to speak. "I've discussed this at length with the Uchiha Council and my son Itachi, and I won't mince words. The situation of the Uchiha clan is serious, which is why I wish to request that, starting now, you authorize my men to wear balaclavas and a standard jounin uniform without the Uchiha symbols. As the fallout from what happened with your successor spreads, we fear that some villagers or shinobi will attempt to harm members of our clan. That's why I want to ask for more resources for our protection." Kakashi looked at him intently. "Kakashi, I'll take your request into consideration. For now, I authorize you to wear balaclavas and a basic uniform without insignia. Regarding the equipment, I'll have to consult the venerable clan council. Fugaku, in that case, I beg you not to. It would make us look weak and scared. We will defend ourselves with what we have." The man bowed slightly as a sign of respect and loyalty and began to withdraw. When his hand touched the doorknob, the voice of the sixth Hokage postponed his departure. "Kakashi, I understand what you just said, which is why I'd like to discuss your requirements regarding resources and protection in more detail. Perhaps we can reach a satisfactory agreement without having to go through the council first." Fugaku smiled slightly, returning to stand in front of the sixth Hokage. They had some tough negotiations ahead of them. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 12. Kakashi sighed wearily. They had finally finished tying up the last loose ends of such a long, arduous, and of course, difficult negotiation with Fugaku Uchiha, leader of the clan of the legendary Jujutsu known as the Sharigan and also the head of the Konoha police force. From that moment on, the Uchiha clan would relinquish its police duties, which would be taken over by the Anbu. In return for this substantial loss of influence and presence, the affected members would be reassigned to patrol, espionage, and investigation squads, wearing masks to conceal their identities and without any insignia that could identify them as members of the clan. Several Anbu vacancies would also be opened for those who wished to continue with police work. Regarding the security of the Uchiha compound, the son of the White Fang agreed to provide some trusted shinobi to watch over it and ensure that no incidents that could cause an outbreak of violence were prevented. For his part, Fugaku Uchiha promised to find those responsible for what happened to the young Uzumaki's family. There was nothing more to say or add. The negotiation had ended with a satisfactory outcome for both parties. With nothing more to do in the Rokudame's office, the Uchiha leader left, but not before thanking from the bottom of his heart the deep solidarity and enormous commitment of the gray-haired man to his family. He spent a few minutes gazing in rapture at the landscape before him, needing to draw in every breath his lungs could hold and exhale it all at once, trying to rid himself of the enormous dejection that gripped his soul. He continued observing the buildings, appreciating the rooftops, admiring the facades, visualizing the windows, letting time slip by not wanting to do anything else despite having an endless task ahead of him. He wasn't mentally prepared to confront the hordes of papers he had to stamp and sign, and who wouldn't be after what had happened. A presence behind him pulled him from his reverie. He turned his tired eyes to find himself face to face with the son of the man who had been sitting in front of him moments before. "Kakashi, Itachi, what brings you here?" Approaching his desk to take a seat and listen to whatever the Anbu had to say, before the dark-haired boy could open his mouth, the Hokage called his attention with a slight gesture of his right hand. "Sit down and make yourself comfortable if you wish." "Itachi, thank you for your kindness, Hokage-sama, but I will decline your offer. I won't be here long. I came for a couple of matters." The copy ninja remained expectant. "I came to inform you that I will continue in the Anbu despite the restructuring of all Uchiha personnel." "Kakashi, don't worry about that. I knew perfectly well that that would be your wish." "Itachi, thank you again, and the other matter that brought me here is very simple. I would like to ask about Naruto's condition." The veteran silver-haired shinobi closed his eyes due to the incipient fatigue that attacked his battered eyesight, exhaled all the contents of his lungs again in the form of a sigh, and proceeded to answer his subordinate. "Kakashi, I don't think it will surprise you. Tsunade-sama came by and told me the latest on his condition. He's not well, he's mentally broken, and what's more worrying, he's developed an irrational hatred for your family. That's why I'd like you to, tell your sister not to go near him unless she's prepared to risk her life, or at least her physical safety." The dark-haired man's expression didn't change in the slightest. He was sad and sorrowful. "Speaking of your sister, how is she doing?" "Itachi, devastated. She blames herself for what happened." Kakashi raised his only visible eyebrow. "Remember, here he did not lose the Sharingan, so he only has one eye uncovered." "Kakashi, explain yourself." "Itachi, don't you dare doubt my sister," he said in an annoyed tone to his superior, who resigned himself to not interrupting him. As you know, my sister has loved Naruto for a long time ever since he started dating Sakura. She's cursed herself for not being brave enough to confess she suffered so much already. She did it when she found out about his marriage. She did it when she learned that Sakura was pregnant. And she did it when she gave birth to the little ones. The last time she repeated her longing to heaven was the day we all gathered to celebrate Naruto's promotion to Hokage. She held her liquor like never before. Kakashi, I don't understand. What are you trying to get at by telling me all this? Quite embarrassed as he was getting lost in the ANBU's explanations. Itachi, if you let me finish. The silver-haired man nodded silently, allowing him to continue. The day after the meeting, she desperately wanted a chance with Naruto. From the way she said it, I'd venture to say that at that moment she didn't care much about the price she had to pay to have her wish granted. I told her myself, you have to be very careful what you wish for because sometimes our desires come true, but not in the way we wanted them to. That's why she's confined to her room, refusing to go out. Kakashi, I understand. Rising from his seat to look back at Konoha through the enormous window of the office. I hope your sister pulls through and overcomes this hole we've all fallen into. Also, make sure she doesn't go near Naruto, at least not until Tsunade-sama or I have verified that he is not hostile or dangerous to you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have to sign some papers. The dark-haired man nodded, bowing slightly to his leader. Just as he was about to leave the room, Hate Kakashi's voice rang out again. I almost forgot. Sakura and the girl's funeral will be tomorrow at 11 a.m. at the usual place. The Uchiha nodded slightly and left. Mikoto climbed the stairs slowly, carrying a glass of hot tea for her daughter, who had been confined to her room since leaving the hospital, barely wanting to talk, eat, or drink. She didn't even know if she slept at night or stayed awake as penance for what she considered her fault. She lightly knocked on the door to Saki's room, waited several seconds in silence for permission to enter. Receiving no response, she decided to go in herself. She opened the door and her dark eyes focused on her daughter tucked into her bed, the blankets pulled up to her chin, sobbing silently with her heart in her throat. Mikoto approached timidly until she was right beside the bed, placed the drink on the nightstand, and sat down on the bed at waist level with her little one. Mikoto, daughter trying to cheer Saki up, you can't go on like this. Blaming yourself will only torment me more. Saki, I don't want to talk. Pulling the blankets up a little more, now they were at nose level. Mikoto, lamenting like this won't fix anything. The damage is done. Now the only option left is to try and win him back. Saki watched her out of the corner of her eye, paying closer attention to her mother's words. According to you, it's your fault this happened, even though you know perfectly well it has nothing to do with you. And I'll just tell you one thing, or rather, I'll ask you something. All this came from her lips in a calm, soft, and melodic voice which didn't quite match the Uchiha matriarch's serious expression. You wanted more than anything in the world to have a chance to be with him, and now that you have it, and now that he needs someone to bring him light again to escape the dense and horrifying darkness that has completely enveloped him, you're here lamenting miserably over something you had nothing to do with. It's now that you have to do your part. It's now that you act and don't just win him over as a man. It's time for you, and only you saved him as a person. Mikoto waited patiently for her daughter to answer. However, the absolute silence remained unbroken. Sighing, she got up to leave the room and leave her alone, as she no longer knew what else to say to her daughter to make her see reason. When her pale hand touched the metal of the door handle, a very slight sound of blankets moving stopped her. Saki, Akasen, thank you. Mikoto turned around, giving her daughter a small smile before leaving the room, now much calmer and of course happy. The rest of the day passed without further incident. The Uchiha clan scheduled a meeting for the following day, as Fugaku Uchiha was to report to the clan's council of elders the results of his meeting with the 6th Hokage. Itachi, for his part, told his mother about his own meeting with Kakashi, spoke of the funeral rites and of course of the silver-haired man's warning to his daughter's sister. Mikoto sighed resignedly. Now that she had managed to pull her little girl out of her depression, she had to forbid her from doing what she most desired, saving the golden-haired boy. That same night, the four of them ate dinner in silence in the mansion's living room. They didn't feel much like talking. From time to time, Itachi furtively observed his sister, who was only focused on devouring her dinner. She had been stuck in sadness for too long, eating very little. Itachi. Sakini, the dark-haired woman, looked up from her plate, meeting his gaze directly. The funeral is tomorrow. I suppose you'll be there. Saki, of course, is something wrong, raising an eyebrow. Itachi, now that you mention it, yes. He gently placed his cutlery on the table. For the love of God, tomorrow, stay out of Naruto's sight. I don't think he'll be too pleased about us being there. I hope you understand that at a time like that, and in his mental state, I don't think he'll react very well to seeing an Uchiha there. Fugaku and Mikoto glanced at their daughter's face, watching for any facial movement that might betray how she would react to her older brother's words. To their surprise, Saki brought another spoonful of food to her mouth and continued eating for a few more moments before answering her niacin. Saki, Out of respect for him and his family, I'll stay in the background tomorrow. She refilled her mouth with food. But once the earth buries their bodies, nothing will stop me from getting him back. Something tells me that tomorrow it won't just be 3 people who are laid to rest. He felt a sharp prick in his right arm. His eyes snapped open, focusing on the pristine white that enveloped the walls of the room where he was being held, or so it seemed to him. He sighed, tilting his head slightly, trying to focus on whoever was injecting something into his bloodstream. His drowsy vision allowed him to perceive nothing more than a white doctor's coat and a plastic tube with a yellowish substance slowly being injected. Gradually, his eyes grew heavy again, and a strange sensation like falling backward took hold of him. Minutes later, Naruto Uzumaki was unconscious once more. The person who had administered the serum made sure everything was all right before finishing their task. Before leaving, they stroked the boy's forehead. With a slight tremor threatening the stability of her hand, Shizune left the room and headed to her office. Shizune, the brunette, turned around upon hearing her name. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, bowing respectfully to her mentor and superior in the shinobi and medical ranks. Tsunade, did you administer the sedative and the psychoactive drugs? The raven-haired woman nodded. Good, let's hope he's awake and pliable before 10:00, otherwise, he'll never forgive me for forbidding him from attending his family's funeral. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 13. Tsunade walked down the long hallway that led to the blonde boy's room. Her pace was quick and hurried, and no wonder, it was almost 10 o'clock in the morning and the funeral of the former Jinchuriki's family was approaching. She reached the door that led to the boy's room, and without thinking twice, she burst in, finding Naruto half-dressed. The blue-eyed boy had managed to get out of bed, take off his robe, and put on his underwear and some black pants. The young Uzumaki turned to face whoever had entered without knocking. Naruto, oh, it's you. Tsunade the blonde noticed the weariness and lack of emotion in his words, and she also felt a pang of pain at the way he had referred to her. Everything's a mess, he muttered, annoyed. Whatever you guys have put me through is really messing with my mood. It was a nightmare getting out of this damn bed. And don't even get me started on getting half-dressed. Tsunade looked at him sadly. Tsunade, you see, we've been injecting you with sedatives, tranquilizers, and anxiolytics to control your outbursts of anger and prevent you from doing something foolish that you might regret in the future. The young man finished putting on a long-sleeved black shirt and turned to give her a deep and intimidating look. Naruto, I don't understand. Why do you think I'm going to regret avenging my family? He asked with a feigned innocence that chilled the last Senju's blood. Tsunade, I don't want to argue right now. She turned her honey-colored eyes away from the deep, somber blue of the Uzumaki. I'll get straight to the point. We'll allow you to go to the funeral, but only if you promise to behave and do nothing beyond saying goodbye to them. I don't want any trouble or problems. The boy's gaze sharpened on her. Tsunade began to sweat slightly. She felt incredibly uncomfortable under that cold and sinister, penetrating and threatening look from her point of view. Naruto's eyes resembled those of a madman thirsting for revenge. She could see the bloodlust in that infinite blue ocean contained in the irises of the golden-haired man. Naruto, don't worry, walking towards her, which made her even more nervous. I love them so much that I couldn't destroy their last tribute even if I wanted to. Naruto passed by Tsunade. The Sannin felt a soft breeze along with a faint smell of medicine. That said, no matter how much crap you throw at me, no matter how much effort you put in and how hard you try, I will avenge them, and I will enjoy massacring their murderers and their families. And neither you nor anyone else will stop me, even if I have to reduce this village to ashes. That's what the boy whispered in the ear of the fifth Hokage, who opened her eyes, terribly dismayed to hear those words and even more so seeing who they came from. Tsunade, are you kidding me? You can't do something like that. What would you have left afterwards? No home, no honor, no friends. You'd be becoming the same as those who killed them. You won't be better than them, you'll be on their level. The granddaughter of the Shadame Hokage, Hashirama Senju, shouted, gathering her courage. Naruto watched her and smiled in a strange way. More than one would say that he gave the goddamn a sardonic smile, a malicious smile. Naruto, Tsunade, I appreciate your thoughts and all that, but I have nothing left and I'm not going to be like them because I have a reason to kill them and their families. He shouted almost out of his mind, scaring Tsunade. The blue-eyed boy felt a slight prick in his neck and a great dizziness. He turned his gaze, observing an Anbu holding an empty syringe. Bucking bitches drugs, he murmured, falling to his knees but remaining conscious. Tsunade, if you go too far or behave violently, we'll inject you with a sedative to prevent further harm, the ample-figured woman said sadly, admiring the one she considered her kneeling grandson. You've been warned. Naruto, the former Jinchuriki, stood up from the ground, glaring at the Anbu and then at Tsunade. I won't do anything except mourn the loss of everything I once had. People began to arrive. Kakashi had chosen to set up a tent in the middle of Training Ground 7 as a final gesture of affection and remembrance for his deceased student and her 2 little girls. Little by little, the entire famous Golden Generation arrived, a generation once again bearing the weight of a loss. Kakashi greeted them all, one by one, with a neutral expression and few words before they entered. His rigid posture faltered dangerously when he received Sakura's parents. Mebuki Haruno, dressed in a cheap black dress with her face hidden behind an almost opaque black cloth, displayed physical and mental weakness. She had barely come to terms with the horrific deaths of her daughter and granddaughters. Kakashi hugged her, knowing it wouldn't help her in the slightest, but he felt deep inside in his heart, in his mind, that he had to. Kazashi Haruno, a cheerful and jovial man, wore a yukata of the same color as the tent. That day, the black-haired Hate Kakashi extended his hand, shaking it. The pink-haired man held his gaze, and the sixth Hokage could see how the gray tone of his student's father's eyes denoted no life at all. Without any further words to dedicate to them, the gray-haired man kindly indicated that they should go inside and take a seat. The Hokage's visible eye was lost in the dark clouds that occupied the entire sky above Konoha. Kakashi. Even the sky is in mourning, thank goodness. I had a tent set up. The cage watched the Uchiha arrive in the distance. Fugaku and Mikoto Uchiha wore elegant black yukatas, but nothing that would draw attention. Behind them, Saki Uchiha and her brother Itachi walked calmly. The older brother wore a discreet black outfit consisting of pants and a long-sleeve shirt, while his sister wore a long black cloak that completely covered her body. The representatives of the clan of the famous copycat Jujutsu greeted their leader briefly and entered the tent. Only Naruto and Tsunade remained to her. 10 minutes later, his single visible eye focused on a group of 4 people approaching at a brisk pace, not rushing but not slow either. The blonde hair of 2 of them dispelled any doubt he might have had. When they were in front of him, he couldn't help but place his hand on the shoulder of his blue-eyed student. Tsunade gestured to the 2 Anbu accompanying them to disappear. The blonde took his sensei's arm and gently moved it away. The silver-haired man showed neither surprise nor sadness at the gesture. Naruto, they are with some nervousness. Kakashi, yes, and their bodies are visible. The surgeons did a great job making them presentable for today. You can see them for as long as you want. The boy looked at him a little annoyed by the way he had referred to them, but thanks to Tsunade's warnings and threats, he did not react with the virulence and violence that his heart and mind demanded. The blonde man entered the tent, automatically drawing the attention of everyone present. Completely unconcerned about being the center of attention, he slowly approached the pantheon, which was presided over by 3 coffins. One, larger than the other 2, stood in the center, obviously containing the bodies of his 2 little girls. He stopped, standing just inches from the 3 caskets. He took a breath, holding it in as best he could. Tears threatened to spill from his eyes. The sight of his 3 little sons inside wooden boxes, dressed in pristine white yukatas, their faces peaceful and relaxed. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 14. He was completely captivated by the scene before him, his eyes dancing shyly as he observed each of them intently, while his mind, perhaps in an unmistakable display of madness, delirium, or weakness, fantasized about the impossible idea that they, his 3 princesses, were fast asleep in a warm and comforting slumber from which they would soon awaken. However, the reality was quite different, more akin to a horrible and miserable nightmare. He expelled all the air he had stored in his lungs with a pitiful sigh, which was accompanied by a torrent of tears that, due to gravity, rushed down to his chin. Redness began to appear in the whites of his eyes, and the prevailing silence was broken only by his ragged breathing. Many moments flashed through his mind as he stood before them, observing them for the last time. Memories like his wedding to the most wonderful woman he had ever known, beautiful and happy dates, romantic moments, funny moments with her, and her tantrums, moments when she seemed to break the laws of time and stop the clock of life when she was with him. His blue eyes shifted their focus to the 2 little girls accompanying their mother, fleeting memories once again surfacing in the Uzumaki boy's mental ocean. How could he forget the day his beloved wife gave life to their 2 little ones? One of the happiest days of his life, which was followed by a multitude of happy events for him as a father and husband, watching them grow. Their comical arguments, playing with them, teaching them things, and of course, all the others that unfortunately would never happen. He clenched his teeth and fists tightly, feeling rage course through every fiber of his being. He remembered the Sharigan, glowing malevolently with the same crimson hue that lingered on the corpses of his wife and daughters. He remembered everything they had done to them, their screams, their cries, their misery, and how he hadn't been there to protect them. He looked away, weeping uncontrollably. He felt unworthy to see them one last time before they were buried, responsible for their deaths. If only he had been there, if only he hadn't been sent on a mission, or if only the filthy Uchiha clan hadn't existed, they would be alive, waiting for him at home. He felt a hand on his shoulder. Surprised by the sensation, he turned to see who dared to interrupt him in such a personal moment. With palpable annoyance on his face, he turned to confront whoever had the nerve to approach him. When he turned to see who had come near, his blue eyes nearly shattered. His gaze fell pitifully down to focus on two pairs of feet on the ground, a man's and a woman's. "Look up, son," the man said, his voice very subdued by the deep pain that tormented his entire being and prevented it from coming out with strength and composure. "Naruto, Kizushisama," he murmured, filling his lungs with air. He felt his stomach churn nervously as an incredible anguish began to hit his throat in the form of nausea. His father-in-law shifted his gaze from his son-in-law to the three coffins containing the bodies of his daughter and two granddaughters. He clenched his teeth with rage. If it were up to him, he would find his little girl's killers and finish them off in the cruelest, bloodiest, and most perverse way his veteran imagination could conjure. His gray eyes focused again on his son-in-law, who still had his head bowed. He brought his lips close to the blonde-haired boy's ear. "Kizashi, stop tormenting yourself. It wasn't your fault, boy. You made my little girl the happiest woman in the world and gave me two precious granddaughters." The already subdued voice of the deceased's father-grandfather trembled and was about to end in a pitiful sob. And if that were the case, who could deny a man the right to cry at the funeral of his only daughter and his two granddaughters? The man with pink hair and gray eyes wiped away treacherous tears that threatened to spill down his face, immediately tightening his grip on his son-in-law's shoulder. "Look me in the eyes." The young Jinchuriki didn't raise his gaze. He felt like his neck wouldn't respond. He couldn't, it wasn't possible, he didn't have the strength or the courage to look Sakura's parents in the eyes. "Naruto, I am sorry," the boy said, confessing to them. "I'm ashamed that I couldn't prevent everything that happened to Sakura and my girls. I have no honor, no strength, I have no family." He murmured the last part, unable to hold back a couple of tears that streamed mercilessly down his cheeks, slowly, burning his skin as they fell like the edge of a red-hot kunai. "I beg your forgiveness with all my heart," he continued, bowing, not caring in the slightest that everyone present was staring at him. Kizashi felt his wife's trembling hand press slightly on his arm. He focused his gaze on Mebuki, who was shedding copious streams of tears. The pink-haired man swallowed, noticing a great pain in his throat, a product of sadness, irritation, and tension. "Kizashi, me Mebuki." The woman threw herself into the arms of the Uzumaki, who was completely overwhelmed in every way. He didn't know what to say or do. His mother-in-law's delicate arms encircled him in a hug filled with emotion. The suppressed tears of the green-eyed woman reached the ears of the former Jinchuriki, who reacted by returning the gesture, seeking to comfort a mother and grandmother who had just lost half of her family. "Mebuki, no, don't you dare." Naruto heard the woman's voice break, a faint whisper. "Don't you dare take the blame for what happened on your shoulders," the woman gasped, struggling to breathe. "The blame lies with their murderers." She tightened her embrace even more as she said this. "Promise me that you'll find those bastards and make them pay for everything they've done to us." Kizashi, the only one who hadn't heard the conversation, became terribly serious. Naruto closed his eyes. In his mind, the image of his wife and daughters appeared, smiling at him as if nothing had happened. But that beautiful image degenerated into a grim scene. In less than a blink there they were dead. Brutally murdered in their living room at the feet of those filthy Uchiha. The devil's eye flashed malevolently in his mind as his hatred grew within him. "Naruto, I promise I will make them suffer for every day of life they have taken from us, for every moment they have stolen from us, for every word they have silenced. They will suffer a living hell before perishing. You have my word. I will live for nothing but revenge. I will breathe with no other purpose than to end their lives. I will pursue no other goal than to offer my family the blood of their murderers." Mebuki said nothing more. The long embrace broke and the blonde returned to her husband's side. He closed his eyes and simply hugged his wife from behind the waist as a guide and support for her to walk. Without saying anything more to the boy, the two slowly moved away from him. In that same place, among the large crowd attending the funeral, Itachi Uchiha, along with his younger sister Saki Uchiha, watched with grave expressions as the Haruno couple returned to their seats in the front row. The Sharigan gleamed in their eyes, and thus, they had been able to read the lips of all three of them, something that had left them extremely worried. Naruto wasn't just descending into a horrific spiral of madness and hatred now. To this already despicable equation, they also had to add the fact of a bloody promise to Sakura's mother. And we all know that Naruto Uzumaki always keeps his word and makes any promise an unbreakable pact unless it is fulfilled. The older of the two siblings deactivated his Jujutsu with a resigned sigh, and his sister did the same, returning to her seat with an incredibly serious expression. "Saki, I never thought I'd see him like this. He doesn't look like himself. He exudes hatred from every pore of his body." Watching the boy who kept her awake at night, she carefully examined the three coffins. "Itachi, it's a ticking time bomb. Sooner or later it will explode. If we handle this delicately, we will ensure that when the inevitable happens, there will be no one nearby who could get hurt." The Anbu spoke with a neutral expression. "Fugaku, we will make sure to find those responsible for the massacre within our clan before he does. Perhaps that way we can regain some of his affection." The two Uchihas observed their father, who stood with his arms crossed, staring straight ahead with an impassive expression. Saki, that will only make things worse. She'll take it as a provocation or even a sign of contempt on our part. Itachi, in its current state, it's extremely dangerous. I'll speak with the Hokage and tell him about the conversation he had with the Harunos. From there, we'll begin to map out a plan to calm the storm that's coming our way. Saki was about to protest, but the ringing of bells caught everyone's attention. The funeral ceremony was about to begin. The blond man walked to the seat that had been left for him in the front row. Now all that remained was to listen to a monk perform the necessary religious rites before watching his daughters slowly being buried under large amounts of earth. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 15. The religious service proceeded without any problems. The monk in charge of officiating the funeral met expectations and enhanced the already solemnity of the event. Once the prayers and wishes for the souls of the deceased had ended, the burial took place. All the attendees left the premises silently and without any hurry. Naruto waited calmly, seated in his seat next to his in-laws. Tsunade approached him, fearful that something might happen to him, as he had spent the entire ceremony with his eyes fixed on the 3 coffins, forgetting even to blink. Tsunade, Naruto still consumed by sadness and guilt, the Sannin approached the boy a little closer, even more worried as he hadn't responded to her call. Naruto, I want to take them. The Konoha shinobi murmured in a subdued voice to the goddamn Hokage. Tsunade, I don't know if she replied, a little blocked, not really knowing what to answer. Naruto, no, don't you dare deprive me of taking them on their final journey. The fox boy continued impassively, finally taking his blue eyes off the 3 wooden boxes containing his family. His 2 eyes were fixed on the slug princess like 2 sharp kun. Tsunade Senju, the mythical Kunoichi, was between a rock and a hard place and did not possess enough moral strength to maintain a serious and prohibitive stance with this boy whom she considered her own son. Tsunade, okay, I think it's best for everyone. The blonde Senju shifted her gaze to the 2 people sitting next to her boy. Kizashisen Mebukisen, if you don't mind. The man stood up and then helped his battered wife to her feet. Kizashi, of course it's the least a husband and father can do for his family. I'll carry the coffins too. Mebuki breathed heavily, an unmistakable sign that she was about to burst into tears again. Shhh, calm down. Darling, the man hugged his wife for a few moments under Tsunade's sad gaze. As Naruto had once again become completely lost in admiration of the coffins containing his wife and their little ones. All the attendees waited outside with their arms crossed, watching intently and without missing a detail as the 3 coffins were brought out one by one. The first was Sakura Haruno's, carried by Naruto, Kizashi, Kakashi, and Lee. Then came little Aru's, carried by her father and grandfather, and finally Ki's, carried by these 2 men who seemed like empty, lifeless shells at that moment. A group of shinobi slowly dug the 3 graves where the bodies would be laid to rest. Sakura would be buried in the center, flanked on each side by one of her daughters. Naruto remained impassive, watching the men do their work. Each thrust of the shovels into the earth pierced his chest like a horrible, wretched stab. Tsunade almost went to his side and hugged him. She had wanted to do so all day, but she didn't feel she had the strength or the right to do it, guided by a tiny sliver of trust. She took a step forward, however, a hand grabbed her shoulder, completely halting her progress. The Sennin turned around angrily, ready to reprimand the one who dared to stop her. Behind her, Kakashi Hadake shook his head, squeezing her shoulder. Tsunade, Kakashi, she murmured in a whisper. Kakashi, don't bother. Tsunade-sama, the blonde frowned, incredibly annoyed by those words from her successor as Hokage. Tsunade, what the hell are you saying? She said, abruptly removing the hand of the legendary copy ninja. The gesture was so striking that some of those present looked at them with surprise, curiosity, and even anger. Kakashi, just look, he simply answered the Senju's question without flinching in the slightest from the struggle they had had seconds before. The blonde with ample assets turned back to look at her son. Naruto could no longer hold back. Thick tears streamed down his face, falling to the ground. He stared at the 3 holes in the ground, gritting his teeth in rage and despair. What a cruel irony. Those 3 holes where his princesses would be laid to rest, they perfectly resembled the 3 enormous voids that were slowly emptying his soul and heart of joy, love, mercy, understanding, reason, and sanity. His hands clenched into fists as his chin lifted to gaze at the sky, hoping his 3 angels would leave his side forever before the eyes of all those present. His legs gave way, and he fell to his knees on the grass, breaking into agonizing and miserable sobs. Everyone looked at him, some with pity, others with pain, a few feeling in there being the same pain that tormented the boy. And of those few, some with guilt, a complete and horrible remorse that seemed to churn in their guts like a vortex of repugnant and evil butterflies threatening to tear their insides apart. For the next 2 hours, all the attendees left the site after laying 3 white flowers and saying the appropriate prayers. Very few of them had the courage to approach Uzumaki and express their sincere condolences. And those who did have the courage and strength to approach him received not a word, not even a glance from the young man. Minute by minute, he continued to observe the three graves without blinking, completely absorbed and detached from reality. The Uchiha, anticipating a possible outburst from the blue-eyed youth, offered their flowers and words of encouragement to the current Hawkage. Saki watched her teammate for a few moments, an overwhelming urge to run and hug and comfort him burning within her. Her brother took her by the shoulder with a serious expression. Itachi, Nietzsche, now's not the time with that. The four Sharigan wielders retreated to their family's neighborhood to continue their mission of unmasking those responsible for the massacre. The sky, tinged with shades of gray and black, did not bode well. Although it remained calm throughout the funeral ceremony, it finally unleashed its full force upon Konoha. The rain gradually intensified, but this was no impediment to the golden-haired boy, who stood impassively before the three graves that had recently been filled with what he considered his entire world. The sound of the falling rain, along with the cool air and the gentle scent of the wet grass, did nothing to affect his spirits. He remained kneeling, his hands clasped tightly despite their numbness, his blue gaze fixed on a place he never wished to revisit after Urosanen's death. Tsunade sighed resignedly, sheltered from the rain under the tent that had been set up to officiate the event. Her honey-colored eyes, sad and heavy with sleep, did not deviate an inch from the boy's sword. Beside her, Hate Kakashi shared his predecessor's concern for the Uzumaki. "Tsunade, will you let me go after him?" "The last thing I want is for him to get sick," she reproached the cage, crossing her arms. Kakashi, the son of the legendary White Fang, remained silent for a few moments, managing to make the Sennin impatient. "Tsunade, never mind, I'll go get him." The woman hurried to take the boy inside the tent, so he would stop getting wet. But before she could get close enough to take his arm and lift him off the grass, the voice of the fourth Hokage's son stopped her dead in her tracks. "Naruto, don't bother me." "Tsunade, Naruto, it's pouring rain, you'll get sick if you stay out here." She continued, trying to reason with the blue-eyed boy and get him away from the rain and the overwhelming sadness of the place. Little by little, she approached the young man, trying to lift him out of his growing sadness. Step by step, she got to where she was just 3 steps away from Naruto, who was still in the same position. "Naruto, Tsunade, go away, don't touch me, I'm warning you," the boy threatened the former leader of the Leaf Village in a calm voice. She ignored the blonde boy's warnings, taking another step forward and extending her arm to touch his shoulder. In a swift movement, the young man stood up and kicked her in the stomach. The legendary sage stumbled back several meters, visibly surprised by the blue-eyed boy's actions. "Damn it, can't you leave me alone?" Glaring at the 5th and 6th Hokage with pure hatred. "I don't want your damn pity, leave me alone." The 6th Hokage stepped out of the tent and stood next to the blonde girl. Kakashi Hadake observed his student closely with a serious expression. "Kakashi, that's enough. If you don't come with us willingly." A group of about 8 Anbu appeared out of nowhere, surrounding the 2 Kage and the blue-eyed man. "It'll be by force." "Naruto, so be it." 3 of the Anbu jumped at him, brandishing their ninjados. Naruto quickly formed hand seals while taking a deep breath. Wind release, great tempest. A great gust of hurricane force wind shot from his lips, dragging the 3 shinobi dozens of meters as if they were dry leaves. The others were forced to take a couple of steps back and strengthen their grip on the ground to avoid suffering the same fate as their 3 comrades. "Tsunade, Kakashi, you go left and I'll go right." "Kakashi, yes." Tsunade-sama, the silver-haired man, extended his arm, in which a massive amount of electricity began to gather. Without a doubt, the 6th Hokage would use the Raikiri. The silver-haired man displayed incredible speed, positioning himself mere centimeters from the blonde in the blink of an eye. "Naruto, you're not going to catch me off guard, Kakashi." The blue-eyed boy jumped at the last moment, dodging the attack. By the way, Kakashi wasn't going to use it by focusing on a vital point. Obviously, he would attack with the intention of incapacitating using high-level techniques because, to state the obvious, Naruto is a very powerful shinobi, just like him, Saki, Itachi, among others. The blonde managed to dodge the slash by kicking the masked Konoha shinobi in the face. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke, revealing himself as a copy. The same old tricks. The young man received a strong blow to the back from Tsunade, who had taken advantage of Kakashi's speed to circle around the blonde and strike him from behind instead of going to the right. The former Jinchuriki fell to the ground, taking less than a couple of seconds to get back to his feet. The remaining 5 Anbu surrounded him, tightening the circle around him. "Kakashi, don't be overconfident, he's very powerful and won't hold back. Attack him with everything you've got." The 5 shinobi brandished the edges of their weapons, breathing slowly. The water continued to pour mercilessly down on Konoha. Naruto watched his attackers, holding a kunai in each hand. He wouldn't need anything more to finish them off and then take down Kakashi and Tsunade. Anbu won now. The 5 shinobi rushed towards the blonde, who didn't move an inch, calmly waiting until they were close enough to. Naruto, wind release, blades of wind. The 2 kunai he carried were surrounded by a light blue aura that made them look incredibly dangerous. In a slight movement, he dodged a couple of horizontal cuts and a few vertical ones. The squad leader took advantage of a gap in the boy's defense to thrust and finish him off. His sword went towards the boy's stomach like a poisoned dart. However, the ninja crossed paths with one of the blue-eyed boy's kunai, causing the metal to shatter. Anbu 1, W1. The Uzumaki kicked him hard in the face, sending him flying. The other 4 Anbu took a couple of steps back to gain momentum and launched themselves at him. One of the ninjas stopped, tracing a sequence of hand seals. Anbu 3, Earth release rock projectiles. The shinobi stomped the ground, raising several pieces of stone and then kicking them towards the golden-haired youth, who quickly shattered them with his kunai. The Anbu then stepped back onto the ground, raising numerous more pieces and kicking them again, this time aided by 2 of his companions. The rocky projectiles shot towards the blonde man, who traced his famous cross seal, creating several clones that began to shatter the rocks and kick them, using them as weapons against their enemies. The 3 Anbu were unable to dodge the stones and were inevitably knocked out. The original Anbu turned around, stopping the last of the masked men who had tried to catch him off guard. With a powerful blow to the neck, he fell unconscious to the ground, leaving the 2 Hokage as the last obstacles to eliminate so they could continue their mourning. Kakashi, we'll have to get serious. A handful of crows made their appearance. The animals, black as night and with red eyes shining like rubies, began to swirl around, forming a specific person. Itachi Uchiha had made his appearance in the place. Itachi, Kakashi-sama, Tsunade-sama, forgive my delay. I knew this would end like this. Observing the blonde with his Sharigan. Naruto, Uchiha, he murmured, losing all self-control as he saw those damned eyes focusing on him again. I'm going to rip those eyes out of your face, you scum. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 16. Itachi sighed resignedly, getting into a battle stance. The Godame and Rokudame came to his side. It was an uneven battle, 3 against 1. The blonde man clenched his teeth tightly, completely blinded by anger. Naruto, you damn cowards, disappearing from the sight of the 3 in a puff of smoke. Kakashi, he was replaced with a clone, observing everything around him. Remember that they are in the Konoha cemetery, which is surrounded by a forest, at least in this story. Itachi, he knows he's at a huge disadvantage. He'll attack using the distraction to even the odds. A whistle caught the attention of the 3 shinobi, who jumped, dodging a rain of kunai with explosive scrolls attached to them, causing a huge explosion that shook the landscape. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, I thought you had made sure I was unarmed without missing a single detail of any movement that might betray his blonde student. Tsunade, I did it. Somehow he managed to hide them. Tsunade felt a small breeze brush against her left cheek, so she instinctively ducked, dodging a punch from the blue-eyed man, stopped trying to grab him. Naruto, leave me alone, get out of here. Disappearing in a puff of smoke, revealing himself to be another replica. Itachi, who had been analytically observing the boy's movements, turned to face the silver-haired man. Itachi, Hokage-sama, Naruto is still under the effects of sedatives and exhaustion. Observing the unconscious Anbu on the ground, I don't think he can perform high-level jutsu. That's why he hides and attacks with the cage bunshin. Kakashi, Tsunade, observing the blonde, who nodded seriously at the words of the Uchiha Anbu. In that case, she won't be a real danger to us. Naruto, who was behind one of the trees, clenched his teeth in anger. Naruto POV, damn drugs, feeling a horrible anguish and congestion in his chest. I overdid it, and to top it all off, that Uchiha dog reminded him of it. I have to escape and plan something. He raised his gaze, focusing on a clone that was waiting for his orders hidden behind some bushes. With a slight nod from the original, the replica took off running, struggling not to disappear and maintaining a fast pace. This was noticed by his 3 enemies, who rushed to catch him. Itachi, wait. The 2 Hokages stopped moving to look at him. It's another clone. He knows he's at his limit and wants to distract us to escape with a serious expression. Naruto POV, bastard, frowning with pure hatred in his eyes. I'll make your family pay for what you did to me, but now I can only hope this gives me time to hide. The golden-haired youth closed his eyes, again using his substitution jutsu to switch places with the clone he had used to distract them. Once again, Itachi's Sharigan noticed the change, triggering the corresponding reaction. Itachi, he changed again, now he's the one running away. The 3 elite ninjas hurriedly began the chase, following the path taken by the copy of the boy, who was jumping from branch to branch, swerving due to the anesthetic effects of whatever old Tsunade had injected him with. Naruto's POV, damn it, feeling a sharp pain in one of his shoulders which was going numb. This isn't good, he thought, overwhelmed both physically and mentally as he continued his march through the forest, a short distance from the village. If I manage to reach the village, I can noticing how the congestion in his chest spread like poison to his throat. I have to make it. Meters behind, his 3 pursuers followed his steps with serious and worried expressions. They had to prevent at all costs the young man from reaching the village and causing a scene. If that happened, only Kamisama knew what could be generated among the common people. Tsunade, I'm going to take a slight detour. Without waiting for replies from her companions, the blonde Senju separated from her allies, moving away at great speed. Kakashi, Itachi, go ahead and be the bait. We can't allow him to reach the village. Do whatever it takes to stop him, he muttered in an authoritarian voice without a hint of scruples. Itachi, hi, dissolving into a swarm of crows. Naruto lost his balance, hitting his head on one of the tree branches in front of him. His forehead began to bleed profusely, while his completely numb arm showed no signs of recovery. He tried to stand up and continue his march from the ground, however, a figure formed in front of him. Itachi, you're pathetic. What would they think of you if they saw you like this? Now you'd embarrass them. Naruto didn't want to look him in the eyes to avoid falling into a genjutsu. He had to escape from there, and then he would get revenge on him, on Itachi, Uchiha, and his whole damned clan. He turned to the left to resume walking, but his bad luck made him bump into his sensei, Kakashi Headache. He turned around, feeling trapped, only to find Tsunade slowly approaching him with a syringe in her hands. Itachi, don't make it any harder, no. Naruto, shut up, trash, he screamed out of his mind, taking steps backward until he crashed into the enormous trunk of a tree. Now he was truly defeated. His eyes, tired and blinded by negative thoughts, moved quickly, searching for an exit route, an escape that was becoming increasingly difficult and impossible. His legs trembled, his arm refused to obey him, his chest felt like it was going to explode, and his mind seemed to be slowly breaking into pieces. Tsunade, calm down, this will help you, trust me. Approaching him cautiously, syringe in hand. Naruto, no, don't come any closer. Taking out the last kana he had left, for those wondering where he got the weapons. He always carried a hidden storage seal on his body in case it was ever necessary to use weapons, and he did not have the equipment and his shinobi attire. Kakashi, Naruto, lower the weapon, we're here to help you. Approaching him with the same slow and concise pace, trying to get the boy to relax and abandon his temporary madness. Naruto, back off. Leave me alone, all was lost. They were barely 3 steps away from him, and he knew very well that they weren't going to stop. With his mind and common sense completely gone, he used the last card in his hand to try to stop them and buy time and maybe escape. Not one more step. He placed the blade of the weapon against his neck with such force that he didn't gauge his strength and ended up stabbing himself. Blood began to fall, soaking the metal of the tool and dripping until it hit the grass on the ground. I've got it in if you dare take one more step, he murmured, his voice choked by blood and the pain in his throat. I'll finish burying it in him. He breathed deeply as it was difficult for him to breathe. Tsunade, stop, we won't move anymore, slowly lowering the medical instrument to avoid any misunderstanding that could trigger a worse outcome. Kakashi, you're going to calm down and we'll go to the hospital to get your wound treated, okay? Naruto, let him leave. He replied to his former teacher with deep contempt in his voice. Kakashi, okay. Itachi, the person in question, nodded, turning around, ready to leave. Itachi, by behaving like this you won't get them back, what's more you'll tarnish their memory. The blonde clenched his teeth, lowering his guard for an instant, a fraction of a second that were of paramount importance. With overwhelming speed, Kakashi and Tsunade proceeded to subdue him successfully. The current Hokage managed to take the weapon from his hand while his predecessor did the same, injecting a sedative into his neck. Naruto, damn Uchiha, these were his last words before collapsing and being picked up by his master. Kakashi, good work, Itachi, you can go. From this moment on, Tsunade-sama and I will take care of him. The dark-haired man nodded, disappearing without a word, leaving his 2 superiors with the boy. Treat his neck wound and take him to the hospital. If necessary, tie him to the bed and keep him sedated, but make sure nothing like this happens again. I'll take care of the Anbu. Tsunade, okay. Turning the boy over to administer first aid to the area damaged by the kunai's edge, Kakashi gave his student one last look and sped back to the cemetery. 1 hour later in the Uchiha district, or more specifically, in the mansion of the clan's leader. Itachi arrived walking slowly, opened the door of his house, and proceeded to go up the stairs to get to his room as soon as possible. However, to his misfortune, the voice of his mother stopped him in his tracks, forcing him to go to the living room where his father Fugaku, his mother Mikoto, and his younger sister Saki were waiting for him with a serious expression. Fugaku, take a seat, son. The Anbu obeyed his father without a word, sitting next to his sister right in front of his parents. Mikoto, what happened? Her eyes were filled with concern, and understandably so. Her son had left in a hurry without explaining what was wrong, and that wasn't a good sign. Itachi glanced sideways at his sister, who returned the look with a serious expression, as if she could read his mind or see his intentions through some strange technique or power. Saki opened her mouth before her brother could. Saki, I'm not leaving here, so speak up and don't lie just because I'm here. The person being addressed sighed resignedly at his sister's stance and the silence of his parents, which was undoubtedly unwavering support for Saki. Itachi, I had a bad feeling and went to the cemetery, but now everything is under Tsunade-sama's control. Saki, something happened to Itachi. He lost his temper and confronted both Hokage and an Anbu squad, which he defeated before I arrived, becoming serious. And he went berserk when he saw me. Luckily he was weak, and it wasn't too difficult to chase him down and subdue him as soon as he was cornered. Saki, I guess it's normal after what happened to her. She looked sad about what her brother was telling her, but he didn't let her finish. Itachi, this isn't normal, Saki. As soon as we had him cornered, he pulled out a kunai and threatened to cut his own throat. The talented Uchiha shouted to his sister, who opened her eyes in surprise and horror, as did their mother. The idiot, he stabbed himself in the Adam's apple and almost choked on his own blood. He's lost his mind at this rate. He'll end up in a room tied hand and foot, taking pills every... Mikoto, Itachi. Her mother scolded angrily, seeing her daughter lower her head sadly upon hearing what had happened. Don't say too much, it's a very difficult situation for him and for anyone in his place. The important thing is that he's all right and we'll see how to keep him safe. Hesitating, unsure how to use her words so as not to seem disrespectful towards the son of her deceased friend, Kushina Uzumaki. Saki, no, it doesn't matter. Mom, still with her head down, her heart had endured too much, seeing him, her beloved, mourn the loss of another woman and having to say goodbye to her two little girls herself. Niasen Itachi looked at her with a serious expression, expecting a reproach, an insult, or any sign of contempt from his sister for having spoken so indifferently about the blonde Uzumaki. What did he say when he saw you? Both Fugaku and Mikoto increased their seriousness and focused their black eyes on Itachi's, who, to be completely honest, had expected that question sooner or later. Itachi, Uchiha scum, he answered without flinching, his seriousness shifting to worry and even sadness. He threatened to gouge out my eyes. He hates the Uchiha and the Sharigan. His words emanated hatred, something I never would have thought to see or hear from him. Saki, that's not, she said, getting up abruptly and leaving the room to go quickly to her room. Mikoto, wait, getting up from the table in the same way as her daughter, come back here. Saki, leaving the room to follow her girl. Fugaku, did anything else happen, looking at his son seriously. Itachi, no, father, I've told you everything without omitting any important details. They're probably treating him at the hospital right now. Fugaku, in that case, and for the sake of our investigation, I will order all members of the clan, both civilians and shinobi, to disappear at the slightest hint of Uzumaki Naruto's presence. The chestnut-haired man muttered with a stern expression. Itachi, that would be the most reasonable thing to do, father. Fugaku, it is, and because of your sister's relationship with the boy, I want you to avoid, and I emphasize avoid, any attempt by her to approach him. It's not safe for either of them. For the moment, we must isolate ourselves as much as possible from the places Naruto frequented and watch our backs until we find the culprits. Did you notice the looks from some of the attendees at the ceremony? Arms crossed. Itachi, yes, father. Fugaku, it's only a matter of time before unfounded rumors turn into blatant lies, and those lies escalate into insults, and those insults degenerate into attacks against our clan. Sighing heavily. Itachi, I understand perfectly. I hope we find the culprits before irreparable damage is done. She opened her bedroom door abruptly, then slammed it shut just as violently. Without hesitation, she threw herself onto her bed and grabbed her pillow to release the tension that had built up during that horrible day. She heard her bedroom door open, but she paid it no mind. She continued to release the torrent of feelings that had surged in her heart like a fierce storm. Mikoto, my daughter, walking slowly to the edge of her bed, she sat down and placed her hand on her back, trying to comfort her even a little. Have you already forgotten my words? Stroking her head, she then lay down on the bed and hugged her. And more importantly, have you already forgotten your own words? Giving her a tender kiss on the head while tightening her embrace. Saki, I, without lifting her face from the pillow. Mikoto, I know, don't worry whenever sadness makes you falter. Remember your words, remember him. Getting up and walking towards the door. Saki, Mom. Mikoto turned around, seeing her daughter looking at her with a few tears still slowly trickling down her cheeks. Thank you again. Mikoto, don't give them away, smiling tenderly at her. Take your time and come down when the food is ready. I'll prepare your favorite dish, okay? Leaving her little one's room and heading to the kitchen to start preparing lunch. Far away in the Konoha village hospital, Tsunade entered carrying a fainted blonde man on her back. Shizune, who was at the service counter, came out alarmed upon seeing them. Shizune, Tsunade-sama, what happened to Naruto? The blonde continued walking, followed by her first disciple. Tsunade, I'll tell you later, now I have to take him to his room and make sure he doesn't try to escape. Heading through the hospital corridors, she drew the attention of medical staff and patients alike. Shizune, escape. She commented worriedly, not understanding why her teacher had made such a firm statement. Tsunade, I'll explain it to you later. She raised her voice due to her usual lack of patience. Prepare some class 5 clamps and bring them to me. Shizune, H. High. Turning left at the first fork they came across, Senju continued her journey until she reached the room that Uzumaki had been occupying since the fateful day on which such a deplorable misfortune occurred. She gently placed him on his bed while waiting for her disciple to bring the restraints to contain him. She couldn't help but look at his face, calm and affable, as if at times the shadows that loomed over his soul gave him a respite to rest and get away from the tortuous and unpleasant reality. Tsunade, Naruto clenching her fists in anger, you're not the only one suffering from their losses. Idiot, she muttered in an almost inaudible thread of voice that sounded almost like a lament uttered by a tormented soul. The door to the room opened and the brunette entered with a handful of straps and padlocks. Shizune, I brought all the level 5 restraint equipment. Tsunade-sama, the blonde nodded without bothering to turn around. She didn't want her pupil to see a couple of treacherous tears parading down her face. She didn't want to appear weak in front of anyone at that moment, no matter how much trust she had with that person in question. Tsunade, place them on that chair and give me what I ask for. The brunette nodded sadly, and proceeded to place all her gear where her superior indicated and await her next orders. Give me the one for the abdomen. No sooner said than done. The blonde received a thick, hard leather strap from her student, which was passed around the boy's body and under the bed, finally fastened and secured with a padlock. Pass me the one for the neck. Again, the object in question was provided, and following the same pattern, this continued until the blue-eyed young man was completely restrained to the bed. And now tracing a sequence of hand seals, she then placed her hand on the boy's chest. Shizune is that a chakra suppression jutsu, looking at her mentor with concern for everything she was doing. Tsunade, this time I will make absolutely sure not to overlook even the smallest detail. Finishing the chakra sealing. Shizune, is it really necessary so much? Lowering her head in disapproval, Tsunade, of course, now let's get out of here. I need to have a drink, and if you'd like, I'll explain the reason for all this. Both women left the room, bumping into a group of ANBU who were patiently waiting for them to finish their work inside. Make sure no one enters this room without prior permission from me or the Hawkage. I also want you to keep all your senses alert and report back to me as soon as I wake up. Understood? Anbu, hi. The two women slowly walked away while the Anbu took their positions and began their surveillance mission. A few hours later, he opened his blue eyes, feeling a general malaise throughout his being. His head hurt terribly and his body was numb. He released all the air accumulated in his lungs in the form of a loud sigh and tried to sit up, surprised to find that he could not move even a centimeter. Naruto, what the? He struggled violently with whatever was anchoring him to the bed. Shit, he yelled angrily, unable to even lift his head. Outside the room, one of the two ANBU nodded to his partner, who disappeared in a puff of smoke. It was only a matter of minutes before the Godame or the Rokudame would arrive. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 17. The door to his room opened slowly, and Tsunade Senju entered, closely followed by her first student. The blonde man couldn't see them because of the restraints that anchored his entire body to the bed, including his head. Both women slowly approached the edge of his bed. Finally, his blue eyes were able to identify the intruders, and as expected, he didn't take it well. Naruto, damn it, Tsunade. He shook himself again, unable to free himself from his bonds, which only increased his frustration. Damn it, I swear on the rest of my life that I won't forget this. He shouted, blinded by anger, trying again to break free in any way possible. All this under the serious gaze of the blonde Exokage and the sad expression of her brunette companion. Tsunade, no matter how hard you try, you won't achieve anything. You're completely immobilized and sealed. Now you're nothing more than an ordinary civilian. She couldn't finish speaking because again the sound of the restraints echoed through the room, perfectly matching the boy's voice. Naruto, screaming like a madman, writhing miserably before them. Tsunade, let me go now. Tsunade, I'm not going to do it. You're not in any condition to be free, saying this with great pain in her chest. Naruto, let me go now. Tsunade, I'm not going to do it. She suddenly burst out, startling her pupil. What would Sakura and your daughters say if they saw you like this? I'm trying to help you, damn it. Naruto, don't you dare use his memory against me like that Uchiha pig. Clenching his teeth in pure rage as he recalled what had happened, he understood now. Because of Itachi, he had let his guard down, and now he was chained like a common animal to that cursed bed. Rage seeped uncontrollably through every fiber of his being, a feeling that combined with the sense of confinement was causing him to completely lose his mind. We're getting out of here. I'll tell you something, Tsunade, the woman instinctively took a step back. When I'm free of here, I'll find the bastards who killed my family, then I'll annihilate the Uchiha clan, and finally I'll leave this rotten village and never set foot in it again. Do you hear me? Never again. He shouted with all his might, saddening the fifth Hawkage and frightening her disciple. Tsunade, I'll increase his dosage and add mood stabilizers, informed the sixth, approaching the boy who began to shake. Naruto, get away, don't come near me. Watching as the blonde took a syringe and a small bottle full of clear liquid out of her doctor's coat. Tsunade, don't make this any harder for me, piercing the medical instrument into the bottle, filling it with the liquid. It hurts me more than it hurts you to have to do this, bringing the needle closer to the immobilized boy's neck. Naruto, go to hell. The sedative was finally administered, and it wasn't long before the young man began to suffer its effects. His voice went from a scream to a pitiful whisper, and his attempts to break free from his restraints became a mere tremor that soon dissipated. Once his eyes closed, the fierce Kunoichi was able to release his feelings, falling onto his chest enveloped in a sincere cry that he had been suppressing since entering the room. Tsunade, idiot, tightening the thick belt that encircled the ex-Jinchuriki's chest. You're becoming the trash that destroyed your family, taking deep breaths, the enormous irritation gnawing at her. The sound of the door opening made her spring out of bed, taking a deep breath to try and calm herself. Dr. Tsunade-sama, we were informed that you wish to provide emotional treatment for young Uzumaki. The woman nodded, her back to the doctor, who didn't attach much importance to the gesture. Well, based on my personal assessment and the events that have caused the boy's mental instability, he continued, approaching the bed and rummaging in the pocket of his work clothes, I believe the best course of action would be to begin a combination of medications, using a baseline stabilizer, anxiolytics, and sedatives, but Tsunade, the side effects, she sadly observed the impassive face of the sleeping blonde. Doctor, such a mixture would solve his instability but would leave him like an empty shell, referring to the fact that these drugs would leave Naruto like a zombie, completely devoid of any sensation, completely catatonic. Tsunade, is there another possibility? Stroking the young man's forehead, he shook it slightly with a gesture of displeasure which saddened the poor woman even more. Doctor, perhaps electroshock or confinement, but again, the aftereffects and negative consequences are there. I personally recommend drug therapy. Of the three, it's the most humane and has the highest success rate, taking out a couple of bottles full of pills and placing them on the small table next to the bed. In any case, the decision is yours, Tsunade-sama. If you wish, you can wait and see if keeping him here with sedatives has any effect. Have a very good day and take care. He finished the conversation, leaving the room with a serious expression. Tsunade turned around, carefully examining the pill bottles. She had an enormous weight on her shoulders, which were already too weak to support such a large stone. She had no choice but to go and talk to Kakashi, and together they would choose the best possible path to recover the boy. Saki walked through the middle of the village, glancing sideways at the villagers she passed, who discreetly turned to look at her with little kindness on their faces. She felt deeply annoyed at being seen as little more than a trash can by all those who had the gall not to even try to hide the tremendous hatred that was beginning to surface against the Uchiha clan in Konoha. The dark-haired girl began to regret having decided to leave the Uchiha district to walk through the village and go to her favorite shop. Finally, her steps led her right to the establishment in question. She hesitated for a few moments about whether to go in or not, but in the end she decided to do so. Luckily for her, there weren't many people inside, which guaranteed little noise and exponentially reduced the probability of feeling uncomfortable stares once she was eating something. She walked slowly to one of the tables farthest from the counter and took a seat, waiting patiently to be served. A few minutes passed and no one approached her. At the table, the few diners in the place occasionally looked at the woman with the same disgusted expression she had received earlier on the street. A few more minutes passed and the place ended up completely empty. When she was about to leave, the owner of the business approached her with a sad expression. Owner, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting too long. What can I get you? Sake, the usual, but also add the ones they liked. The man nodded sadly. Without any further words between them, he went to prepare their order, remembering the two little girls shouting and laughing every time they came to his small shop. A few minutes later, the man returned with the Konoichi's order, 3 dangos, each a different flavor. He placed them in front of her and calmly stepped back, letting her eat. Saki took the first one and began to eat. The bitter taste flooded her mouth as memories of the place overwhelmed her mind. A tear slowly slid down her left cheek, followed by another on the opposite side. For a moment, she could almost hear the 2 little girls arguing about which dango flavor was best, asking her to choose. Their silliness, their jokes, their laughter. She couldn't hold it in any longer and let out a torrent of tears. Footsteps approached her, but she kept her gaze lowered to avoid being seen like this. Owner, Tomei, it's on the house, he said sadly, placing a glass of juice in her hand before returning to the bar to continue with his chores. Kakashi finished tidying his desk and allowed himself the small luxury of leaning back in his chair and letting out a tired sigh. Shizune had arrived shortly before to inform him about what had happened at the hospital, something that, while not surprising, had him immensely worried, enough to finish all his work in one go without taking the short breaks he usually did. Now he would relax for a few minutes and head to the hospital to talk to Tsunade and visit his student, unless something unforeseen happened and he had to postpone it. As if someone had read his last thoughts, the door sounded from a couple of light knocks. Kakashi, come in. Straightening up to avoid making a bad impression on the visitor, the door opened and the woman he wished to see entered. Tsunade Senju had come to his office at a convenient time. I wanted to see you and speak with you, Tsunade-sama, regarding. Tsunade Naruto, she interrupted him. I have a serious problem I need to discuss with you, and it's extremely delicate. I trust Shizune told you about his condition when he woke up. The man nodded seriously, resting his elbows on his desk. Well, he's not in a condition to be released, and I believe that with each passing day in that bed, his mental health will worsen. I fear we've passed the point of no return, which is why I commissioned a specialist to conduct a thorough study on possible treatments. She paused dramatically, causing the silver-haired man to fear the worst. The results aren't very encouraging. We have 3 options. The first, which I wouldn't pursue under any circumstances, would be to keep him tied to the bed with sedatives, which would end up driving him insane, addicted to the drugs, or killing him. The second, which was recommended by the specialist, is to follow an emotional stabilization therapy based on the intake of tranquilizers, anxiolytics, and stabilizers, but the side effects of these worry me greatly. Kakashi, what kind of effects? Showing great interest. Tsunade, to put it simply, the effects can range from complete indisposition, confusion, catalepsy, depression. We could reduce his anger. But at the cost of leaving him completely empty, it's very dangerous. But the other solution besides the one I mentioned is the use of electroshock therapy with the consequent risk of death or coma. The blonde took a breath, observing the man in front of her intently. Kakashi, electroshock is completely out of the question. The decision is between doing nothing and keeping him tied to the bed, or using the pharmacological method. Honestly, I think doing nothing would be a bad decision. You and I both know Naruto well. He's not exactly the type of guy to give up easily. On the contrary, we'd probably only drive him crazy and corrupt him to the point where we could never get him back. I don't know if you share my opinion, but I'd consider the second option the most viable for success. He leaned back in his chair, feeling a slight discomfort in his throat. Tsunade, I came here specifically to get your opinion and avoid future disagreements. I suppose we're both in agreement then. Now we just have to wait for him to wake up again to convince him to accept the treatment and make things easier. Crossing her arms, not entirely convinced that the chosen option was the best. Kakashi, and what if you don't want to cooperate with us? He stood up from his chair, then walked around his work table and stood a few steps away from his predecessor. Tsunade, we will use force at least up to the third dose. Once that limit is exceeded, he will cooperate. Kakashi, I hope we're not making a mistake, because if we are, Tsunade, I can't answer that. Perhaps he'll go completely insane and we'll have to lock him up. He'll take his own life if we're not careful, or he'll simply remain a living corpse. Kakashi, you have no idea how much I cursed the day we decided to name him my successor. He finished the conversation, walking briskly towards the door. Once he grabbed the handle and opened it, he turned to question the woman. Are you coming? Saki finished her meal and juice, took a small coin purse from her pocket, and left a bill enough to cover expenses and a generous tip for the shop owner. She then stood up and calmly walked out the door. Once outside, she decided to walk back to her clan's territory, seeking a sense of security. Again, she felt a number of unkind, intrusive glances upon her. Those bastards no longer bothered to hide their contempt for anything remotely connected to the Uchiha clan. She chose to dismiss it as merely anecdotal and continued on her way, glancing at the occasional shop, looking down at her feet, or simply keeping her eyes straight ahead. In less than 10 minutes, she reached the edge of the Uchiha district. The feeling of safety and tranquility was palpable the moment she stepped inside. The glares were gone, as was that small but horrifying sense of latent danger. Now she could truly say she was home, words that carried even more weight. Once she had more strength, she entered her house and walked to the kitchen where her mother was cleaning a little, as she usually did whenever she didn't want to go out. Mikoto, did you have a good time outside? She asked her daughter without stopping her cleaning duties. Saki, yes, I've been wandering around the neighborhood. It's a bit boring sitting down at the table in the center of the kitchen. Mikoto, it's not right to lie to your mother, you know, leaving the damp cloth on the counter to face her daughter. Saki, that was all she could manage to say. Mikoto, since this is the first time you've disobeyed your father, I'll let it slide, and so you don't try it again or emphasizing the vowel. Warn me first, I'll tell you this. The clan has placed its best sensors at the borders of our territory, so if you go in or out, you should know that I'll most likely be aware of it as soon as you set foot outside or inside, and your father will too. Saki, he a little scared, it was no wonder. When her father got angry, it meant a good while receiving a lecture and then being punished in her room without being able to go out several days or even weeks. Mikoto, you were lucky he wasn't there when you decided to go out, but next time if he's not there, I'll tell him myself, smiling sweetly, something that contrasted greatly with the grim threat oozing from her words. Is that clear? Saki, yais. Mikoto, well, now help me clean the living room, okay, taking the wet cloth again to continue cleaning. Saki, I'm tired with little interest. Mikoto, perhaps I'll reconsider telling your father how little respect you have for his orders. She put her index finger to her lips, adopting a thoughtful expression. Saki, I'm going, getting up from her seat to go to the living room with great enthusiasm to help her Kaisen. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 18. The current Hokage and the former holder of that position entered the hospital, heading to the Uzumaki boys' room. The Anbu guarding the entrance to the small room greeted their superiors with great respect and gave them passage without saying a word. Both shinobi entered the room, observing the young blonde boy completely asleep as a result of the sedative administered by the last senju. Tsunade, he's still asleep. Approaching the bed slowly and hesitantly, will have to wait a little longer. Kakashi, how long? Questioning the woman with large attributes from the entrance. Tsunade, I don't know, I had to use a higher dose than normal. Otherwise, I would have barely been able to calm him down, maybe touching his forehead very carefully, receiving a gesture of rejection in response from the boy several more hours, all day today or a few minutes. I don't know how his body will tolerate the sedative, sadly withdrawing her hand at the blonde's unfriendly gesture. Kakashi. Already crossed his arms, thinking about his next moves once the blue-eyed man regained consciousness. You can stay here if you want. I have to go to my office. He turned to grab the doorknob and open the door. If he wakes up, I want you to let me know before you do or say anything. That's all I ask. Goodbye. He finished his remarks, leaving the room to go to his workplace and impatiently await the Sanin's call. Tsunade sighed resignedly, searching for something to sit on in the room. Unfortunately, there was little else besides the bed, a small table for medicine, a glass of water or a book, and a small wardrobe for the inmates' clothes. She took a heavy breath, changing her mind and deciding to leave herself and go to her office. Once she had left the room, she notified the guards to inform her as soon as the former Jinchuriki awoke. On her way to her office, she couldn't get the boy's gestures out of her head when she touched him, as if he were partially conscious and knew it was her. It pained her to see him like this. Perhaps she could understand him. She herself had lost her partner and her little brother, blaming Konoha in the process, but it wasn't nearly as traumatic an experience as what Naruto had suffered. As much as she wanted to put herself in his place, there was a vast gulf between their tragedies and she knew it all too well. Danzo Shimura was very pleased with the reports his men had brought him. Everything was going swimmingly. The Uchiha clan was rapidly losing its reputation, respect, and influence within Konoha. The sixth Hokage rule was weakening, even if it didn't appear so to the untrained eye of a villager or inexperienced shinobi. A crooked smile seemed to have never left his face since he began his plan to take the Hokage position, and now with the tide gradually turning in his favor, he only had to be patient, continue sowing hatred among his opponents, and use the fourth Hokage's son for his own purposes. Then he would decide whether to enslave him as his most lethal bodyguard or simply eliminate him from the equation as he had already done with his family. That depended entirely on how events unfolded. Danzo, Fu, Toru, the two named appeared in a fraction of a second in front of their leader, bowing before him in complete servitude. I want you to closely monitor the movements of the Hokage and Tsunade for now. We will wait patiently until the precise moment to make our next move. Fu, Danzo-sama, with all due respect to your decision, don't you think we should continue to harass the villagers against the Uchiha? Yamanaka commented with complete subservience to his leader. Danzo, no, to achieve our goal we must not be impatient. We will limit ourselves to observing and causing some minor altercations. When the time comes, we will act with more force now. Carry out your orders to the letter. Remember that failure is not an option. That is why I entrust this task to you two. Both shinobi disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the root leader completely alone in the enormous room of the ANBU Secret Division's base. Without losing the dark smile on his face, he calmly marched to his quarters to continue plotting against his own home. Saki finished cleaning the living room at her mother's request. Her mother smiled, pleased by her daughter's willingness to help. The woman with long, dark hair called her little girl over to thank her for her help and offered her green tea as a reward. Saki accepted with a tired sigh as she wasn't particularly fond of housework. The sound of the front door opening broke the silence between the two women, followed by footsteps. Through the kitchen doorway appeared Itachi Uchiha, dressed in his ANBU uniform. As was his custom, the newcomer greeted his family with a small smile and took a seat at the table, pouring himself some tea. Itachi, I suppose Kaisen already told you that it's not right to disobey Oda-sama's orders, taking a small sip of his drink. Saki, wait a minute, dropping her ceramic bowl to look at her older brother with an accusing glint in her black eyes. You were the one who told Mom. The accused smiled with a hint of evil, which dispelled any lingering doubt in the youngest of Mikoto's children, who was amused to see them. Itachi, it's my duty an older brother must protect his rebellious little sister from the dangers that her bad decisions will generate, provoking an angry gesture from the little one and a slight and almost imperceptible laugh from her mother. Saki, nonsense, I'm an adult woman and I'm responsible for my actions. What bothers you is that I have the strength to do what I please without fear of suffering Dad's reprisals. Crossing her arms, very annoyed by how her brother treated her. Itachi increased the intensity of his smile, for he had led her exactly where he wanted. Itachi, if you boast so much about not being afraid of what might happen to you if Oda-sama finds out you disobeyed him, why did you rush to do what Kaisen ordered you to do? Saki clenched her teeth in anger as she received the blow from her Niasen. Saki, I don't know what you mean. Itachi, it's simple. Kaisen told me she'd ask you to clean the living room as soon as you got back, and if you did, she'd make you some tea as a reward, and as far as I know, that's what I'm drinking right now. Taking another sip of his drink, savoring the delicious taste of victory over his little sister. Saki finished the rest of her tea in one gulp and stood up with an annoyed expression. She hated it when Itachi beat her at anything, and this time he had mercilessly crushed her. At that moment, only one thing crossed her mind, going to her father's training grounds and getting her revenge. As she stepped through the doorway, she was stopped by her mother's voice. Her mother was watching her with amusement, leaning against the counter. "Mikoto, where are you going?" Without losing her amused smile, she would never tire of watching her two little ones fight as if they were 5 and 8 years old respectively. "I don't know if that's their real age difference. If it isn't, I'm very sorry." "Saki, to Dad's private training ground, don't bother me." Without another word, the dark-haired young woman left the kitchen and headed towards the enormous inner courtyard of the mansion. "Mikoto, don't go too far. I don't want you to destroy half the house over a silly tantrum." His mother finished the conversation with amusement, as did her son. Saki, HPMF, walking down the hallway with a serious expression. 5 minutes later, Saki stood in the middle of the vast inner courtyard of her house. She sighed, expelling all the air from her lungs, hoping to calm the anger her stupid brother had provoked. Unfortunately, she hadn't succeeded. She would have to find other ways to clear her head. She racked her brain to figure out a way to smooth things over with her Nissen and finally came up with the best possible solution. She crossed her fingers, making a shadow clone appear right in front of her. Its replica didn't take a second to explode in a puff of smoke, revealing her older brother Itachi Uchiha with a serious expression. "Saki, you're not the real one, but at least I'll have some fun kicking your ass, mama's boy." She finished her words, leaping away and forming hand seals. Fire release, great fireball technique. The brunette inhaled a massive amount of air and exhaled a huge flame that mercilessly attacked her clone, disguised as her brother. He performed the same sequence of hand seals, producing the same technique. Both attacks collided head-on, producing a huge explosion that devastated the center of the training field. Aside, to answer a question that will probably come to mind, the clone Saki created is quite powerful. What makes me say that? Very simple, it's just one, and in this story, a shadow clone created with enough chakra. And of course, if its creator is powerful enough, it can be used as a good training partner, one who can give you a good fight and provide a pleasant combat experience. I know that's not how it is in canon, but it is here. Thank you very much for your understanding. The Uchiha bent her knees, initiating a full-speed charge through the smoke generated by the collision of their jutsu. Her copy didn't surprise her, as both had thought the same thing, and at that precise moment, they were engaged in a fierce and evenly matched taijutsu battle, exchanging blows left and right without landing. Punches and kicks were blocked with great effectiveness by both combatants, so the girl decided to change her strategy and retreat, performing another brief sequence of hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Flame Jutsu. Again, a wave of flames erupted from her mouth, threatening to burn her clone disguised as Itachi. This time, he didn't respond with the same technique. He jumped, dodging the barrage from the original Uchiha, extending his right arm and creating a Chidori. Just as the technique exploded, he took advantage of the smoke to gain the element of surprise. Without further delay, he proceeded to launch himself at his creator at full speed, but unfortunately for him, he missed her. The shrill sound emitted by the technique taught to her by her pornographic novel-loving system pierced the dense dust, her arm drawn back, ready to strike the brunette. HMPH, prepare to disappear, thought the dark-eyed woman, hidden in one of the trees that populated the immense training area as she watched her rival. The clone stopped abruptly, unable to find its target, dispelling the jutsu. Its eyes, a vivid red courtesy of the Sharigan, danced searching for the enemy without success. Only a light breeze alerted it, before it was pierced by the Chokudo proudly wielded by Fugaku Uchiha's youngest daughter. A burst of smoke brought the small scuffle to an end, giving the title of winner to Saki, who returned her weapon to the seal on her right wrist, sighing slightly satisfied and a little calmer. "Itachi, good fight, but in the end I was just a clone of you with my appearance. If I had had my abilities and strength, I highly doubt you could have won." The woman turned around, observing her brother sitting calmly on the edge of the mansion's roof, and to make matters worse, with a small, arrogant smile on his face. "Saki, whatever you say," Niacin, wiping the dust that had stuck to her clothes during her practice, trying not to appear upset so as not to give that fool Itachi the satisfaction again. "Itachi, it's not just me saying it. Remember all our training sessions supervised by Oda-sama? I still haven't lost a single time against you. I suppose that bothers you, right?" Looking to provoke her again, although Itachi was an extremely serious man in public, he often showed his more playful and childish side in the presence of his sister and mother, was perhaps a way of getting revenge for everything related to his work as an ANBU. Saki, blah blah blah, making a comical opening and closing gesture with his right hand. "I'm going to take a shower. It's more useful and pleasant than arguing with you," he said, heading towards the patio exit under the amused gaze of the older boy. "Itachi, pleasant." He brought his hand to his chin, trying to look thoughtful. "You're not going to tell me you're going to get up to mischief in the shower again, thinking about that boy? I think he was blonde and your teammate." This made his poor little sister blush and shiver with embarrassment. "It's just I heard you a couple of times, and I think it's really wrong of you to murmur between moans that you wanted me to give you, you know that." Jumping with his fist extended towards where his brother was, he smiled, having achieved his goal by dodging the blow that opened a large hole in the roof. Itachi, well, when Kaisen and Otsutsuki see this, you're going to spend a good amount of time in your room smiling mischievously at him. More time alone with your fantasies. Saki, you're dead. Charging at her brother, who dodged her again, fleeing by jumping across the rooftops, followed by her. At the mansion door, Fugaku Uchiha watched them with a tired expression. Fugaku, again, I hope they don't break too much this time. Entering his house, he was greeted by his smiling wife. Mikoto, again. Fugaku, yes, I'll go get the tools. I suppose there's a huge hole in the roof. When they get back, they'll find out I'm not in the mood for nonsense. I'm tired, and instead of relaxing, I have to be patching holes. What a torment. He walked slowly towards the warehouse while his wife laughed under her breath. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 19. The two Uchiha siblings continued their chase across the rooftops of their clan's neighborhood. Itachi was thoroughly enjoying teasing his little sister with suggestive remarks similar to those he'd made earlier, which infuriated her to an unprecedented degree. It's unclear exactly how long they played cat and mouse. The only certainty is that night fell. They'd essentially been running in circles for at least a couple of hours, and so the older brother decided to return to their starting point. Saki continued the pursuit, noticing that her prey was slowing down. She smiled, thinking her brother was tiring, and decided to pick up the pace to catch him. Itachi descended from the rooftops to the street and stood perfectly still right at the entrance to the mansion. His sister followed him down to street level, taking him by the shoulder with a triumphant smile. Saki, I've got you. Fugaku, I've got you too. The brunette jumped, pulling away from her Niasen's back. Her father, Fugaku Uchiha, stood in front of them, arms crossed and a sour expression etched on his face. Behind him, Mikoto smiled, barely containing her laughter at the sight of her two creatures, stiff as boards in the face of her husband's authoritarian presence. I see you've had a lot of fun these last 2 hours, as much as I've had fixing the hole you made in the roof of the house. Itachi, it was Saki Otsutsuki. He doesn't know how to take a joke. Saki, don't blame me, crossing her arms with obvious anger. Itachi, I only made a comment and you took it the wrong way and started chasing me, destroying everything. Mikoto, and may I ask what you said to your sister to make her react like that? With absolute amusement, as she already suspected who the words that had irritated her little girl had been directed at. Itachi, you know things related to Naruto and his erotic thoughts. Saki's silence, entering the mansion, leaving her 3 family members at the door. Mikoto, she reminds me so much of myself when I was her age. How quickly you children grow up, she murmured with obvious sadness as she entered her home. Fugaku, this time there will be no more words, but next time, turning to his only son, I won't take my eyes off you until you and your sister fix everything you've wrecked. Any objections? Itachi, none. Otsutsuki the Anbu hastened to reply to his father. Fugaku, I'm pleased with your statement, now go inside. The rest of the Uchiha clan leader's family entered their home, leaving the streets of their clan's neighborhood completely empty. Nothing else noteworthy or important would happen there for the rest of the night. Far away in the hospital of the Hidden Leaf Village, Naruto Uzumaki regained consciousness after being tranquilized with sedatives and other bullshit courtesy of Tsunade Senju. He again experienced the profound helplessness of not being able to move even slightly in the bed, where he was tied up like a dangerous animal. He took in all the air his lungs could hold and let out a huge sigh, trying to calm the overwhelming impulses that begged, screamed, ordered him to struggle until he was utterly exhausted, to free himself and escape from that damned place of torture that other human beings called a hospital. He closed his eyes for a few moments, initially hoping to devise some escape plan, something that proved completely unsuccessful. His thoughts degenerated into memories, the painful memories of his life just days before. Damn his luck. Despite having been sedated most of the time since it all happened, he felt as if he had an eternity had passed since his family was murdered by those Uchiha bastards, those monsters. He couldn't help it. As if it were a curse or a torment, he remembered what had happened in his house moments before he returned. The screams, the pain, the fear, the blood, the death of his 3 angels at the hands of those vile and cowardly demons. His fists closed in rage as he gave a couple of tugs that proved fruitless due to the entire system of restraint that anchored him to that disgusting bed. Naruto, bastards, vile dogs, sons of bitches. He ended up falling back into rage and frantically moving in search of his freedom. Outside the small room, the 2 Anbu guarding him looked at each other. The one on the left, a man with brown hair and an eagle mask, disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kakashi sighed wearily in his chair. He was truly overwhelmed by his daily duties as Hokage. The sheer volume of forms, records, reports, civil petitions, clan requests, and so on had already left him on the verge of a mental breakdown, and now with the horrific event that had destabilized not only his team but the entire village, he simply couldn't even concentrate on his work. To make matters worse, a sharp pain in his right shoulder had begun to torment him ever since he left the hospital after checking on his only male student. A burst of smoke snapped him out of his reverie. Before him stood one of the Anbu he had left in charge of Naruto Uzumaki. Anbu, Hokage-sama, the boy has awakened. I must inform you that he is probably no longer under the effects of the tranquilizers that Tsunade-sama administered to him. The shinobi reported in a calm voice, kneeling as a sign of respect and loyalty to his leader. Kakashi. I understand, getting up from his seat to go to the small sofa in the office and pick up his white robes. Informed Tsunade-sama, ask her to come immediately and wait for me at the door of Naruto's room. Anbu, hi, vanishing using the same method he had used to appear in the silver-haired man's office. Kakashi leisurely donned his robes and headed for the door of his office, ready to leave the Hokage Tower. This time he would walk a short distance to the hospital, anything to shake off the feeling of confinement that had weighed on him since he accepted the honorable title of 6th Hokage. The son of the White Fang finally arrived at the hospital. Standing before the entrance, he simply sighed wearily and went inside. A few minutes later, he was standing right in front of the door to the Uzumaki's small room. The ANBU guarding the entrance remained stoic, following orders to the letter. Kakashi glanced for a moment at the corridor he had entered through, waiting for the arrival of the slug Sannin. Kakashi. He's taking his time shifting his focus from the hallway to the ANBU. Has anything noteworthy happened since he woke up? ANBU, nothing significant aside from attempts to break free and shouting profanities like Hokage-sama. Kakashi, I was afraid that would be your answer when Tsunade-sama arrives and we talk with Naruto. I'll give the order for you to be relieved so you can rest. The leader of Konoha spoke in a calm voice. The masked shinobi nodded, ending the conversation. Minutes later, the blonde disciple of Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived accompanied by her student, Tsunade. I'm sorry for the wait. I went. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end decided to be honest. I went to a bar for a drink. Kakashi, don't worry, Tsunade-sama. I hope you're ready to go in and entrust your case to me. Observing her without showing any hint of emotion in his eyes. Tsunade, yes, I hope that given the circumstances he can still reason. Kakashi, that's exactly what we're going to find out now. Are you ready? The Senju nodded, so the 6th Hokage proceeded to open the door and enter, followed by the two women. Once inside, they closed the door behind them for more privacy. The three of them remained still, waiting for a word from the blue-eyed young man who lay completely immobilized on the bed, his gaze fixed on the ceiling. An awkward silence settled between them, broken only by occasional sounds from outside. Naruto, you're finally here. Are you going to drug me again to put me back to sleep? Tsunade was about to answer, but was abruptly cut off by the boy who hadn't finished speaking. I refuse. I don't want you to disarm me again. Every time that I close my eyes, I see them dying. He finished by shouting these last words, frightening Shizune. Tsunade, it's the only way to keep you calm. It pains me greatly to have to do this, but again, the powerful Kunoichi could not finish her arguments, as she was interrupted once more by her son. Naruto, what the hell do you know about the pain in my body? It hurts to be like this, tied to a bucking bed in a bucking hospital, having nightmares every second, knowing that those who did this to me are now gloating over a mission accomplished. He screamed beside himself, shaking again. If I could break free, I'd make that scum pay dearly. Kakashi remained silent, arms crossed, while his two companions kept their heads down in sadness. Tsunade, please listen to me. The blonde man clenched his teeth, a result of the enormous rage that throbbed inside him. Naruto, I don't want to hear your empty words. Let her move on, let her forget, let her act like nothing happened to me. Let bygones be bygones. They only grod and murdered my wife and daughters in front of my eyes. Nothing to worry about. He continued with irony and anger, trying to make the woman who until recently was his mother feel bad. Tsunade, listen to me. She shouted, her patience exhausted by her child's hurtful words, compounded by the overwhelming pain in her soul from what had happened days before. The blue-eyed boy sighed heavily, his face etched with annoyance. Do you want to leave here? Naruto remained silent. He knew perfectly well that if she was proposing this, he would have to pay a price, but could he really afford to remain like this any longer? You will have to undergo special treatment and you will be free to leave here. Trust me, that's all I ask. Believe my word. I only want what's best for you. The blonde boy remained silent, staring intently into her eyes, his blue pupils unnerving her fiercely. Naruto, what kind of treatment? With a slight hint of disgust permeating his question. Tsunade, just a few pills, you don't need to worry. Naruto, if I have anything to worry about. I don't know what kind of crap you guys are going to put in my body. Kakashi, it's your choice. You can either accept the treatment and leave, or you'll stay tied to this bed until you come to your senses and learn to control your impulses. Konoha is in a very delicate situation right now, and you of all people could be the spark that blows everything up. The current Hokage spoke, having remained silent and thoughtful all this time. Naruto, I don't give a shit about Konoha. My family is dead. I will never forgive those who took them from me. Do you hear me? Never. He shook violently again on the bed where he was tied up. Kakashi, think about it. You have two options. We'll come back tomorrow at dawn to find out your answer. This time we won't sedate you so you can think for the rest of the day and night if you wish. Remember your slim chances, let's go. Looking at the two women who were with him, Tsunade, but Kakashi it's not the best for. Kakashi, that's an order. The silver-haired man shouted, startling them. Tomorrow we'll know how this ends. Staying here is a waste of time, he said, approaching the door, grasping the handle and turning one last time to face his only male student. Think about it, that's all I ask. With that, they all left the room, leaving the blonde man alone, staring at the ceiling, perhaps wondering if he should take whatever Tsunade wanted to give him and get out of that cursed place. He had plenty of time to think about it. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 20. Silence settled in the room as the footsteps and murmurs of his three visitors gradually faded into the hospital corridors. Naruto sighed, focusing his eyes on the snow-white ceiling of his small, hospital room-shaped cell. If someone asked him how he felt right now, he'd obviously tell them to buck off, but if he delved a little deeper into the conversation, he might be able to get them to reveal that he was currently caught between a sharp, possibly poisoned sword, the supposed miracle treatment that offered him freedom which he deeply distrusted, and a suffocating wall, that damned room, and the bucking bed with straps that gripped him like a hungry predator on completely defeated prey. Another sigh escaped his body. He didn't know if it was from not even being able to scratch his nose, from not being able to exercise and feeling every part of his body completely numb from inactivity, or some kind of side effect of the crap they'd been pumping into him since they locked him up. The crux of it all was very simple. He was starting to falter. Maybe, just maybe, he should accept the help old Tsunade was offering him. She wasn't to blame for anything that had happened to her princesses. She suffers too. No. They want to drug me and make me forget them. All they want is to make sure I don't cause trouble and keep me under control. They don't suffer like I do or like Sakura's parents do. They didn't see everything. They didn't hear their screams and pleas. They didn't see them the way I did. They are monsters, all of them, and I hate them. They want to take away the only thing that fills my soul, my hatred, my desire to avenge them. They want to take away my right to do justice in their name, to allow them to rest in peace. They are like the Uchiha, vile and evil beings who enjoy the suffering of others, my suffering. I want to get out of here. I want to get out. I want not to forget, not to forgive. I want their blood on my hands, the blood of their women, the blood of their children. I want their suffering sweetening my palate, their agony filling my stomach, their fear caressing my lungs. These were the thoughts of a completely broken mind. Overwhelmed in every way, a sinister smile adorned the boy's expression. Naruto's POV. I'll get out of here and I swear on them I'll never forget what they did to them. No matter how many pills they make me take, I'll get my revenge and I'll disappear like this rat. Never to return, but don't worry, my girls, I'll get you out of here and take you with me wherever my feet take me. He finished with a soft laugh, savoring a little happiness at last amidst so much bitterness. At dawn the next day, the sound of the door opening drew his attention, which translated into observing from his bed the people who had just entered his small room. Tsunade, Senju and Kakashi Hatake were already inside, staring at him with serious expressions, waiting for some word or gesture from him, and he was going to give it to them. Naruto, you're finally here. I've been up all night waiting. The blonde raised an eyebrow, quite surprised by how receptive the boy was. Honestly, she expected a dirty look, some insult, or a rather awkward silence. Without a doubt, she was more than surprised. Kakashi, I'm glad to hear that from you. Did you spend all night reflecting on the possibilities I gave you? Remaining serious despite being inwardly pleased by the small change in his student, the blonde changed the focus of his gaze, moving from the two veteran shinobi to the whitish ceiling of his room. Naruto, I already said it, I haven't slept all night. I've been thinking about it a lot, and the loneliness, the silence, and not being able to do anything else helped me decide. Tsunade, and what is it? Unable to contain her nervousness, the young man sighed wearily, or perhaps he did it to increase the anxiety of his two visitors, which worked, not perceptible in the silver-haired man but certainly in the Senju. Answer me, Naruto. Kakashi, Tsunade-sama, take it with a grain of salt. Naruto, I'll opt for the treatment, cutting off his sensei, now the sixth Hokage. Both were surprised by his words, so much so that the slug Sanin approached his bed. Tsunade, are you serious? You're not deceiving me, are you? The young Uzumaki blinked a couple of times, focusing on the honey-colored eyes of the godame. Both kept their gaze fixed on each other with a serious expression and in absolute silence before Kakashi, who simply waited patiently with his arms crossed. Naruto, I'm not lying, I trust, he sighed with feigned defeatism, though they didn't notice. I trust your solution. I'd rather take thinking about whatever it was he'd have to put in his body from now on. Whatever it is, then have me prepared to stay here like an animal. I can't take it anymore. Tsunade, of course, don't worry, you'll take the first dose and after it takes effect you can leave. The woman exclaimed joyfully, gradually lifting a huge weight from her already tired back. Naruto, okay, closing his eyes. Kakashi, in that case I'll head to the Hokage Tower to continue with the paperwork and such. There's a lot of work to do and I've already wasted a lot of time. Tsunade-sama, if you'll accompany me on your way to the hospital warehouse. Tsunade, is it necessary? With some reluctance to leave the room, especially now that she had recovered her son again. Kakashi, I insist I would like to ask your advice on some matters inherent to the council if you would do me the favor. I would be grateful approaching the door, opening it and gesturing with his free arm for her to accompany him. Tsunade, all right with a touch of regret at having to leave so soon, and even more so at having to advise her successor on something he should already be very experienced in, the last remaining Sannin walked towards the entrance of the room, turning around before crossing the threshold. I'll be back later, Naruto. Naruto, yes, with a tired voice. Having said this, both visitors left the room, closing the door behind them and heading down the corridor, one towards the hospital exit and the other towards the medicine storage room. Once they had both gone far enough away to prevent the young son of the fourth Hokage from hearing them, his disciple and now sixth Hokage stopped walking, surprising his predecessor who obviously also stopped, observing him with curiosity. Tsunade, well. What did you have to ask me about the council? Crossing her arms, eager to end the conversation and get to the warehouse as soon as possible. Kakashi, actually, I have no doubt about how the meetings with the advisors and the other clan heads work. It was just an excuse to get you out of the room, so I could have thought for a moment about what word to use so as not to sound too authoritarian with this woman, who wasn't exactly someone who was submissive to the hierarchy. I'd rather ask you to take some security measures regarding Naruto. Tsunade, what kind of measures? The hazel-eyed woman spoke, not very sure. Kakashi, although he's more receptive and the treatment can greatly improve his mental state, I want to be sure I can keep him under control to avoid any problems. Remember that he took down an ANBU squad without much trouble despite being sedated and convalescing. That's why I'd like you to, after administering the medication and sedative, place a chakra control seal on him. Not a full one but a partial one will gradually release his full power as we witness his mental equilibrium being restored. Tsunade, do you know how she'll take it? She'll probably start distrusting us again and adopt an openly hostile stance. You're asking me to go back to square one. Kakashi, it's an order, Tsunade. If you don't do it, I'll send an ANBU squad to do it. The situation in the village is critical, and I won't tolerate your hesitation leading us to civil war or an unprecedented outbreak of violence. He cut her off, his voice louder than usual, clearly showing his annoyance at the third Hokage student's lack of cooperation. Tsunade, I'll do it. Turning to leave, the silver-haired man watched her walk in silence. Before turning down one of the corridors, the woman turned to face him with obvious annoyance etched on her face. Tsunade, I will not disobey your orders, but I warn you, you are making a grave mistake that can only lead to bloodshed, the very thing you want to avoid. Without waiting for the legendary copy ninja's response, the last Senju disappeared around the corner of one of the hospital's many corridors. Kakashi sighed wearily. Kakashi's POV. All I want is to not have to fill coffins in the future. These were his thoughts as he swallowed hard and prepared to leave the building and return to his workplace. About 20 minutes later, once again the door to her room was opened, so her sapphire eyes moved to see who had entered her room. As she expected, it could be none other than Tsunade Senju, accompanied by her faithful and first apprentice Shizune. Naruto, it's about time. I was starting to think you'd decided to leave me here instead of giving me whatever it is you have in your robe pockets. He broke the silence in the small room with a voice full of irony and dejection. Something that didn't surprise the blonde Sannin, but it did surprise her disciple, who was unaware of his sudden change in attitude. To be honest, Shizune thought that her master and the sixth Hokage had opted to give him the treatment by force, not that the boy tied to the bed in front of her had decided it on his own. Tsunade, I had to find everything I needed, and as you heard earlier, Kakashi had some questions about things that shouldn't concern you much right now. Anyway, taking out a series of small glass jars, all meticulously labeled, along with a water bottle and a disposable syringe, the golden-haired young man was a little surprised to see so much strange stuff together, so he couldn't resist the urge to ask the veteran doctor about. Well, you get the picture. Naruto, all that am I going to have to take? Counting a total of 4 bottles, 3 of them filled with small capsules and another overflowing with a liquid of an unidentifiable color. Tsunade, if you want to get out of here, you must take one from each of these 3 bottles 3 times a day, pointing to the 3 bottles she had placed on her nightstand, and as for the 4th, it's a sedative so you don't experience the come-down. Opening one of the bottles. Naruto, wait a minute, what do you mean, experience a low? Tsunade, it's a side effect of the medication, don't worry, it lasts between 1 and 2 hours. By down, I mean you might experience mild depression, dejection, etc. Naruto, and you're going to have to sedate me every time I take them. If so, I don't want to. Tsunade, relax, I'll only give you the sedative this time. Perhaps it can be administered if you wish. If you can't handle the effects I explained earlier, taking out the 3 pills and grabbing the water bottle. Open your mouth. The boy hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed, opening his mouth and swallowing the capsules and water. Good, now I'll try the tranquilizer and I'll come back once you've woken up to examine you. And if I think you're ready, I can let you go taking the syringe and dipping it into the fourth vial to extract the clear liquid. Once the instrument was full, she tapped it a couple of times with one of her fingers and removed a little of the contents to prevent the proliferation of air bubbles inside that could cause a heart murmur, which would be quite dangerous. I'll see you as soon as you wake up with that. The blonde proceeded to inject the sedative into one of his arms. A few seconds later, the young man began to feel his eyelids heavy. He slowly let himself fall into the infallible embrace of Morpheus, falling into a deep sleep. Shizune, well, we're finished, Tsunade-sama. Would you like me to let you know as soon as Naruto wakes up? Observing her teacher. Tsunade, we're not finished yet. Placing her hand on the Uzumaki's forehead, she slightly lifted his eyelids to fully confirm his indisposition. Shizune, what, Tsunade? I'm going to place a chakra restriction seal on him by order of the Hokage. Drawing a sequence of seals before placing her hand on Naruto's neck, I'll explain it to him once he wakes up. He might still be under the effects of the pills and be more understanding. I'm entrusting him to you. Let me know as soon as he wakes up. The fifth Hokage finished the conversation, giving the boy one last look before leaving with her student. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 21. The hours dragged by. Shizune remained anxious and stressed, pacing back and forth across the hospital, performing any task, no matter how trivial or insignificant, hoping all in vain. It must be said that the clock's hands would accelerate their circular motion, and her beloved adopted little brother would awaken from the trance into which she and her master had induced him with a powerful sedative. She sighed nervously, finishing classifying and sealing each and every medical report from the past few weeks, thoroughly tidying and cleaning her master's office, and consulting with several civilians and shinobi who passed by with some ailment or medical issue. Once all the work was completed, she allowed herself to sit on the humble sofa in Tsunade Senju's office. She leaned her back against the sofa, letting her head fall back and staring at the ceiling. Her breathing became increasingly deep. Shizune had fallen asleep, a result of the stress and exhaustion from the enormous amount of work she had done. Naruto opened his eyes, staring at the white ceiling of the hospital room. He expelled all the air from his lungs in a pitiful sigh. He felt strange, dejected, sad, and depressed. The feeling intensified when he felt the rough, scratchy texture of the straps that kept him firmly tied to the bed, giving him no chance to get up. He tried to turn his head, searching for someone, but his room was completely empty. There weren't even flowers or any evidence that anyone had visited him while he was asleep. He turned his head again, staring at the ceiling once more, letting himself be carried away by the most recent memories that came to mind. A small kitchen, the smell of freshly brewed coffee, shouts and arguments about which Dango tasted best, the melodious sound of Sakura's laughter, the sound of his own, and his little one's laughter, the memory of happiness. He couldn't help it. He noticed his lower lip begin to tremble, followed shortly after by a wet itch in his eyes. The blue-eyed boy blinked, releasing a couple of tears that were followed by many more. The absolute silence inside the small room was broken by the faint whisper of a miserable, sad cry. Several minutes passed before the bedroom door opened and Shizune entered. The woman seemed a little flustered, nervous, as if something had happened to make her so distraught. The brunette froze when she saw the boy's blue eyes fixed on her. They were swollen and red, an unmistakable sign that he had been crying. The woman swallowed, unsure what to say or do. Honestly, she had only entered the room to make sure everything was all right after falling asleep. The silence in the small room was thick and heavy. The Uzumaki boy continued to stare at her, without apparent hatred or resentment, but therein lay the key. He didn't seem to emanate anything but immense sadness and a colossal emptiness. Shizune, how good it is that you woke up. Naruto-kun, I'm sorry if I made you wait too long. The disciple of the slug Sanin opened her mouth, trying to break the awkward silence, but she couldn't as the boy's blue, glassy eyes showed nothing. I'll go get Tsunade-sama, please wait a moment. The woman continued, quite uncomfortable and worried. Naruto, the golden-haired youth, said nothing, only sighed, shifting his focus to the ceiling as if it were the most interesting thing in the world. Shizune hurried out of the room, walking briskly down the corridor. She had to find her master and inform her that Naruto had woken up. Minutes passed, and the woman, now outside the hospital, searched for her mentor in several establishments near the hospital without success. The raven-haired woman decided to try the modest bar located a few meters from their residence, where Tsunade often spent time when something worried or unsettled her. After several minutes of walking, she arrived at her destination, entering the small establishment and catching a glimpse of her master sitting at a table in the corner. In just over 15 steps, she managed to stand beside her. Shizune, Tsunade-sama. The blonde woman raised her face, observing her with concern. Tsunade, Shizune, if you're here. Her mind was racing, a little drowsy from the effects of the liquor she'd been drinking for a while. Has Naruto woken up yet? She asked, her voice a little slurred thanks to the wonders of fermented rice liquor, also known as sake. Shizune, that's right, Tsunade-sama. Naruto-kun woke up a while ago. When I entered his room he looked at me without saying anything. I could see that his eyes were glassy and red. I assumed he had been crying. And what worried me most was that there was nothing in his gaze except sadness, the student of the legendary loser said, giving a rather brief summary. Tsunade. She seriously sipped the last of her liquor. If it's as you've told me, the medication is working. Let's go to the hospital. I want to. She stood up, placing the money on the table. I want to examine him myself and see how he is. Shizune, are you going to tell her about the seal? Looking at her with concern and nervousness. Tsunade, first I want to examine him, then I'll see what words are most appropriate so that we don't ruin everything at this point. Without another word, both women left the small establishment heading for the hospital. Several minutes later, the sound of the bedroom door broke the prevailing silence. The footsteps of what seemed to be two people, to be more precise two women due to the sound of the footsteps, echoed in the ears of the boy who lay completely motionless, clinging to the bed with his blue gaze fixed on the ceiling. Tsunade, Naruto, how are you? The boy didn't answer, his gaze fixed on a point on the ceiling as if it were the only thing that deserved his attention. Shizune looked at her teacher and then at the boy with concern. Tsunade cautiously approached the bed, observing the boy's lost expression. Carefully, she brought her hand to the boy's face, tenderly and affectionately caressing his cheek, noticing the cold touch of the blonde youth's skin. Shizune, the fifth Hokage, called to her assistant, who didn't hesitate to stand beside her. Shizune, yes, Tsunade-sama. Tsunade, bring me a syringe, and her voice was cut off by the murmurs of the boy who was trying to speak as loudly as his vocal cords would allow. Naruto, no more, no, I don't want more weird stuff, the boy moaned in a faint, empty voice. Tsunade, Naruto, how are you? Leaning slightly over him. Naruto, and no, I didn't have nightmares, but I saw them so happy, beautiful, pure. It hurts, they've taken them away. He finished this last part with a broken voice, beginning to cry for who knows how many times he had cried since he woke up that day. Tsunade, calm down, trying to hug him. Naruto, don't touch me, I want to be alone, give me my pills and let me go, the boy mumbled in a hollow voice, causing both women a pain in their hearts, a pain not only from seeing him like this but from his rejection of any attempt to comfort him. Tsunade, I'll give you your medication. Shizune, bring it here please, the brunette nodded, leaving the room and leaving the two of them alone. Naruto, I want to go home, the young man muttered with a tired expression and monotonous voice. Tsunade, you'll take your medication and you'll be able to do it. We've Kakashi sent a special team to make your home like new. The veteran medical ninja tried to comfort him, but to her surprise, the boy shook his head, or rather tried to, since the neck restraints prevented him from gesturing properly. Naruto, no, I can't go back there, not yet, I'll go to my apartment. The woman understood her songgranson's concern. It would be best for him for the time being. Shizune returned with the 3 bottles of pills, a fourth, which was the sedative, and the syringe needed to inject it if necessary. Shizune, here you go, Tsunade-sama, handing the pharmaceutical material to her mentor and stepping aside to let her work without problems. Tsunade, here, taking the 3 pills and some water. Naruto, I don't want you to sedate me, opening his mouth to receive his medication and the water needed to swallow it. Tsunade, are you sure? For 2 hours or more you will suffer from severe depression, dejection, and the woman murmured, not very satisfied with the blonde man's decision to refuse sedation as a palliative method for the low mood resulting from taking the drugs. Naruto, I said no, now let me go, keep your word. The blue-eyed young man cut the Sanin off abruptly, his gaze lost. Tsunade, it's okay, Shizune, help me, approaching the bed a little more to try to loosen each and every one of the ties that kept the Uzumaki prisoner in that room. After several minutes of dismantling all the things that imprisoned the boy, he was finally able to get up from the bed, noticing how his legs could barely keep him upright, much less on his feet. Tsunade hurried to hold him to prevent him from falling to the floor. Naruto, don't touch me, breaking free with what little strength he had from the woman's arms, who barely resisted. He felt as if gravity were increasing exponentially on his body, inviting him to fall against it. Naruto tried to take a couple of steps, feeling his lower limbs tremble with the slightest movement. Damn, he couldn't finish because he felt his stomach churn violently, followed by retching that made him bend over, throwing up the contents of his stomach. Buck, how disgusting, he vomited again, a clear liquid with a very unpleasant smell. Tsunade, Shizune, bring a mop and a crutch, the brunette nodded, leaving the room again, leaving them both alone. The Senju tried to bend down to help the blonde man who was kneeling on the floor with his head resting on one of his forearms, cold sweats pouring down his face and a tired and sickly expression. Naruto, don't come near me, feeling the damn nausea wreaking havoc in his aching and burning insides. He raised his head a little and vomited again. This time hardly anything came out, but the feeling was the same or worse than the first time. Tsunade. Naruto, please, I'm begging you, he said, trying to raise his voice as best he could, ending up sounding hoarse and weak. Damn it, my bucking life, he muttered, putting his head back on his forearm, trying to hide the traditional tears that even he didn't know why they wanted to come out. Tsunade bit her lower lip in disgust and sadness, getting up from the ground to see her student arrive with what she had asked for. Shizune, Naruto-kun, the raven-haired woman said, handing the boy a crutch which he quickly took to help him get up from the ground. Once he was fully up, he wiped the sweat that was falling from his face along with the remnants of tears that still lingered there. Naruto, Tsunade, I'd like you to give me some different clothes than mine and something to cover my face and hair. The two women looked at him doubtfully, not understanding the reason for such an absurd request, as if the boy could read their minds. He continued his comment, cutting off any questions they might have. I don't want anyone to stop me along the way. I want to be alone. Tsunade, okay, I'll bring you what you asked for, but it will take a while. Wait here. Without saying anything else, the blonde left the room, leaving the young man sitting on the bed staring at the door with a completely lost look. Naruto, Shizune, go away. The woman looked at him doubtfully but ended up obeying for fear that the boy would yell at her. Finally alone, the four of us, Sakurachin, Arachin, Kichin, he murmured in a whisper towards one of the white walls of the room with a smile clouded. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 22. Minutes passed with the boy inside his hospital room. Naruto remained absorbed, distracted, mesmerized, staring at one of the walls without even blinking regularly, completely lost in thought, perhaps due to the effects of the medication or perhaps due to his highly concerning mental state. The sound of the door opening did not diminish his attention to the white wall in the slightest. Tsunade Senju had returned with a bag in her hands. The blonde Sannin paid attention to him in deathly silence for a few moments, waiting for the young man with eyes as blue as perfect sapphires to react and show some interest in her. However, the gaze of the last Jinchuriki that Konoha had did not leave the concrete wall, which he seemed to idolize or to a lesser extent be very curious about. Tsunade. The legendary medical ninja gambler cleared her throat, trying to pique his interest. The boy blinked a couple of times, his head hesitantly moving before his eyes met hers. I brought what you asked for. I suppose the keys to your old apartment must be in your clothes. The boy didn't seem to show much interest in the fifth Hokkage's words, as he passively moved his head back to the small locker where his belongings were supposedly kept calmly. He got out of bed, using his crutch to keep from losing his balance and falling. Naruto walked tentatively to the locker, opening it to find his clothes neatly folded and several items such as his set of keys, ninja tool bag, wallet, and shinobi headband arranged on a metal tray. The boy picked up his wallet, a black leather wallet with the Uzumaki clan symbol embroidered right on the front. His hand trembled as he remembered that this item had been a gift from his little girls, Aru and Ki. For his last birthday, the sly ones had taken his other wallet to give him an even bigger surprise. His eyes slightly glassy, he glanced at his keyring, a set of about 8 keys with nothing noteworthy except for 2 ornaments hanging on them for company. One was a pale pink cherry blossom. The blonde man's mind seemed to recall with perfect accuracy the day of the festival commemorating the end of the Fourth Shinobi World War. When his little ones hadn't even been born, yet he remembered with a sad smile how he won that keyring at one of the booths and offered it to Sakura, who, unfortunately for him, had also won one just like it, as well as another keyring pretty in the blonde shinobi's eyes. This one was a bowl of miso ramen, specifically one exactly like the one they served at Ikaraku. His hand trembled as he closed the keyring, letting himself be carried away by the memories under the attentive and worried gaze of Tsunade Senju. Naruto, you can leave your clothes on the bed. Go out. I'm going to get dressed. The imposing woman hesitated for a few moments, but in the end decided to go along with the boy, left the bag where he had indicated and proceeded to leave the small room, remaining waiting in the hallway next to the 2 Anbu who were on guard. Naruto took all his belongings out of the metal container and carefully placed them on the bed. He removed his new clothes from the bag and without further ado began to undress. He took off his white hospital gown and underwear, then grabbed a new pair of boxers which the blonde had brought him and put them on without much effort, although he had to sit up in bed to do so since he couldn't lift his legs very high. Next, he took a pair of pants very similar to those worn by the Anbu, the same color and material. Perhaps the Senju had picked them up from the same place where they were manufactured or stored. At least they were comfortable, the former Jinchuriki thought to himself, holding a black undershirt. Without another word or rather thought, he put it on, confirming that the garment also seemed to fit his body easily. Only 2 things remained to be put on, a long black hooded robe and a face mask of the same color, strangely similar to the one his sensei, Kakashi, always wore. Headache. Tsunade heard a few footsteps inside the room, followed by the unmistakable sound of the bag she had brought. Assuming that in 8 minutes the boy had had more than enough time to get ready, she proceeded to enter, encountering the silhouette of the blonde completely hidden behind the wide black cloak that she had provided him at his express request. The blue-eyed boy did not look at the intruder, much less speak. Tsunade walked slowly until she was at his level, watching what he was doing, nothing more and nothing less than putting his old clothes in the same bag she had brought. Tsunade, we've washed it thoroughly. I thought that well, that outfit is very special to you. The former leader of Konoha murmured to the right of the man who would have been the seventh Hokage. Naruto. It smells like her blood, he replied somewhat dazed as he tried to stuff all the clothes into the bag. Tsunade. Impossible, we washed it 3 times, it must be your assumptions. The woman with generous attributes questioned the Saftarid Konohanan incredulously, who didn't even bother to look at her. Naruto, that's what I smell on her, and that's the only thing that matters to me, not your opinion or what you would do with her. The woman instinctively took a step back, feeling verbally attacked by Naruto, who made no movement or comment beyond finishing putting his clothes in the bag and paying attention to the last 2 items that remained on the bed, his protector and the small bag of utensils. His hand went to the bag with the intention of taking it, but was stopped by Tsunade's. Tsunade, although we're letting you return home, you won't be allowed to carry any weapons for the time being. The blonde paused, quite uncomfortably, as the boy's blue eyes were now meeting hers. And to her concern and dismay, there seemed to be nothing reflected in them, no pain, no displeasure, no hatred, no reproach, just a completely empty blue gaze, or at best, completely indecipherable to the Sannin. We have also placed a chakra-restricting seal on you, not total, but you won't be able to do much for the time being. The same goes for any seals you were carrying or had in your 2 residences. I'm very sorry, but it's for your own safety. The woman said, a little fearful and uncomfortable. She had finally told him, but as always, not at the best moment. Naruto stared at her for several seconds, making her feel very uncomfortable. How could she not when before your eyes are another pair, a deep blue like the ocean, and which, to make matters worse, didn't seem to radiate any light. No feelings. Tsunade couldn't stand it anymore and looked away purely out of instinct. Naruto picked up his small backpack and placed it on the bed, separate from the bag he was going to take. His gaze now focused on his shinobi headband carefully. He took it, running his finger along the metal, feeling the grooves that gave the metal the distinctive mark of its users belonging to a ninja village. In this case, Konoha. With his free hand, Naruto took the bag with his clothes and turned to face his deceased wife's teacher once more. Without a word, he raised the hand holding the Konoha headband and opened it, letting it fall to the floor with a metallic clang, slightly muffled by the fabric. Tsunade opened her eyes, a little surprised by what the boy had done in front of her, but before her lips could part to reprimand him, ask why he had done it, or simply let out a confused gasp, the boy walked past her, stepping on the headband and rubbing his foot against it. With the woman completely frozen in place, Naruto left the room under the gaze of the Anbu, who did not try to stop him, because they had been ordered to do so by the goddamn Hokage, better known as Tsunade Senju, the slug Sannin. He walked slowly through the streets, not because he wanted to, but simply because walking was still difficult for him, and the blessed crutch was indispensable for his mobility. At least he went unnoticed among the crowds of people coming and going, which pleased him. At least he wouldn't receive pitying glances. He wouldn't have to stop to listen to laments and false slogans of sadness or understanding from people he didn't know, and who, much less, could understand the slightest bit of how he felt or the pain and suffering his soul carried on his shoulders. After several minutes of walking, he managed to reach the old An is a figure of speech. Obviously, the building was quite new since it was rebuilt after Pain's attack on Konoha apartment complex, where he had lived for more than half his life. He calmly climbed the stairs, finding himself at the door that led to his new home. The key slipped out of one of his pants pockets, and he proceeded to open the door. The small building was a little dirty and smelled of closed, something normal in a place that has not been inhabited for a long time. A faint, sad smile adorned his face under the face mask. Naruto's POV, this would be so much worse if you hadn't been so obsessed with keeping it decent, right, Sakurachin? He wondered to himself, leaving his boots at the entrance and stepping inside the small apartment. His mind struggled to recall memories, musings of the recent past when his wife had sent him and his daughters off to clean the tiny place according to her, to have it decent for when they grew up and wanted to move out. His steps led him to his small bedroom, also dusty but tidy. His gaze fell on a photo on the nightstand next to his bed, beside a medium-sized wardrobe, a couple of shelves, and a small desk. His hand carefully picked it up, studying 2 of the 4 people in it, a pink-haired girl smiling enthusiastically at the camera and a blonde boy who seemed to have copied her gesture. His hand trembled slightly as he looked at one of the other 2 people, a girl. The dark-haired girl smiled not as much as the other 2, but enough to appear happy. The boy's expression shifted slightly from sadness to anger. He longed to break the frame and stab the portrait of his other teammate, yet he didn't want to destroy a memory that had meant so much to him years ago. In the end, he left the photo in its place, but this time turned it face down so he wouldn't see her. His Sakurachin. Dakar and Kakashi meant almost nothing to him. They didn't even deserve his contempt. What for? It would make them feel more important than they were to him, which was to say, not at all. The greatest contempt for a person is indifference. And even though he hated Saki for being an Uchiha, he knew the best way to hurt her was to treat her as what she was. Worthless scum who didn't deserve even a shred of his attention, at least not for now. Far away in the Hokage Tower, Tsunade Senju and Kakashi Hadake, the current leader of Konoha, were having a heated discussion after the report that the medical ninja had given to the silver-haired man. Kakashi, I'm going to repeat it one last time, I did what was necessary not because I wanted to, but because I had to in order to maintain order and avoid more problems, the man said, his voice a little louder than usual. Tsunade, that's a lame excuse. Your stupid idea of sealing his chakra and keeping him under surveillance and confined to his house has only made him lose what little faith he had left in Konoha. Now we don't even know if he feels anything but resentment and hatred for everything around him. Don't you realize? Kakashi, that's enough. He slammed his fist on his desk as he stood up, his dark eyes locking onto the woman's honey-colored ones. He's not mentally stable. He's threatened to massacre an entire clan in the village. We know someone is using him as a scapegoat to destabilize the village, and I won't let your remorse cause a massacre. Tsunade, you're an idiot, the woman said, leaving the room and slamming the door, which was badly damaged. Kakashi sighed dejectedly, sitting back down behind his desk and looking at the reports from the ANBU and the military police. There were no clues pointing to anyone in particular. Even Danzo had a perfect alibi, according to the men he himself had assigned to watch him since he took over, all on Tsunade's advice. Kakashi, damn it, she thinks she's the only one who suffers. Crumpling the paper in his hand, he swept everything off his desk, scattering it all onto the floor. I do what's best for everyone, even if it means he reached around his desk and bent down to pick up a small frame lying face down on the floor. Destroying my own team, he finished speaking to himself, looking at the photo Team 7 had taken the day after the bell test. It's my duty as Hokage. Night fell on Konoha. A hooded figure whose features were barely distinguishable as a woman moved by leaping across the rooftops at a good pace. The figure stopped a few meters from her objective, an apartment building, specifically the one where Naruto Uzumaki had lived before marrying Sakura Haruno. The woman cautiously descended from the roof, taking great care not to make a sound. Although she had obtained her mother's permission to leave the Uchiha district, she must not be seen, even though it was late at night. The girl, now identified as Saki Uchiha, stealthily approached the window of Uzumaki's room. Her eyes widened when she saw her companion kneeling, facing the wall of his room. A dim light illuminated the room, perhaps from a candle or a small lantern, as the light flickered occasionally. Saki remained still, observing her companion for several minutes, waiting for him to do something other than remain completely motionless. Minutes passed without the blonde man doing anything other than breathing calmly. Saki sighed wearily. At least she knew he was safe, since her Nissen had told her that there was a rumor in the Anbu that Naruto Uzumaki had been discharged, although he would be watched 24 hours a day by an elite Anbu team of the Rokudame's highest confidence. The woman noticed a familiar presence behind her. Her head turned back, revealing her older brother, Itachi Uchiha, dressed in Anbu uniform with his mask in his hand. Itachi, Nichin, you've seen him go home now, the girl was about to protest. But her brother's serious expression left no room for excuses, reproaches, or attempts at persuasion from his little sister. He was on duty and had direct orders from the Hokage. He had already disobeyed them enough by letting her near the building without allowing the girl anything more that night. Come with me, the woman hesitated for a few moments but finally agreed, jumping from the roof to another one farther away. Saki, what's wrong? The woman asked, raising an eyebrow and removing the hood that concealed her head. Itachi, I already told you this afternoon when I found out he'd been discharged and had come to live here. I've allowed you enough already without risking him noticing our presence. The ANBU muttered, emphasizing the word our. So if you don't want me to tell Dad about this, go home and go to sleep. Saki, HMPH, the girl said irritably, starting to turn away but stopped, looking at her brother with doubt. Before I go, can I ask what Naruto is doing? Itachi, I don't know exactly. All I can tell you is that he's been like this for several hours. One of my companions told me that he seems to have set up a small shrine in his room, but I can't confirm if that's true. Now go thinking of some way to comfort his sister. I'll take care of him for you. You can rest easy. Saki, that's what I hope, the woman whispered, walking away from her brother towards her home. At least she had been able to see him, but to be honest, she didn't feel any calmer. On the contrary, little by little, her worry for her partner and beloved was gradually increasing with each passing day. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 23. Note, if there are any doubts about Naruto's erratic behavior, keep in mind that he's in a completely broken mental state and the medication he's on is only making him more unstable. That's why he behaves this way. In short, he's completely insane. Thank you for your understanding. A female figure approached the apartment building where Naruto Uzumaki currently resided. The ANBU guarding the boy didn't move, for the woman was none other than the former Hokage Tsunade Senju, the Slug Sannin. The woman slowly ascended the stairs to the top floor of the building. The blonde knocked a couple of times on the door as if to call him. The Senju had to wait several minutes until the door finally opened, even if only slightly, just enough for her to see one of the boy's eyes. It was a little swollen and reddish, an unmistakable sign that the blonde boy had been crying recently. The young man's tired and weak voice broke the prevailing silence between them. Naruto, what do you want, Tsunade? The boy muttered without opening the door of his home any further, showing that he did not want any visitors or interruptions. Tsunade, Naruto, I've come to make sure you're taking your medication. May I come inside? Naruto, if I refuse you won't leave and you'll most likely order all those Anbu who are watching me closely to break down my door, right? The woman nodded sadly. If she already thought the boy's trust in Konoha was broken now, knowing that he was being watched very closely, things would be even worse. Tsunade, that's right, so don't make things difficult and cooperate with me. Things will get better with time. Naruto, nonsense, you think that with time I'm going to forget what they did to my family, that I'm going to forgive and forget. The young man growled, tightening his grip on the doorknob and gritting his teeth. I made a promise to your parents, Tsunade, and you know very well that I always keep them one way or another. Tsunade, take your medication, you're starting to ramble too much. Getting a little nervous as she feared that the Uzumaki would explode again in a fit of anger and ruin everything. Naruto, I'm not rambling, I'm being honest with you and with myself. You've deprived me of my chakra, you've deprived me of my freedom, you've deprived me of so many other things, the young man muttered with hatred in his voice. But you won't deprive me of my vengeance. Naruto couldn't finish his sentence, because he was grabbed by a couple of Anbu who had broken into his house through his bedroom window. Tsunade asked one of them to remove the chain blocking the door so they could enter and give the boy his medication. Let me go, you damn trash. I curse you in Konoha, Tsunade. The blue-eyed boy screamed, completely out of control, much to the blonde's pain and sadness. Tsunade, open his mouth, the goddamn ordered the Anbu who were holding the boy, trying with great difficulty to keep him still. Despite not having his chakra active, the boy resisted fiercely. One of them made the mistake of putting a couple of fingers in his mouth to try to open it. Anbu 1, you damn bastard. The Anbu pulled his bleeding hand out of the blonde's mouth, thick blood gushing out of the place where two of his fingers had been. Naruto, buck you all. You won't deprive me of my revenge. Bastards, you're lackeys of the Uchiha trash. You're his bucking puppets. Spitting out the two fingers of the Anbu, smiling in a malevolent and deranged grimace as he looked into Tsunade's honey eyes, which trembled slightly upon seeing him in that state. Anbu 2, Tsunade-sama, we can't hold him any longer. Give him the medication. The blonde nodded, placing her free hand on the boy's jaw and pressing to open it. The blue-eyed boy tried to resist, shaking his head and thrashing violently. He even tried to bite the hand holding the pills that Tsunade was trying her best to force him to swallow. Two more Anbu entered the house, joining the three of them, holding the young man and forcing him to swallow. The pills were forced into his mouth and swallowed by force thanks to the two extra pairs of arms that had arrived. Tsunade sighed, sweat dripping down her face from the effort and nervousness. Tsunade, knock him out. I don't have any tranquilizers or sedatives on me. One of the shinobi obeyed the Sanin's orders and struck the back of the boy's neck with a sharp blow using the lower back of his hand, leaving him completely unconscious. Finally, they were able to release their grip on him and recover their strength after the immense effort they had to make against someone who was sealed and, in theory, weakened by drugs. Anbu 1. It's finally over. Standing up, he observed his mutilated hand, which trembled slightly from the damage. He tore them off with a bite. Tsunade proceeded to use her medical ninjutsu to reduce his pain, although unfortunately, he had already lost his fingers forever. Anbu 3. The boy is very strong. Bending down to pick up the two bloody remains from the ground. If he hadn't been sealed and medicated, we wouldn't have been able to contain him. Anbu 1, he's completely crazy. That's what explains all this. He felt his hand begin to hurt intensely again as Tsunade was squeezing it very hard. Tsunade, silence. She shouted authoritatively, releasing the hand of the badly wounded Anbu who took a step back. Return to your posts, we're finished here. The shinobi nodded, leaving the room with great speed to avoid the likely onslaught of anger from the powerful Konoichi. Once she was alone with the unconscious blonde, she gently picked him up and slowly carried him to her room. There she saw what appeared to be a small altar illuminated by a couple of candles. There were a few framed photos, all of which had something in common. The boy appeared accompanied by one of his daughters or his wife, in some with all of them. But there was one image in particular that powerfully caught her attention, not only because of its placement in the center of the small altar, but also because of the image engraved on it and the frame that contained it, which undoubtedly looked handmade by a child, or rather a couple of girls. The generously busty Sanin carefully placed the boy on her bed. He approached the spot with timid steps and carefully took the photo. His hands began to tremble as he saw, and more precisely as he remembered, the moment immortalized in the photograph. I see you were finally able to restrain him and give him the medication. I didn't go in case he recognized me and got worse. The woman jumped, so unlucky that she dropped the photograph, which fell to the floor with a loud thud followed by smaller ones. The frame, which must have been made of porcelain or clay, shattered along with the glass that protected the image. Tsunade, damn Itachi, look what you've done. The Anbu murmured a sorry, almost in a whisper, bending down to pick out the image from the frame among all the fragments. In the photo between his fingers, one could make out an exhausted Sakura lying in a Konoha hospital bed, holding two tiny newborns, Aru and Ki. The pink-haired woman smiled with pure happiness at the camera. Traces of tears could even be seen on her cheeks. This image would evoke a feeling of tenderness in anyone who looked at it, and Itachi himself was experiencing this firsthand. The Uchiha Anbu gave the photograph to Tsunade, who gazed at it sadly, her hands trembling as they had before the silent intrusion of the talented, raven-haired shinobi. I was there. The shinobi studied the veteran woman's face closely. She looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. I helped her in everything I could. I saw them born, I saw them cry. For the first time I held them both in my arms. Tears, the damned, treacherous tears began to stream mercilessly down her cheeks as she remembered that particular day. They weighed so little and were so beautiful like their parents. I named little Aru, the woman said, finally breaking down and falling to her knees, not caring about the pain the fragments of glass and ceramic from the frame caused as they pierced her flesh. Itachi, I'm sorry for hearing that. Tsunade-sama, that was all the Uchiha could manage to say as he stared at her with a serious expression. Tsunade, no, I don't have the strength to go see their graves. I feel that I was responsible for everything that happened to them. Itachi, don't say that. He gently helped her up from the floor. Let's get out of here. This place is, well, it causes pain to everyone who knows or knew the old Naruto. The woman nodded, carefully placing the photo on the nightstand and leaving through the door accompanied by Itachi. Naruto woke up feeling a little dizzy and with a very unpleasant metallic taste in his mouth. He tried to sit up in bed, noticing how the slightest movement made his stomach churn wildly. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his insides, but it didn't work until several minutes had passed, which felt like an eternity. What an irony! Despite being at home, he felt just as powerless and trapped as he had in the hospital. He rolled his body to the side, managing to place his feet on the floor of his room. Without thinking twice, he got out of bed and walked without even noticing where he was going. A sharp stabbing pain shot through the sole of his right foot. He tried to lift it and see what on earth had caused such unbearable pain, but he was too weak. His legs trembled, and his body seemed to be begging him to give in and fall to the floor to find rest. Weakened both physically and mentally, the boy slumped back, sitting on the floor, seeing small fragments of glass and ceramic in front of him. His like a little blood that began to flow from his foot, his eyes opened as he recognized the object to which those fragments belonged. His gaze focused on the small altar he had made. The two candles had burned completely, but the moonlight entering through the window of his room gave him enough illumination to make sure that one of the photos was not there. Naruto, no. He jumped up in fear, not caring about the shards that were viciously piercing his feet. It's not the photo, the frame, the sea. He finished speaking as he realized what was happening. The pieces on the floor were none other than those belonging to the frame his two daughters had handmade for his birthday last year. No. He bent down to pick up as many pieces as he could, not caring about cutting his hands too. It's okay, my girls, daddy's going to fix your present because daddy loves you very much. Don't cry, don't. It hurts daddy to see you cry because if you do, daddy will cry too. The blue-eyed boy stammered, thick tears beginning to flow as he tried to gather all the pieces. Daddy's going to fix it, daddy's going to fix it, he continued repeating, his voice cracking with sobs accompanied by the loud gasps of air. When she had gathered all the pieces of the frame, she walked to the nightstand intending to leave them there and look for something to glue them back together. Her eyes sparkled for a second as she recognized the photo lying on the small piece of bedroom furniture. Without hesitation, she placed the fragments she was carrying on the nightstand and carefully picked up the photo, being careful not to get any of the blood from the small cuts she had made on it. Everything is going to be all right. My girls, everything is going to be all right. Daddy is going to give you a present you'll like because daddy wants the best for you, my princesses. She continued rambling for a while until she noticed all the blood on her hands and feet. She decided to go to the bathroom to clean herself, more to avoid staining the photo than for any other reason. She walked to her small bathroom and went inside, turning on the light. She turned on the tap and began to wash her hands, then did the same with her mouth and teeth. She took the opportunity to lean forward and lie down. A little water splashed on his face. The cold liquid touched his skin, dispelling the drowsiness with its cool, damp touch. He took a small towel to dry his face without lifting his head. Once he finished wiping the water off, he looked up, startled by the sight in the mirror. It can't be. He muttered, his eyes wide, taking a couple of steps back and hitting his back against the wall. He saw himself in the mirror with only one subtle difference. The eyes of his reflection were completely black, except for a pair of red irises pulsating and bright like fresh blood. Dark Naruto, hello, the reflection spoke in a muffled voice from the mirror. It's been a long time. Naruto how are you here? I absorbed you and became one with you. Kurama is gone, how could you separate from me and appear? The blonde boy spoke with a hint of fear in both his voice and his face. Dark Naruto, I'll just say one thing, I'm here to help you, to guide you, to support you. Naruto, what? Dark Naruto. You heard me, I'm here to guide you down the right path, the path you swore to follow at our family's funeral. The blonde opened his eyes, feeling a little dizzy, as if something was preventing him from getting angry and feeling anything other than sorrow and sadness, but it was impossible. He couldn't even remember what he had promised. I know that drug that bitch Tsunade gave you blocks some of your memories and makes you behave like an imbecile that would disgust anyone. That's why I'm here, to make sure you don't forget that you swore to Sakurachin's parents that you would kill their murderers. Naruto, holding his head, he felt a great headache accompanied by a lump in his throat that seemed to want to strangle him to death. Dark Naruto, look at you. You promised we'd be happy. Look at you. Locked up here like a rat, watched over like a common criminal while those Uchiha bastards are celebrating in their filthy neighborhood. Look at you here alone, alone, alone. His reflection screamed from the mirror as the original blonde held his head, a look of pain on his face. I'm alone because you've forgotten me. You forgot the promise you made me at the waterfall on Turtle Island. You promised we'd be happy, and look at you. Look at me. The blonde with sinister eyes continued as black tears fell from his eyes, giving him a horribly terrifying appearance. How could you do this to me? I've been with you since we were born, I've suffered with you, I've cried with you, I've cursed with you, and above all I've hated everything for you. No one understands you better than me. And I know what you need to calm your heart, our heart, and our soul. You have to kill them all. Make their filthy eyes, with that abomination of a doujutsu they boast so much about, watch you grape and kill their children and women, make them cry begging for the mercy they denied them, and kill them in the slowest and most horrible way imaginable. Only then can we be happy again. The sinister entity finished its monologue, still weeping a strange black substance that undoubtedly resembled tar. The blue-eyed man breathed heavily, trying to remember, trying to get his bearings, but the pain persisted, as did the nausea. Every word his counterpart spoke caused a sharp pain in the back of his head, and that ache was killing him. Naruto shut up. No, don't speak anymore, holding both temples with a pained expression. Dark Naruto, they won't even give you the right to remember. Those damn pills are making you weak. They're poisoning your mind, can't you see it? They want to make you their slave and take away your will, make you forget your promise to Kizushisan and Mebukusan. I'm sure all this was ordered by those damned Uchiha. They're afraid of us. They know we're coming for them. You have to remember, you have to resist. You have to fight to make us happy again. The original boy let out a scream of pain, slamming his head against the bathroom mirror, shattering it into pieces. Some of the fragments lodged in his face, causing small hemorrhages that stained it red, but none of this mattered to him. He just wanted him to leave and take with him the unbearable pain that throbbed inside his skull. The blue-eyed boy's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, vomiting into the sink. His vision blurred, and he finally collapsed, lying unconscious in his bathroom, his face completely covered in blood, as were his hands and feet. Cleanse My Soul, Chapter 24. After a long and arduous walk, Tsunade Senju arrived at the small residence she shared with her first disciple. The blonde ex-Hokage opened the door and confirmed that her student was already asleep, as the lights were off and nothing could be heard inside except her own breathing. The granddaughter of the first Hokage entered slowly, closing the door behind her. Her feet carried her to the small, humble kitchen where, after opening a couple of drawers, she managed to take what her body and soul agonizingly craved. The Hunyid woman retraced her steps with a couple of sake bottles and a small ceramic bowl which she would use as a cup. She sat down in the living room and proceeded to drink the first gulp of liquor in one sitting. The liquid, bitter as life itself, burned her insides as it inexorably made its way to her stomach, but before that pleasant aftertaste could leave her palate, the bowl was overflowing again. It was a very long night for her, one more since everything happened, and her life, like that of her closest acquaintances, had changed drastically. She didn't know how long she'd been drinking. The only thing she knew for sure was that she'd soon have to get up from the sofa to go to the kitchen for more sake. She felt a little lighter, but it was only a physical sensation, as her mind still felt the enormous weight of guilt, which seemed to devour her more fervently with each sip of the liquor. But even so, she needed to drink, she needed to be able to free herself, even if only for a few hours, from the enormous emotional burden that had been crushing her shoulders since it happened. More than once she'd gotten drunk, like few times she could remember, but she didn't care about that right now. Another sip of sake and the 2 bottles had succumbed to her. She took a breath and prepared to get up to go for more, but a voice interrupted her. Shizune, master, her disciple, murmured from the entrance of the hall with worry and sadness on her face. Tsunade, Shizune, since you're awake, bring me more sake, please. The brunette hesitated for a few moments, but finally understood that her friend needed the liquor to relax and escape, even if only for a few hours. Without a word, she went to the kitchen and took a couple more bottles along with another ceramic container very similar or almost identical to the one the Sennin had taken earlier. Here you are, Tsunade-sama. The dark-haired woman broke the silence, placing the items on the table and taking the 2 glasses to refill them. Tsunade, are you going to drink? The veteran shinobi asked in a slurred voice. Shizune, I think it would be good for Tsunade-sama to have a drink in her company, if I may. Tsunade, of course, taking the container and drinking its contents in one gulp. Shizyun, it's been a difficult day, the youngest of the women commented, taking a sip of the liquor she had poured herself. Tsunade, tomorrow will be worse, the blonde declared, refilling her glass. Kakashi won't mince words. If Naruto becomes a threat to Konoha's social peace, he won't hesitate for a second to imprison him. She downed her sake in one gulp, her honey-colored eyes focusing on the dark orbs of her first student. But sometimes I fear something even worse, that he might decide to eliminate him for the greater good. Shizyun, Kakashi-san couldn't do something like that. Naruto-kun is his student, he couldn't. Tsunade, the moment you put on the cage hat, you must look out for the good of all, put aside personal matters, and assume your responsibility, which is none other than ensuring everyone's well-being, even if that means eliminating people very close to you. Shizyun Bebot. Tsunade, no buts. Shizyun. The senin interrupted her student, raising her voice slightly. I just hope we can find a way to prevent all of this from spiraling out of control. The sound of the door opening caught her attention. Before her ears could hear it close, she was already standing and walking towards the hallway that led to the foyer. Are you still awake, Saki? Fugaku, Uchiha's eldest son, murmured wearily. Saki, I couldn't sleep. Mom was with me for a while waiting for you, but in the end she went to bed with Dad. Itachi, he's fine, I guess, the Anbu said, removing his shoes and the white ceramic mask that concealed his face. Saki, how did it? Itachi, what else would keep you up at night? Saki remained silent, watching as her older brother walked past her towards the kitchen. Itachi, go to sleep, I suppose. Knowing that everything is all right, you'll be able to fall asleep more easily, taking a sip of water to quench his thirst. Saki, no, not yet. Walking beside her brother, who simply ignored her because he knew perfectly well how annoying she could be when she set her mind to something. Itachi, Saki, I'm tired. Saki, me too, but I don't care. I want you to tell me everything that happened since I left, and I'm not going to let you sleep until you tell me everything. The girl replied with clear intentions of following him to his room. Itachi sighed tiredly, stopping his walk to turn around and confront his annoying little sister. Itachi, we'll do this, I'll tell you everything tomorrow morning. Right now I'm very tired and just want to sleep a little, and you should rest too. Saki, no, either you tell me everything or. Before she could continue, her father's voice echoed through the halls of the room, startling them. Fugaku, you'll talk tomorrow, go to your rooms and sleep. His two children watched him, Itachi with a small glimmer of gratitude in his eyes and Saki with great annoyance on her face. Saki, HMPH, you're lucky, the girl finished speaking, retreating to her room to try her luck and try to fall asleep. Fugaku, and as for you looking at his only male descendant, I want to talk to you very seriously tomorrow. Itachi, yes, father. The first light of day began to bathe every corner of Konoha. Naruto woke up in his bed with a severe headache and tingling in his hands and feet. He tried to get out of bed, wondering how he had ended up lying there. His sapphire eyes focused on his hands, noticing that they were perfectly bandaged, as were his 2 feet. His hands rose, bringing them closer to his face. Naruto, when were you here? Touching his head, he also noticed the rough texture of the bandages surrounding it. Damn it, I bet they gave me the medication too. Trying to stand up, he felt a sharp pain in the soles of his feet. Damn it. This hurt so much. Walking slowly towards the bathroom, he looked at the place where the mirror had been yesterday. There was no trace of it, nor of the shards of glass or blood. Before he could remove the bandages to get in the shower, the sound of his apartment door opening startled him. Tsunade entered, noticing that the boy wasn't in his bed. However, this didn't alarm her, as she knew perfectly well that in his state of health, medicated with a chakra suppression seal, and with an elite squad of Anbu watching him 24 hours a day, it was completely impossible for the Uzumaki to have left the place, much less escaped. Her honey-colored eyes rolled around the small room, focusing on the door that led to the bathroom, while her right hand, which held a small bag, trembled slightly. Naruto, what do you want? Tsunade. Peeking his head through the door frame and using his blue orbs like knives to stab the former village leader. Tsunade, I came to see how you were keeping her gaze on him to avoid appearing weak. Naruto, you saw him fine, you can leave now. Started back into the bathroom, but the voice of the former goddamn Hawkage stopped him. Tsunade, you're not. Look at you, last night they called me urgently, they found you in the bathroom a mess. What the hell did you do? Naruto, that's none of your business, get out of my house. He left the bathroom as fast as his battered feet would carry him. It's my life, my body, and my blood. Approaching the hazel-eyed girl dangerously, she didn't flinch in the slightest. Nothing here concerns you or any of your shitty ninjas. So leave and never come back. Tsunade, you don't understand, do you? Holding back the irritation that threatened her throat with malevolence, you're like the son I never had. Is it so hard for you to see that everyone else is suffering just like you? Sakura was like my daughter. I trained her, I gave her all kinds of advice, and I helped her bring her 2 girls into the world. I loved them as much as you do. You're a damn fool who's lost his mind and his way because of grief. Everyone you know has lost many loved ones in very unfair and horrible ways, and we don't go around cursing and being hostile to those who try to help us, so why? Naruto, shut up. He tried to hit her, but his fist was stopped by one of the ANBU guarding him. The elite shinobi tried to knock him out with a precise blow to the neck, but the blonde boy shook himself off, delivering a tremendous headbutt with enough force to break his mask and nose, as well as reopen the wound the golden-haired boy had on his own forehead. Before Tsunade could react, the boy had taken one of the ceramic pieces from the ANBU's mask, and using it like an awl had driven it into the poor devil's neck near his Adam's apple. Tsunade instinctively took a step back as an old fear, one she thought she had overcome, returned with the force of a devastating tsunami. Hemophobia, or the fear of blood, paralyzed her completely as she could only watch the ANBU drown in his own blood, which gushed out from the mortal wound in his neck. "One down," the blonde boy murmured, getting up from on top of the dying, his weapon stained crimson with blood. The boy lunged at her, ready to finish her off. The Senju's honey-colored eyes watched, glazed and horrified, as her end drew near. She couldn't react. Her body seemed made of stone, and her voice was trapped in her throat. This seemed to be the end of the Senju clan, a far from heroic and glamorous end for a clan with such history and importance. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 25. Tsunade closed her eyes, bracing for the pain of the stab wound. The sound of a sharp thud, followed by the thud of a body hitting the ground, made her open her honey-colored eyes. In front of her, Itachi Uchiha, dressed in his ANBU uniform, stood stoically staring at Naruto, who lay face down on the ground, completely unconscious in a pool of blood. This blood did not belong to him, but to the ANBU who had tried to subdue him and ended up choking on his own blood, the result of a precise stab wound to his neck with a fragment of his own mask. Itachi Tsunade-sama, the experienced Uchiha ANBU, murmured, extending his hand to the fifth Hokage to help her up from the ground. The blonde hesitated for a moment before taking his hand. She could still feel his heart pounding wildly, threatening to burst from her chest. Her legs trembled and her breathing was far from normal. "Please stand." The hazel-eyed woman took his hand and was lifted from the ground with ease by the elite shinobi. "I have to," he continued, speaking with astonishing calmness. Or so it seemed, but anyone who knew Itachi Uchiha well would have been sure that the raven-haired man was deeply worried. "I have to inform Hokage-sama about this." "Kakashi, it won't be necessary." Itachi. The two turned towards the entrance of the small apartment to see their Hokage, Hade Kakashi, who was accompanied by a couple of ANBU. Itachi was about to speak but was interrupted by his leader. "One of your fellow guards came to inform me as soon as Tsunade-sama entered the apartment." "Tsunade, if you're here," the woman said, having regained some composure. "No, you won't do it, you can't." "Kakashi, silence." The sixth Hokage shouted, startling the veteran Kunoichi. "Now the responsibility of maintaining the safety of the village falls on my shoulders, Tsunade-sama." "Tsunade, but no." "Kakashi, and seeing the danger that Uzumaki Naruto being free, and in this state poses to the state." "Tsunade, don't you dare, Kakashi," the woman shouted. "Kakashi, an ANBU has died." He interrupted the silver-haired man, walking towards her with a little aggression in his gestures. "And you would have died too if it weren't for Itachi." "Tsunade, I can take care of myself," Kakashi, the woman said, bringing her face closer to the man's with a threatening expression. "Kakashi, my Anbu, say something else." "Tsunade-sama, you were petrified, and I'll say it again, if it weren't for Itachi you'd be dead." Tsunade tried to punch him, but the sixth Hokage managed to dodge it and move quickly enough to get behind her with a kunai grazing her neck. Tsunade gasped in surprise at the icy touch of the metal against the skin of her neck. "Kakashi, don't make me have to lock you up too." "Tsunade, no, I should have named you as my successor," the woman said, noticing an unpleasant lump forming in her throat. "Kakashi, and I shouldn't have let you take him out of the hospital." "Anbu, take Naruto to prison. I want maximum security. Chain him up and put a couple of guards at his door. He's very dangerous." The Anbu advanced to take the boy away, but Tsunade wasn't going to let that happen. She tried to break free from Kakashi's grip, which resulted in complete failure and also earned her a slight cut on her neck. "No, don't do it." The woman continued to struggle with him, but all her attempts were useless. "Tsunade, you're a damn Kakashi." The woman muttered, venom dripping from her voice. "Kakashi, I'm nothing. I'm just doing what any decent Hokage would do. Look out for the common good, not just my own." "Something you can no longer do." "Tsunade, you'll see." Trying to break free, Kakashi sighed, a little tired of holding her down, so he opted for the easiest thing. A sharp blow to the back of her neck knocked her unconscious. He held her gently, trying not to cut her with the kunai. "Kakashi." Itachi the Uchiha looked at him, awaiting his orders. "Take Tsunade-sama home, have Shizunesan treat her wound, and keep an eye on her. I don't want her to do anything stupid again." The dark-haired man nodded, taking the unconscious woman from his leader's arms. "And one more thing," the son of the White Fang added. "Do the same with your sister." Itachi Hokage-sama leaving the place, Kakashi observed the corpse of the Anbu, bending down slightly to close the eyes of the deceased. "Kakashi, I curse the day I accepted this position. I'm sitting on a powder keg playing at lighting matches. Naruto felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck, accompanied by intense anguish, dizziness, and numbness in both hands. Noticing this horrible sensation, he tried to move them to alleviate the pain. To his surprise, his efforts to move were fruitless. His blue eyes opened, revealing a small, dark, and rather unhygienic room. He could barely see anything in the meager light filtering through the cracks of what appeared to be a door. He tried again to move, achieving the same result as before. The only difference was the sound of metal rattling and squeaking, confirming that he was chained. A gag reflex shook his body like a cramp, followed by another, and seconds later his feet were soiled with the contents of his stomach. A couple of knocks on what he assumed was the door to this hole caught his attention. Silence. Naruto gasped, tasting the disgusting odor in his mouth and feeling the unpleasant sensation of a plug in his nose, as the vomit had also used his nostrils to escape. He tried to breathe through his mouth, but mid-struggle, he found himself expelling more stomach contents onto the ground. He felt the viscous texture on his bare feet, remember, they were bandaged, and the presence of bits of unknown origin inside his nostrils. He lowered his head, feeling very weak and dizzy at this point. He wouldn't have minded sitting on the ground, no matter how dirty it was, but he couldn't. He could only let his arms go limp and wait for the effects of whatever they had put in his body to wear off. Far from that place, but within the walls of Konoha, in a dimly lit room, an elderly man with black hair stood listening to the report of one of his men. Root Ninja. Uzumaki Naruto attacked Tsunade-sama this morning when she entered his apartment. In the ensuing struggle, he managed to kill an Anbu, but was successfully subdued by Itachi Uchiha. Hokage-sama ordered him to be imprisoned under maximum security measures in the prison's underground level. According to our sources within the prison guards, Uzumaki has been chained by his arms and legs and will be guarded by 2 Anbu at all times until further notice from Hokage-sama. Danzo, well, everything is going according to plan. Anything else? Root Ninja. One of the guards who will be watching over Uzumaki is the brother of the Anbu he killed. Danzo gave a pleased smile. Danzo, perfect. I want you to contact him and make him a proposition. Keep a low profile, wait for the best moment to reveal yourself, and let him know that there is someone who wishes to give him the opportunity to honor his brother. Bring him before me and do not fail in your mission. Root Ninja. Hi Danzo-sama, the shinobi commented in a monotone voice, disappearing in a cloud of smoke, leaving the old war hawk alone in the room. Itachi returned home, and before he could close the door, his younger sister was already standing in front of him waiting for the answers he refused to give her last night. The Anbu emptied the contents of his lungs in the form of a long sigh. Itachi, I haven't even finished entering the house and you're already on top of me. Saki, stop joking around and answer me, her little sister replied curtly. Itachi, are father or mother home? Saki, father left a while ago, mother is in the kitchen now, will you answer my questions? Crossing her arms with a rather obvious annoyance on her face. Itachi, first I want to have some tea. The dark-haired man began walking towards the kitchen, followed furtively by his annoying sister. The Anbu entered the kitchen, seeing his mother washing some kitchen utensils. The woman turned around, giving a small smile to her eldest son. Mikoto, hello son, would you like me to prepare something for you? Itachi, tea. If you can. The boy sat down at the table, watching his mother fill the kettle with water and place it on the stove. Mikoto turned around again, watching with the same smile she had worn when she saw her son. Mikoto, Itachi, Saki-chan has been bothering me all morning because of you. Her son raised an eyebrow. Itachi, is it my fault? The young prodigy of the Sharigan clan replied questioningly. Mikoto, that's right, I've been listening to your sister's complaints all morning, since very early actually. Saki, did you leave home before sunrise or what? The youngest of those present interrupted, her annoyance more than evident in her voice and face. Itachi simply sighed. Mikoto, here's your tea, placing the ceramic pot in front of her. Just after she took the first sip, her sister demanded answers again. Saki, well, what the hell happened last night? Itachi, if I don't tell you, you'll keep bothering me, right? Taking another sip of his drink. Mikoto, not just you son, so if you can do it for your beautiful Akasen, smiling at him with a motherly sweetness that gives you chills. Saki, and for your One-echan, smiling triumphantly. Itachi, if you insist so much, little sister, I'll tell you everything I know, but you're not going to like it at all. His little sister's expression took a 180-degree turn. Saki, is it really that bad? Itachi, if it were good news, I wouldn't have kept it to myself. Last night Naruto suffered a sudden fit of madness. We found him in his apartment bathroom with his fists and feet covered in glass. Saki, what do you mean crystals? Looking at her brother as well as at her mother with identical concern reflected on their faces. Itachi, he smashed the mirror with a punch. I don't know why he would do that. I only know that Tsunade-sama healed his wounds and we left him in his room on the bed. Saki, oh that's bad, but... Itachi, I'm not finished yet. This morning Tsunade-sama came back to check on Naruto. They argued and things escalated. Saki, what do you mean increasingly having the worst? Itachi, Naruto killed an Anbu, and if it weren't for me he would have killed Tsunade-sama too. The two women brought a hand to their mouths as if they were completely in sync with each other. Saki, he couldn't do something like that, lowering her raven gaze to the table. Itachi, he did it. He answered his sister sharply. Mikoto, and what will happen now? Itachi, I don't know. The sixth Hokage showed up shortly after I knocked him out. He's locked Naruto up in prison. Saki's head snapped up. Saki, what have you done? Itachi, what I just told you. Saki, you can't do that. He's your student. Getting up from the table. Mikoto, Saki, where are you going? Come back here right now. Itachi finished his tea and stood up from his seat. Itachi, bring her back here right now and make sure she doesn't do anything stupid. Itachi, yes, anyway, I know where she's going. Mikoto, and the dark-haired woman shouted. Itachi, she needs a reality check. She'll have to learn the hard way that she can't do anything. Mikoto grabbed her son by the shoulders, looking at him with the Sharigan shining dangerously in her eyes. Mikoto, bring her here right now. Minutes later in the Hokage's office. Kakashi surveyed the village calmly. He had finished filling out the paperwork and allowed himself a short respite after everything that had happened since the sun had risen from its hiding place. He heard a couple of voices outside his office, but he wasn't alarmed in the slightest as he recognized the owners of the voices. One was his secretary's and the other was his only remaining student. He knew this would happen, so he simply waited, his gaze fixed on the door. A few seconds after the shouts were heard, it burst open and Saki Uchiha entered. Saki, what the hell is wrong with you? The brunette was followed by another woman with brown hair. Secretary, I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, I couldn't stop her. Kakashi, it's okay, you can go. The woman nodded, looking at the other woman fearfully, and left the room, closing the door behind her. Saki, to what do I owe your visit? Saki, you know very well why I'm here. Why did you lock him up? Fixing her gaze on the one who was once her sensei. Kakashi, because it's dangerous to have him loose. Cleanse my soul, chapter 26. The Uchiha woman's jet-black gaze pierced the silver-haired Hokage like daggers. Saki, what do you mean it's dangerous? She spoke, raising her already loud voice. Kakashi, you heard right. This morning he killed an Anbu and almost did the same to my predecessor. If it weren't for your brother, I'd be in deep trouble right now and we might have had to harm Naruto. Saki, don't you dare say you haven't heard him. You've got him locked up like a rat. Kakashi, what do I do? Let him go after your family and kill you all. Let him cause chaos in the village. Have to kill him to stop him. This isn't child's play, Saki. I'm the leader of this village and I look out for the well-being of each and every one of its inhabitants. It's been my duty and commitment since I took the oath of office. The man exploded from behind his desk. Saki, not everyone. You're forgetting your student, the son of your master, the fourth Hokage. Kakashi slammed his fist on his desk. He didn't use chakra in the blow, but that didn't stop the furniture from shaking terribly. Kakashi, don't you dare use my sensei's memory to emotionally blackmail me. Naruto Uzumaki is a danger to the safety of Konoha and therefore, he will remain locked up until he comes to his senses and can behave like a civilized human being. Saki, you talk about him the way the villagers did when he was just a child, he replied, disgust etched on his face and in his voice. You've become a man I don't recognize, Kakashi. Kakashi, Hokage-sama to you, the man retorted, his voice clearly filled with barely contained anger. Now get out of here. Saki, you don't give me orders, Hokage-sama. She spat out the last part resentfully. Kakashi gritted his teeth, leaning towards his desk and walking towards the woman with a slow but threatening gait. Kakashi, I've given you an order, bringing his face dangerously close to the woman's, who didn't flinch in the slightest. Saki was about to respond, but the unexpected appearance of her older brother abruptly interrupted any retaliation she might have taken against Kakashi. Itachi, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, take her away from here, and when you've done that, I want to talk to you. The leader of Konoha cut him off abruptly. Itachi, high approaching his sister to take her away, Saki tried to resist, but it was completely impossible. In less than a blink, she was back in her room accompanied by her older brother. Saki, now you're the Hokage's bootlicker. It was more of a reproach than a question. Her brother, her pyromaniac, tired of how his little sister was. Itachi, I'm not a bootlicker, I simply prevented you from being locked up too for insubordination. Hokage-sama isn't in the mood for nonsense. And you know it very well. Saki, it's not nonsense. At least not for me. She relaxed her tone of voice upon remembering that she was now at home, but it was too late. Shortly after saying that to her brother, the door to her room opened, revealing her mother, Mikoto Uchiha, with a look that could be described as a mixture of worry, anger, and nervousness. Mikoto, you're finally here, the woman spoke, entering her daughter's room. Itachi, tell me, for God's sake, that Saki hasn't done anything stupid. Her son looked at her with his ever-present neutrality etched on his face. Nah, face is face. His jet-black gaze traveled for a few brief seconds from his mother's face to his sister's, who was staring at him with eyes as black as the deepest darkness, like daggers. You didn't have to be an expert in interpreting faces to figure out that his little sister was telling him that if he was honest with his mother, she was going to make his life miserable for a long time. Well, His mother questioned him again, now with evident impatience. Itachi, calm down. Mom. Saki only asked Hokage-sama to release Naruto from prison. Mikoto stared at him intently. It was undoubtedly one of those strange abilities that mothers have to discover when you lie to them. The woman knew perfectly well that her son was lying to her without any shame, but she knew that letting him know would not do any good. Mikoto, I hope so. The woman's gaze shifted from her son to her daughter. And as for you, young lady, do something like that again and you'll be grounded from leaving your room for 2 months. Saki, but mom. Mikoto, no buts about it. Things aren't good enough for you to be going around getting into trouble. This is the last warning I'm giving you, and you know very well that I can be stricter than your father. The girl lowered her head in defeat. Very well, now I want you to go and collect the clothes from the clothesline and clean all the hallways. I want to see my beautiful face reflected on the floor. Ida Saka, but mom, that's not. Mikoto, what did I just tell you about the butts? Itachi, I didn't do anything wrong. Mikoto looked at her son with one of those smiles mothers use to intimidate you. I know, my little one, but since I know my dear Saki-chan very well, I know she'll be complaining the whole time if you don't lend her a hand. Itachi lowered his head in the same way his sister had done moments before. This was going to be a pain he wasn't going to get out of. In a gloomy, hard-to-find location, a pair of Anbus entered an office. One of them wore the regular uniform, and the other wore the variant used by members of the secret military organization Root, also known as the NE. The subject wearing the clothing of said organization took a step forward. Anbu, Danzo-sama, I have brought the man you wish to see. From the shadows that reigned in the room emerged the advisor appointed by the shinobi Danzo Shimura, the old war hawk. Danzo, good, leave us alone. The shinobi disappeared in a small puff of smoke, leaving the two men alone in a tense, deathly silence. Do you know why I summoned you? Anbu, no, Danzo-sama. Danzo, I learned that the man the Uzumaki boy killed during his last fit of madness was your brother. Anbu, that's right, Danzo-sama. The bandaged man feigned a compassionate expression. Danzo, I'm sorry to learn that my information was true. Anbu, with all due respect, Danzo-sama, I don't know what you're trying to achieve with all this. Danzo, I understand your unease and your doubts, son, feigning a paternal tone towards the shinobi in front of him. I have called you because I believe you are the right person to carry out a special mission, one that will honor your sister's death and not let it be in vain. Anbu, what kind of mission, Danzo-sama? Danzo, that boy you guard and watch over on the night shift, while he was once a hero to this village, now he's a threat to its very integrity. The Anbu said nothing. I know it's hard to swallow something like this, but the truth is that this boy is a danger to us all. The perfect example of this is your own brother, an elite Anbu killed with a fragment of his own mask. The ninja clenched his fists tightly, causing the veteran shinobi, now advisor and leader of the NE, to smile inwardly. That's why I requested you be brought before me. Because unlike the Hokage, I am a man with much experience and foresight, and as long as that boy remains alive, Konoha's future grows ever darker. The old man's words continued, laced with feigned emotions of sympathy, concern, and condolence for the Anbu present. Words that gradually seeped into his mind and heart, shifting him from a neutral stance to one of aid worker. I understand it's difficult, but these kinds of decisions make all the difference, and we all know that in a situation like this, prevention is better than cure. Anbu, and what is my mission, Danzo-sama? The old man smiled with satisfaction. He had succeeded. Danzo, for now you'll just observe. I want you to gather all the information you can about the guard's rounds and shifts. In a couple of days, the same man who contacted you will bring you back to me. At that point, we'll move to phase 2 of the plan, but before that, I want you to gather the information I asked for. Anbu, so be it, Danzo-sama. Several days later in Konoha prison, Naruto heard a couple of knocks. He had already gotten used to the sound of flesh from some guard's hand hitting the almost rusty metal of his cell door hard. A little light illuminated his face as it opened, accompanied by the sound of someone's footsteps. Guard the food, but first stand with your back to the wall, hands up, and don't turn around until I tell you to. Naruto obeyed, turning his back to the man who had entered his room. It was something he had to do twice a day for the past 2 years, ever since someone from the council had apparently ordered these guys to lengthen his chains to give him a little more movement. He didn't want to think about why, nor did he care much. At least now he could stand, sit, or lie down whenever he wanted that, and relieve himself in one of the 2 corners of the wall he was tied to, saving himself the unpleasant sensation of feeling his fluids staining his most intimate parts. You can turn around, do it slowly and with your hands up. The blue-eyed boy obeyed, calmly turning to face the guard. The food is on the floor. Start eating as soon as I leave the cell. The man walked backward toward the entrance, looking the whole time at the boy, who he returned the gaze with an unsettling neutrality. The door closed, plunging Uzumaki into complete darkness. He had to crouch down and feel his way along the floor in front of him to find the bowl containing his food. After a minute of searching the ground with his palms, he finally found it. He plunged one of his hands into the contents of the bowl and brought it to his mouth. The porridge they served him tasted awful and was far too runny for his liking. He could taste the unmistakable flavor of medicine in his mouth, but his hunger was so intense that he preferred this to an empty stomach. Once he finished his bowl, he placed it on the floor as far away as he could and went back to the wall. He leaned against it and let himself fall to the floor, sitting down. He had tried to break free, but without chakra and being malnourished, it was impossible, no matter how hard he tried to escape. He rested his head against the wall and closed his eyes for a few moments, just a couple of seconds. Hours later, outside Naruto's cell, a pair of Anbu were walking down the corridor towards the Uzumaki boys' cell. The two men stopped less than 1 meter from two other subjects who were wearing the same uniform as them. "Guard 1, are you here to do the relief shift?" questioned one of those who had been standing there for several hours. "Guard 3, that's right." "Guard 1, in that case I'll come in and collect the plate. In 1 hour, prepare dinner for him." He continued, making a gesture as if to open the door. "Guard 3, relax, I'll do it for you." The guy slightly raised his shoulders as if to show that he didn't really care, and after giving his partner a slight nod they left down the corridor. The newcomers stared at them long enough to make sure they were far enough away to hear them or come back. Guard 3, good, looking at his partner and speaking in an almost inaudible whisper, "Remember the orders Danza-sama gave you." Cleanse my soul, Chapter 27. The man nodded to his companion, recalling the words that the elderly advisor and leader of the secret military organization called Root had dedicated to him hours earlier. Flashback. Danzo Shimura observed him intently with his one visible eye. The man couldn't help but feel a little intimidated by the penetrating gaze of this man who not only had an enviable resume as a shinobi, but also possessed an army of subordinates well-trained and disciplined to the limit between a human being and a fighting machine. The war hawk took a couple of steps forward without taking his eyes off him, thus increasing the almost unbearable feeling of nervousness. "Danzo, good boy," the veteran shinobi broke the heavy silence. "My men have checked all your information and verified it. Tonight you're on guard duty in Uzumaki's cell, right?" "Shinobi, that's right, Danzo-sama." "Danzo, good, I've personally arranged for your guard partner to be replaced by one of my subordinates. Your mission is simple. When you're alone with Uzumaki, you'll give him some soldier pills and loosen his restraints. Your partner will have other orders to carry out after you've been knocked unconscious." "Shinobi, unconscious?" The old man smiled mysteriously at him. "Danzo, we want it to look like an escape. We have to take care of the details so they don't suspect anything, or do you want them to take you to it with Ibiki Morino or Anko Mitarashi?" The ninja swallowed hard, imagining what they would do to him if that happened. "Shinobi, I understand then, Danzo-sama," he said, bowing. "Danzo, well, lad, you don't have to worry. As soon as I leave Konoha, I'll send my best men after him. He'll be dead and your brother's honor will be restored." "Shinobi, thank you, Danzo-sama." The man disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving the old man alone in the gloomy room. Danzo smiled, pleased with how his plan was progressing. He would get rid of Uzumaki and have a perfect excuse to accuse Kakashi of mismanagement. It would only be a matter of time and a few terrorist attacks on the Uchiha district to overthrow him and seize power. End flashback. The man opened the cell door, observing how dark it was inside. He would be lying if he said he felt sorry for the wretch locked up there. His head turned slightly to the left side of the cell, where he saw the blonde boy sitting on the floor, seemingly asleep. He cautiously approached the boy and gave one of his legs a nudge to wake him up. The young man jumped up, throwing himself towards him. He unconsciously took a couple of steps back. "Root, Shinobi, we don't have all day," he whispered to his partner from the doorway. "Shinobi, I know," he replied, turning his head towards the cell entrance. "Listen to me," he said this time to the blue-eyed man who was looking at him with contempt and anger for not being able to reach him and kill him for having kicked him while he slept. For once he wasn't having that horrible nightmare that tormented him in every dream. "We're going to help you escape from here." The young man with golden hair took a couple of steps back, looking at him with distrust. "Naruto, why should I believe you?" "Shinobi, simple, you have someone influential who wants to help you escape and take revenge against those who destroyed your family." "Naruto, find someone dumber than me to tell that crap to," he replied without showing much interest in his words. "Shinobi, whatever, I suppose you lied to your in-laws' faces on the day of the funeral, promising them you'd make those responsible pay." Walking back to the door to leave. "Naruto, wait," the boy said, causing the guard to stop in his tracks. "Shinobi, did you change your mind?" The boy didn't say anything else, but it wasn't necessary. The man approached him, reaching into the bag strapped to the small of his back and pulling out a couple of black pellets. "These are soldiers' pills." He handed them to the boy, who hesitated for a moment before taking them. Take them. A little impatient with the boy's passivity, Naruto took them from his hands and put them in his mouth. "Good, now I'm going to put the food on the plate." "Naruto, I'm not eating any more of that crap." Shinobi, it's just as an alibi for me while I pour the food. My partner will weaken the restraints and chakra seals so you have a chance to leave. The blonde said nothing. He continued chewing the pills, watching as the man bent down and picked up the bowl from the floor to take it away. A second after he left, his partner entered. Root Shinobi, good, approaching the boy and placing his hand on his bare chest. The subject's hand glowed a faint blue for a few brief seconds. I've weakened your chakra seals. In a few days, you'll be able to recover your full power level. Naruto looked at him suspiciously. Why didn't he take them off completely? These guys were up to something and it wasn't good. Root Shinobi, I'm going to loosen the shackles as soon as my partner returns with your food. You must break free and knock him out. You must do the same to me. When you do, take his uniform and go up the stairs at the end of the hall on the right. When you get to the top, turn left and go into the bathrooms there. It's the third door. We left a window open. Good luck. The man turned around and left the room. Shortly after, his partner returned with the food in his hands. He entered the room, and before he could prepare to receive the blow, he was struck in the temple by the boy. The man collapsed to the floor, dropping the bowl of food, which ended up scattered across the floor. His partner went in to look and received another blow of the same caliber that left him completely unconscious in the hall. Naruto grabbed him by the legs and dragged him inside. He took the first man's clothes and his weapons, stared at them for a few moments, kunai in hand, and without thinking stabbed them in the neck near the Adam's apple. He twisted the metal of the weapon in their throats, enjoying the sound of the flesh tearing and the blood gushing out. Naruto, thank you, he whispered, looking at the two bodies, one of which was almost naked. But I'll never trust anyone in this damned village again. He left the room, closing the door behind him, and fled, following the route that guy had told him about. He went up the stairs and turned left, counting the doors until he found the third one. He entered the bathroom and came across a guard urinating with his back to him. He thought quickly, and without hesitating for a second, he lunged at him, covering his mouth and plunging the kunai into his neck. The poor guy's screams were muffled in seconds thanks to the shattering of his trachea, courtesy of Naruto, who, tired of covering his mouth and stabbing him with the kunai, preferred to break his neck. The guy fell to the floor, bleeding and with urine still leaking from his groin. The blue-eyed boy didn't stop for a second, staring at the corpse as he climbed out the open window. His feet didn't even touch the ground, for his blue eyes spotted a couple of guards patrolling just a few meters away. They wore the standard Konoha shinobi uniform. They must be Chunin or Jonin. Not that he wanted to dwell on it too much, but he had to be quick. They'd discover the body in the bathroom very soon. He had to hurry and act. He waited until the men passed relatively close to where he was, then, freeing himself, he fell on top of one of them, plunging the kunai into the center of his skull. Before the other could react or even scream, he had him on top of him, covering his mouth, feeling the edge of the metal pierce his chest again and again. He plunged his weapon into the poor devil a dozen times, and the man died on the third thrust. He got up and ran toward the wall, climbing it using his chakra ability to attach himself to the walls. Once at the top, he jumped to the nearest rooftop and fled as fast as he could, followed at a distance by several others. Shadows. The vast forest stretched out before him. He didn't want to wait another second and began leaping through the trees. Little by little, the light from Konoha faded and darkness crept in. The dense foliage of the trees obscured the pale moonlight, hindering his vision of his surroundings. Despite the risk of being hit or injured, he didn't slow his pace. He felt danger at his back, buzzing like a swarm of angry bees following him, eager to kill him in a painful way. A buzzing sound whizzed in his ear, followed by several more that passed within inches of his body. He felt the breeze of projectiles whizzing dangerously past him. He quickened his pace, completely overwhelmed by the adrenaline of the moment. He felt them getting closer and closer. He had to do something, or he was dead. He drew a cross seal and created 5 clones that began to run, spreading out. He cursed at his inability to create more, but with luck, it might work. He continued running for several more minutes, feeling as if 3 of his clones had already been hunted down by his pursuers. He tried to jump to the ground, but was hit in the back by a shuriken. He screamed in pain and lost his balance, crashing into a branch and disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Root Shinobi, this one isn't him either, find him. The one who seemed to be the leader shouted to his 2 companions who attended, separating to find their prey. Far from that point, another blonde man was hunted down and killed by another squad. This one was also a clone who quickly vanished after being hit by one of his pursuers' projectiles. They dispersed to increase the area they covered, and the same happened with the last blue-eyed man, who also turned out to be a clone. Naruto sighed wearily. Hopefully, his clones had carried them far enough forward to give him enough time to move. He would go to one side and then continue north. Hopefully, he could reach the border with Nami no Kuni or perhaps Kei's no Kuni. The important thing was to get out of there as soon as possible and regain strength to face a danger like this. He tried to be as stealthy as possible, so he went down to the ground and started running, trying to avoid crossing through bushes. After 40 minutes, he stopped beside the trunk of a large tree and allowed himself the luxury of catching his breath. He figured he was far enough away from his pursuer's range that he could finally move forward instead of sideways as he had been doing. Just as he was about to resume his march, a rather out-of-place sound startled him. He crouched down, pressing himself against the tree trunk, trying to use the surrounding darkness to conceal himself. He heard the sound of someone's footsteps on the ground. He was sure it was one of his pursuers, at least a shinobi. He heard the man move and held his breath, feeling the man's eyes on him for a moment. Naruto reached for the weapon pouch on his outfit and pulled out a kunai. He had no other way to escape. He squatted down, the blade of his weapon pointed forward, ready to pounce on his pursuer. He took a breath, slowly approaching the man who, luckily for him, had turned around at the slightest sound. Naruto increased his pace, and when he was barely a meter away from his victim, a sound he could only identify as a branch breaking caused the aforementioned to turn around again. The blue-eyed man lunged at him, trying to stab him. Both fell to the ground, struggling. The root ninja caught the wrist of the hand, wielding the blonde man's weapon, while with the other he tried to grab one of his own weapons. Naruto gritted his teeth, using his free hand to grab the other hand of the guy beneath him. They remained like this for several seconds until the shinobi saw that he couldn't hold on much longer, so he shouted, looking for one of his companions to come to him. Naruto, shut your mouth, you damn son of a bitch. Increasing his force, he managed to make the kunai graze his opponent's neck, who was already at the limit of his endurance. Both their hands trembled as the blade of the weapon buried itself in the poor wretch's neck. He tried to scream, but it was impossible as his throat had been completely pierced by the kunai. Naruto sighed wearily, getting up from on top of the man. He didn't have time to stop and think. He had to get going and get out of there as soon as possible. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 28. He moved as fast as his legs would carry him through the forest, trying to avoid making too much noise by dodging large bushes and jumping over smaller ones. Hopefully, the prevailing darkness of the wooded environment and his attire would serve as perfect visual camouflage. He continued without looking back or stopping for a second. Every meter away from Konoha was a step closer to being free and therefore, having a chance to recover and return to end the nightmare he had plunged into. Hours later, Danzo Shimura stood in the small room he used to receive reports from his lackeys. One of them was kneeling before him, informing him of the latest details of the operation to hunt down the last Uzumaki. The advisor and leader of Root clenched his teeth, making a titanic effort to maintain his composure. The operation had been a complete failure. The target had escaped and, to make matters worse, had killed one of his men in the process. The ninja's body in the forest had not yet been found. Several guards were dead, and there was a rush job of cleaning up evidence that directly linked him to the escape. Danzo, I want you to clear our tracks in the forest. It wouldn't be good for us if the Hokage or his Anbu discovered we were behind this incident, just one loose end. And they'd have a clue to follow us to the murder of those three brats. Shinobi Hidanza-sama. Danzo, hopefully this incident will support the idea that the Uzumaki boy is now a major danger to Konoha's safety. If Hade Kakashi is as good a leader as he claims, he'll put the brat on the bingo book and prioritize his head over those of other rogue ninjas. If they kill him, they'll be doing us a favor. Do as I've ordered. Shinobi, Hidanza-sama disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Kakashi Hade, the 6th Hokage of Konoha, entered the village prison escorted by a pair of Anbu who served as his escort and personal guard. The copy ninja saw 5 body bags carefully placed to one side of the prison guard's break room. His gaze turned to one of the guards, who was rigid, waiting for his leader to give him some sign to allow him to speak. Kakashi, well. The 6th Hokage asked his subordinate. Guard, as you can see, Hokage-sama, we have 5 casualties. Observing the body containers with evident sorrow, the silver-haired man looked at him inquisitively, implying that he already knew that. 2 of the bodies were found inside Uzumaki Naruto's cell. One of them was naked, so we assume the boy dressed in his uniform. The next was found in the bathrooms. We assume Uzumaki hid there and found him, and finally, 2 more outside the compound. The Hokage nodded. Kakashi, is there anything else I might know? He asked the man. Guard, Hokage-sama, I believe I can reconstruct what happened. The silver-haired man looked at him with evident interest reflected in a small gleam in his one visible eye. If you accompany me, I will show you my hypothesis. The men set off, heading towards the blue-eyed boy's cell. Once there, the guard entered the small room followed by Kakashi. His 2 escorts remained outside, waiting for their leader to finish. As you can see, Hokage-sama taking the shackles, they are quite damaged. For those who don't remember, Danzo's men had deliberately damaged the shackles and switched their companion's body with that of the real guard. And that added to the position of the bowl, and the food scattered on the floor. I suppose that somehow, in a way we cannot understand. The boy was able to free himself from his restraints and attack the first guard. As he was giving him the food, he broke free and attacked him. Then he did the same to the other and dragged them inside the cell, and he dressed in one of their clothes. The man walked towards the door, followed by Kakashi and his escort. He walked this way and reached the upper floor. The man continued, retracing the path taken by the others. Once up here, he saw that it would be impossible to leave through the main door without being discovered. So he changed course and looked for a way to escape the building. Finding the guard's bathroom, he went in, and when he was about to leave through one of the windows, he was surprised by one of the other guards. By the state in which we found the body, I think he tried to hide it, and took advantage of the fact that his companion was relieving himself to finish him off from behind. Then he climbed out the window and finished off 2 more guards before finally escaping the compound, and I suppose the village as well. Kakashi, all right, looking out the window with concern. Thank you for your time. Leaving the restroom accompanied by his escort, once outside the prison compound, the Hokage spoke again. I want all available ANBU on a capture mission for Uzumaki. Naruto, one of the shinobi, was about to move but was stopped by his leader's words. I want him alive, but that doesn't mean you can't use brute force to capture him. The ANBU disappeared in a puff of smoke, leaving his partner and the copy ninja alone in the middle of the night on the streets of Konoha. Call Itachi Uchiha, I want him to lead one of the squads. Itachi Uchiha was sleeping peacefully in his bed, having recently reached a satisfactory agreement with Morpheus and regained his strength. A couple of knocks on his window woke him up. The silhouette of a man there made him wary, but luckily for the unexpected visitor, the Uchiha still had good eyesight, recognizing him as one of his ANBU comrades. The dark-haired man opened the window, waiting for the shinobi to tell him the reason for his visit. Anbu, Uchiha Itachi, you are required at the Anbu headquarters for an urgent mission. Hurry, disappearing in a puff of smoke. The person addressed sighed wearily and began preparing to leave his home. His experience in the Anbu told him that something very serious must have happened for him to be summoned urgently to the headquarters at that hour of the morning. He put on his uniform, gathered all his arsenal, storing it in his equipment bag, and took his ninjato from on top of his desk along with his Anbu mask. Without further delay, he headed towards the headquarters, leaping across the rooftops. Far from Konoha, in the middle of the enormous and lush forest that occupied almost the entire territory of Hai no Kuni, Naruto had reached a small clearing. He allowed himself to bend down slightly, placing his hands on his knees to catch his breath. His head lifted, looking up at the sky, completely dark, dotted with countless stars and the full moon presiding majestically. His gaze abruptly shifted from the celestial body to the group of trees behind him. For a moment, he had watched his blue eyes slowly rolled, scrutinizing every detail of each tree and bush behind him. His breathing slowed, not because he was calmer, but precisely to achieve this. The same sensation returned, stabbing him in the back, causing the boy to turn around again, searching for the cause of that unpleasant feeling. You don't have to be so nervous, the blonde jumped, taking a kun out of his ninja bag, his blue eyes widening as he looked at himself. Naruto, you again? His double smiled, putting a hand to his chest, pretending to feel sad. Dark Naruto, who else did you expect? Those useless Konoha guys couldn't find us when we were just kids, much less now. Taking a step forward with the intention of approaching his counterpart. Naruto, no, don't come any closer, feeling a slight, sharp pain in his head. Dark Naruto, are you going to act like an idiot again? Slowly approaching the boy, with each step his evil version took, the pain in his temples increased exponentially. Remember that I am you, no matter how much you try to resist now, or rather, no matter how much the crap they slipped into your food affects you, you'll soon be better and you'll see everything differently. Stopping abruptly, he turned around, observing a specific point in the forest behind him. We'll talk later, the dogs are getting closer, you'd better keep running. Naruto raised his head, ready to reprimand his other self for not wanting to talk to him. His vision, blurred and tired, saw nothing but the completely empty clearing in the forest. The blonde boy mentally cursed himself, resuming his escape. He didn't know that, fortunately for him, Danzo had already informed his men that the ANBU had been mobilized to begin the search for the fugitive, and that therefore, they should disappear to avoid being discovered. Cleanse my soul, Chapter 29. His steps led him to the edge of the Hai no Kuni border. The problem was he wasn't quite sure which country he was entering. He kept running through the forest, less dense than several kilometers back, but still thick enough to use as camouflage against any pursuers still hot on his heels. The first light of dawn began to illuminate both the sky and the earth below. Naruto arrived at a place he recognized immediately. Before him was a majestic bridge that stretched for several kilometers toward an island. Naruto's POV. This is the bridge Tazuna built. I'm in Nami no Kuni, observing the enormous feat of engineering with a mixture of nostalgia and nervousness. The moment was overshadowed by the rumbling of his stomach and the overwhelming need to sleep in a good bed. I suppose a little while in a Nami hostel won't hurt. That was his last thought before covering himself with a transformation and leaving the protective shelter of the forest to walk across the bridge towards the village, where he had his first decent mission as a shinobi. The ANBU teams dispatched by the Hokage combed the entire territory surrounding Konoha, including neighboring towns and villages. There was no trace of Uzumaki Naruto. The most experienced ANBU, such as Uchiha Itachi, knew that someone like Naruto wouldn't have stopped for a second, much less risked hiding in the Land of Fire. Despite having excellent trackers, the possible escape routes they identified either led to a dead end or didn't follow a pattern. With each passing hour, the feeling of defeat and failure grew more palpable. Everything pointed to Uzumaki Naruto, the one who was to become the 7th Hokage of Konoha, having successfully escaped his pursuers' encirclement, opening up a very unsettling possibility what would happen now. He entered a small inn in Nami's village, his eyes darting around, scrutinizing the few customers present understandable, given the early hour. Judging by their clothing, he assumed they were fishermen. He walked further into the inn and took a seat at one of the tables. It wasn't long before a young man attended to him, politely asking for his order. Naruto looked up at him and was surprised to himself. He recognized that face. This young man before him could be none other than the noisy boy he'd met on his mission there, the grandson of old Tazuna, Inari. Inari, sir, the young man questioned, trying to get the attention of his client who seemed to have become lost in thought. Naruto, I'd like some tea and something sweet. Inari, we have many kinds of sweet cinnamon buns. Dangos. Before he could continue, he was cut off by the subject. Naruto, some dangos would be nice. The dark-haired man nodded and left, watched by the fugitive. Dark Naruto, what a coincidence, of all the places you could have gone, you choose this one. The blonde, disguised as a rather surly man, turned his head, observing his counterpart looking at him with a sinister smile. The original said nothing, simply continuing to fix his eyes, now a dark brown, upon him. Well, I see you're not very talkative, but I suppose it's all to avoid drawing attention, right? His other self continued, touching his chest, feigning hurt at his refusal to answer. You know what, if you think, can I hear you? Naruto POV, what? The boy asked instinctively in his mind. Dark Naruto, everything you think or feel I will be able to hear and feel it, leaning slightly forward. Remember that we are one, he whispered, without erasing that unsettling expression from his face. Naruto POV, what the hell do you want? The Uzumaki questioned his counterpart again, feeling strange for talking to himself. Dark Naruto, have we always had such bad memories? He replied without taking his eyes off her. I'm here because of what I told you the night I was able to talk to you. I'm here to make sure we keep our promise to Mebukison and Kizushisan, and to our family, and above all so that you keep yours. He became serious. You promised me we would be happy, and look at us now. We've lost everything, and you, like me, know who is responsible for our misery. Naruto POV, I know very well what I have to do. I don't need your help. Looking away from him. Dark Naruto, really? Seeing your luck, I don't think it'll be long before you run into someone you know, and if that person happens to be a shinobi, it won't take long for them to unmask that pathetic transformation you've put on. The original Naruto looked at him again, frowning. I'm just telling you the truth. You know very well that I want the same thing as you, and to prove it, I can help you find a good place to hide until we manage to remove all the chakra-inhibiting seals you're wearing, and you regain your physical form, because between you and me, you look like a walking corpse. Naruto POV, and after all the talk about you and me being the same person, what makes you think you know a safe place that I don't? His counterpart increased the size of his smile. Dark Naruto, because unlike you, I had very close contact with that thing you called Kurama. I fed on its hatred. I absorbed some of its strength, and of course, I learned much of its knowledge, and that's the point I want to make. The creature had lived for many years, some of them free and some of them sealed inside people like us. Naruto POV, Jinchuriki staring into space with a lost look. Dark Naruto, and did you know that all the Jinchuriki he had came from the same place? Naruto POV, my mother's home village. The blonde boy in disguise whispered to himself, making his dark self laugh. Dark Naruto, exactly. I see you're not as stupid as you seem. The original gave a death glare to the product of his madness. Save your killing urges for those who deserve to die. Naruto POV, before you act smart with me, let me remind you that Uzumaki was destroyed in the Second Great War. Dark Naruto, so, the blonde with red eyes and black sclera questioned. Just because it was destroyed doesn't mean we can't go. Besides, it'll be better this way. Nobody would focus on searching in a place they know is completely devastated and difficult to access. Naruto POV, difficult access. The real one asked. Dark Naruto, I'll tell you later now. Enjoy your food, his double said, disappearing as soon as Naruto blinked. Inari, here you go, enjoy your meal. The dark-haired young man was about to leave when he was stopped by the voice of the customer he had just served. Naruto, do you have accommodations here? The boy turned around with a small smile. Inari, of course, that girl over there takes care of the lodging. He answered his question by pointing his finger at a young woman, perhaps a little older than him, with long brown hair and brown eyes, who was serving a couple of cups of tea to some fishermen. Her name is Kyoko, she's the innkeeper's daughter and my girlfriend, he said the last part in a whisper that was heard by the disguised shinobi. Naruto POV, that explains why you're here and not working with the old man, right, Inari? The Uzumaki put two and two together in his mind, observing the back of the grandson of the famous bridge builder who had already approached where this Kyoko was. Meanwhile in Konoha, the Rokudame Hokage's office was crowded with Anbu and some of the prison guards. Hade Kakashi sat behind his desk, staring intently at each of the search and recovery team leaders he had dispatched to bring back his runaway student. The Anbu looked at each other, unsure what to say to their leader. The silver-haired man was growing impatient. He knew very well what they were going to tell him. Kakashi, well. He questioned aloud without pausing to look at any of his subordinates, waiting for one of them to step forward and present their mission report. For a few seconds, which seemed like hours, silence reigned in the room. None of those present had the courage to step forward, all except Itachi. Hokage-sama Naruto Uzumaki has escaped Kakashi's side. Kakashi, that's obvious. If you had it, you wouldn't all be here. What I want to know is if you at least have a trail to follow. Itachi swallowed hard as some of his companions turned to look at each other. Itachi, Hokage-sama Naruto hasn't left any trace. It's as if the earth swallowed him up. Kakashi stared directly into his eyes for a few seconds. Kakashi, I want everyone to leave except for the squad leaders and the prison warden. Everyone obeyed their leader's orders without question. In just under 10 seconds, only 7 people remained in the room. Once the office door closed. Kakashi, what is this? What the hell is this? He shouted to his subordinates who remained stoic and upright. How the hell did he escape you, and even more so, how could you not have found a trace? Anbu. Hokage-sama Naruto Uzumaki is a ninja skilled in stealth. Kakashi, and you're an elite shinobi experienced in tracking and capturing fugitives. We're talking about a malnourished child with chakra restriction seals. Anbu, but Hokage-sama, the seals. Kakashi, screw the seals. You're the best in this village and you let him get away. Useless. He continued, getting up from his seat. Anbu, Hokage-sama, we searched the entire forest several times and found nothing. The men did their best to successfully complete their mission. Kakashi, it wasn't enough. You found nothing. You accomplished nothing. Do you know for even a single instant the position you've left my credibility and the safety of the blade in? Itachi, we know, Hokage-sama. Kakashi, you don't know, he replied, calming down a bit and sitting back down. Now that we've lost him, it's only a matter of time before something very bad happens. The council won't like to hear this. I'm in deep trouble. Those present looked at each other, unsure how to respond. I want you to keep searching, leave no stone unturned. If he came from Hai no Kuni, I want you to do the same in the neighboring nations. I don't want another failure. Anbus, hi Hokage-sama, disappearing in clouds of smoke.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.